Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndemo egu mawego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndemo egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ni ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo ya brand si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna toga bu.
Pardon me. So pardon me. So there it is. Ayendeba. So pardon me. Ayendeba. A gloriously wonderful show yesterday, especially towards the latter end. It's actually something when you go back and watch your own show. Which is what I do often instances, and I enjoy it equally just from participating in the live stream and then watching it back again. It is quite a thing. I don't know if that is some form of narcissism, but I was just watching it up to the build up to the start of this one, just delighting in some of the conversations that was had. So good to have you. Good to see you, and how are you? So good to be here in your company. Always a delight. Now, you know the protocol already. I don't ever start any differently. So I always start, of course, by imploring that you click on the like button. So today is going to be no difference. It's so important. That is why I labor it so often. So just click. Yes, Prince is asking me what they smile. I don't know, actually. I think it's just the delight in your company is what is making me smile. So when you are here, this is reasons enough for me to smile. So yes, every single day I ask you. So maybe soon you'll start doing as a matter of routine. Just click on the like button. It's no effort. there are two reasons that I suspect that we're not getting the likes that we should be getting. One, they are conscientious objectors. Let's call them that. The conscientious objectors, and you know who you are. You know them from those sides. You know, so the conscientious objectors. But really, there's a bank of people that watch us on their big screen, on their television, and they cannot be bothered to make the effort to do whatever it is that's required. So just whip out your phone and put it on and click on like, and then you can continue watching it on the big screen. So do that. So click on like, and then if you're not already subscribed, then what are you doing, man? I mean, you should really be subscribed. And if you're not already subscribed, then please do that immediately and right now. So do that immediately and right now. So now, the invitation to come and join us on the screen, that remains a permanent constant. You know, the invitation, you know, we are on a mission now to discover a new voice a day. So the voice that, you know, I was saying I was watching yesterday's session, the voice that came to join us yesterday was a guy that goes under the moniker Paddy. You should go and listen to him, actually. Just a delightfully, wonderfully intelligent person, you know, good grasp of language, depth of knowledge, flowing with lucidity is just a real delight. So these are some of the discoveries we make. So are you going to be the Paddy for the day? So you be the new voice for the day by clicking on that, by clicking on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So you'll be the voice of the day by clicking on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If there's anything that I covered more than anything else from doing this is meeting new people. So you'll be that new person. And you know who I'm looking to meet. I've already told you who I'm looking to meet. I'm looking to meet Amina from Gombe. So if you're Amina from Gombe, come and join us because you are the missing voice in these conversations that we do have. So all of those, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Now, this invitation for you to buy your host cups of coffee, I must insist that some of you start using it. I've made the effort to put it on. You can make the effort to use it. So use the buy the coffee thing and be generous to your host. So do all those, but that's not compulsory, by the way. I'll say I'm insisting. How can I insist? But what I am insisting is on the like, the subscribe, and the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So enough of all of that. Let's get straight to matters that we'll be discussing today. And by the way, there's plenty of space on the studio. So if anybody wants to come and join me, please do. So let's get to matters that we will be discussing. Ex-Ogun Governor Gbenga Daniel, right state government demands the suspension of his monthly pension of 676,000 naira. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So there it is, right? This is one of the central spaces that really vexes the Nigerian people. So this guy now, he was the former governor of his state. I think he was actually Ogun State. So just for whatever 4 or 8 years that he has served, he gets a pension for life. And then he's ended up in the Senate. Then he gets a huge package around that as well. And then, of course, if he leaves the Senate, his pensioned there as well. He becomes a minister, serves for whatever long, is pensioned there as well. So these guys, they get 2, 3, even in instances, 4 lots of pension. This really aggrieves, you know, in a space that people are rationing petrol, you know, they are rationing food. And these people, so this is really where Segun Gbenga Daniels is looking to address. Ex-Ogun Governor Gbenga Daniel, right state government, demands the suspension of his monthly pension of 676,000 naira. So that's Gbenga Daniels, of course, listening to the voice of the people. But then, of course, he stands alone because, of course, if there's anything that the Nigerian politician is in the game for, it is for the money. Double pay 14 serving Nigerian senators to earn juicy pensions as former state governors. So there it is right there. So I wonder what sort of conversations these people will be having with Gbenga Daniels when they first meet. Are you trying to make us look stupid, or are you the fool? Double pay 14 serving Nigerian senators to earn juicy pension as former state governors. So we will look at the yin This is the yin, Gbenga Daniels doing the right thing, and then the yang, 14 others are just saying more for you. So we look at the yin and yang of that narrative in the course of. So we look at the yin and yang of that narrative in the course of, only to land on this. Yoruba Nation agitator Igboho set to return to Nigeria, his lawyer reveals. So I have access to be able to access Sunday Igboho, by the way. So I'll work on that access to see if we can access him to come and join us at some point. I'm sure that will delight the Yoruba nationists. So we'll work on that in the back rooms and see if we can present Sunday Igboho to you. Yoruba Nation agitator Igboho set to return to Nigeria, his lawyer reveals. So a lot of people, of course, saying that coming back in under the banner of his daddy now being the president. So there it is. But what conditionalities will there be? Because, of course, Nnamdi Kanu still in prison. They are not able to release him. Sunday Igboho and abscondee. So if he comes back, then what fate befalls him? Because, of course, if all righteousness is to be fulfilled, then he should be taken to the nearest custody and taken then to the room next to Nnamdi Kanu. Yoruba Nation agitator Igboho set to return to Nigeria, his lawyer reveals. So his lawyer reveals. So his lawyer reveals. So we were talking about the do-good attitude of Gbenga Daniels just now, a rarity within the Nigerian space. President Tinubu is negotiating with looters, hasn't taken any action since arrest of Emefiele Bawa, APC ex-publicity secretary Timmy Frank. So that's Timmy Frank then expressing his that's Timmy Frank's expressing his frustration. So that's Timmy Frank rather expressing his frustration in the media space. But then there's a lot to unpack from this, because we all will leap in support of the headline and start to wail and gnash at the teeth in the way that Nigerians are known for. There's nobody on this planet that is more adept at wailing and gnashing at the teeth like Nigerians. But of the headline, you will wail and gnash at the teeth. But if we look under the bonnet of this headline, is there reason to the madness? Is there method to the madness? President Tinubu is negotiating with looters, hasn't taken any action since arrest of Emefiele Bawa, APC ex-publicity secretary Timmy Frank. So we'll unbuckle that to see what is going under the bonnet of it. So meet the man is the next pardon me. Meet the man is the only way then to introduce this next headline. So the next headline then, the name you are going to come across is not a name at all that I suspect 80-90% of you have ever heard of before. But I take it from me as gospel. Before the end of the year, you will know this man in total. You will know every detail of his life, because he is going to impact on your life significantly. So the name, Tinubu names Taiwo Oyedele as chairman, tax reforms. So now, the Tinubu administration, as you already know, is all about going to be looking for new and innovative ways to tax the Nigerian space. And central to that tax and spend thrust of the ideological projections of the Tinubu space, central to that tax and spend thrust will be this name. Tinubu names Taiwo Oyedele as chairman, tax reforms. So familiarize with yourself with that name, because as I said, it's a name that you're going to be conjuring with for the next 4, almost certainly 8 years. A name that you'll be conjuring with for the next 4 years if you oh no, I didn't want to bring you this one. All right, there was this headline that I had of right. Oh, okay, let's go with this one. Nigerians react as Adeleke nominates late brother's wife as Osun commissioner. So a family affair. The other headline that I did want to bring you, which I seem to have lost for a moment, is still wrapped around Adeleke, and is still wrapped around appointing commissioners, and is still wrapped around appointing commissioners from his family. But you can substitute brother's wife for daughter in the headline that I did intend to bring. I'll go and look for it whilst I'm playing the Kegite music. But this is what's to come for the indigents of Osun State. Nigerians react as Adeleke nominates late brother's wife as Osun commissioner. So there it is right there. Sheruba Wonkoja Walaya. Let me actually see. Let me see if I can quickly find that one now. Adeleke appoints daughter as commissioner. Yes, this is the one I was clearing the screen, and I seem to have cleared that off. Right. Yes. So this is the one I did intend to bring you. So I'll probably just read you one of them, and that'll be it. Unbelievable, this one. So this, if you appoint somebody, if you elect somebody like Adeleke as your governor, then you get what you satisfy yourself with what you get. If you elect somebody like Adeleke as your governor, then you satisfy yourself with what you get. Osun Governor Ademola Adeleke appoints his daughter as commissioner. So we're only really waiting in bated breath in anticipation of what portfolio Davido will get. Let's just quickly whiz through this. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has appointed his daughter Adenike Adeleke as commissioner in the state. The Osun State House Assembly on Friday, July the 7th, 2023, confirmed the list of 27 So if it's submitted a list of 25, not 27, but 25, if it's submitted a list of 25 commissioners, and we already know that 2 of them, and I'm sure it's not rested on those 2, we already know that 2 of them are family members, his daughter and the wife of his brother. So now when they are holding state assemblies to discuss state matters, they might as well hold it at their villa, because it's going to be a family affair. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has appointed his daughter Adenike Adeleke as commissioner in the state. The Osun State House of Assembly on Friday, July the 7th, confirmed the list of 25 commissioner nominees forwarded to the House for screening and confirmation by Governor Ademola Adeleke. Announcing the names during the plenary session, Adewale Agbedun, the Assembly Speaker, confirmed the development through a letter he received from the governor. He said the 25 commissioner nominees include Oludosu Babatunde Bayo, Ogun Bangbe, Asesan Oyedele, Kolapo Alami, Soji Aigbe, Moshood, something or the other, George Alabi, Sunday Oriniyi. Others are, I'm only reading out the names to see how many times we come across Adeleke. Others are Abiodun Ojo, Bashir Salami, Moruf Oyefe, Ayofe, Shola Ogungbile, Abumi Jenyo, Ayo Awolowo, Wole Baba, Dipo, Elu Wole, Rashid something or the other, Moruf Adeleke. So we got one, Moruf Adeleke, Adeyemo, Ademola, Olabiyi, Odunlade, Jola Akintola, Muyiwa, Adejorin, Adenike Adeleke. So we got the second one, and then Tola, something or the other, and Ganiola Oluwa. So there it is. Adenike is an Instagram star who uses the platform to promote her love for fashion, makeup, and her daily life. Adenike, who was born on March the 17th, 1995, is identified as Nico's baby on the photos and video sharing app on Instagram. So let's, I think they've put an Instagram link here. So if this takes us there, then let's see. Actually, I'm minded to go and have a look at our Instagram. So let's just. I think you're all nosy enough to want to know. So let's go and look for this this ridiculousness that is going on in Ochose. So what did they say she calls herself? Nico's baby. So there she is, Nico's baby. Let's pop that on Instagram and see what Nico's baby has to offer us. It's unbelievable, you know, only in Nigeria, as they would say. And there she is right there, 215,000 followers. That's what she's got. So let's share this. So that's your commissioner. And what qualifies her for being a commissioner is to flash boobs and butts on Instagram. So the boobs and butts are commissioner of Osun State. So there she is right there. The boobs and butts are commissioner of Osun State. Look at that. Look at. I wonder what the assembly meetings would look like when she rocks up in some miniskirts. Unbelievable. So there she is, and of course, is really what is it going to give Davido is really what we all want to know. What is it going to give Davido? So what is it going to give Davido? So we could quickly, swiftly move on from there to come in this direction. We quickly, swiftly move on from there to come in this direction. So now this next headline that I'm going to be bringing you is actually a video clip, and the reason why I am bringing you this video clip is actually because of the title. So let me show you the title of the video. Ojukwu, most Igbos do not believe in Biafra. So now there's a sense of deja vu when I saw that headline. And that sense of deja vu, it actually came from me having said that on this platform not that long ago. I think it was yesterday or the day before that I have never met a Southeasterner that wants to secede from Nigeria. It's just blustering and blowharding and attention-seeking, most of it. If it comes to it and they say, okay, let's do it, I doubt if 99.9% of them will not recall from it. And the person that is central to that Biafran theme is now telling us that it's just all a ruse. Ojukwu, most Igbos do not believe in Biafra. So quite how he landed on that, I will find out shortly. So plenty to chew over. When is there never not plenty to chew over? So the usual protocol, lean back, kick back, take it easy. And by the way, plenty of room on the studio. So well, we'll see how it goes, but if you want to come join, then come join now. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join me. It's the first item in the comment section. So click on that. And then, of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's always ever ready. So do all the necessary. As I take a micro musical intermission before we dive straight into the throes of it. But first, you know where we're going, of course, to the Kegite. Egbe Lemon, have you got your calabash ready?
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Only water, where they see my Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Hobby master keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Chifu Latif keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Erukule Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòde ó jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o. Water, only water, water.
Forward to actually coming on at some point in time and not have any of these gremlins in the works. So I'll give you a couple of readouts and then I'll bring Ogbeni on to give us a submission about the latest with the Tinubu, not the Tinubu, well, the Tinubu Atiku Petition law case, and then we'll take it from there. But let me give you a quick feel of this Benga Daniel's narrative. Ex-Ogo Governor Benga Daniel writes state government demands the suspension of his monthly pension of 676,000 naira. In a letter dated June the 14th and shared online today, July the 7th, Daniel, where does it start? Yeah. Former Ogun Governor cum Senator Benga Daniel has written to the state governor asking that his pension as a former governor of the state be stopped. In a letter dated June the 14th and shared online today, July the 7th, that Daniel said after his inauguration as a senator of the 10th National Assembly, he wrote the letter to the state government asking for his pension and allowances put at 676,000 naira to be stopped immediately. So let's just so a suspension is not a stop. So we need to be clear on what is saying because if he's asking them to put it in abeyance, so he takes it as a lump sum when it comes out of the Senate, it's a different story. Daniel, who was elected in February to represent Ogun East in the red chambers of the 10th National Assembly, said good conscience informed his decision to have his monthly payments suspended. Daniel was the governor of Ogun from 2003 to 11. Here is a copy of the letter. So here is a copy of the letter. Look at that. He has a. I'm not quite sure what this logo is. That's the Nigerian emblem, isn't it? Even though he's funkified it. And this is how he refers to himself. His Excellency, Otumba Engineer Benga Daniels. The love of titles by Nigerians is something else. His Excellency. Okay. Let's do a title count. Let's do a title count because the love of titles in Nigeria is quite a thing. So His Excellency, that's one. It's all on your screen, also you cannot see it. His Excellency, so that's one. Prince, that's two. Dr. Dako Abiodun, so that's I think that's is referencing the governor there. So that's the letter to the governor. So it says, request to suspend my monthly pension and allowances. I write to request for the suspension of my monthly pension / allowances. It states the sum are being paid as a former executive governor of Ogun State. This request is in compliance with my conscience, moral principle, and ethical code against double emoluments that a serving senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria who is hitherto a former governor shall not be entitled to the payment of pension and allowances from such state. It will be recalled that on Tuesday, the 13th of June 2023, I was, with others, elected senators and members of the House of Representatives inaugurated as members of the 10th National Assembly. It is pertinent to also have it on record that since I left the office in 2011, I have not benefited from any welfare packages, be it medical, furniture, transportation, etc. Thanks in anticipation, yours sincerely, His Excellency, and then it goes on to list his own retinue of title. So there it is there. We can all applaud that Gbenga Daniels is voluntarily doing this, but what we really should insist on that these people must be compelled to do that. If you are taking a pension as a state governor, that's fair enough. But you know, those pensions should be tightly regulated one. And if they do go on to take another paid employment after their governorship, then that pension should cease to exist. So there should be regulations around that rather than the largesse of somebody else. But people with no largesse, of course, double pay 14 serving Nigerian senators to earn juicy pensions as former governors. So here they are. I never even knew that Rotimi Amechi made it to the Senate. No, these are not senators, these are governors. At least 14 serving Nigerian senators are said to be getting double pay as lawmakers and former governors of their states. This was also confirmed in an open letter written by former governor of Ogun State, Senator Gbenga Daniel, who expressed his dissatisfaction on the issue, tackling his fellow lawmakers for their lack of empathy for the wills of the poor masses. Hence, in his letter, Daniel has called for the suspension of his pension as a former governor whilst he serves an end in the Senate. Daniel stated this in a letter dated June the 14th, that getting a pension as a governor and pay as a senator violates his moral principles and ethical code. The letter reads, so we've read the letter, so we're not going to reread it. Apart from Daniel, other former governors currently in the Senate include the Senate President. Okay, as I read out the names, you then you can shout out or type in the comment section which one of those do you think will voluntarily give up their pension. Which one of these names do you think will voluntarily give up our free money? So apart from Daniel, other former governors currently in the Senate include Senate President Godswill Akpabio. I don't think he's giving up a penny. Adams Oshiomhole, he may do that. Adamu Aliaro, Kebbi State, I don't know him. Dave Umahi, I don't see him giving up anything. Aminu Tambuwal, he probably thinks he's not getting enough pension from Sokoto State. Abubakar Sani Bello, he's not giving up a dime. Others are Ibrahim Dankwambo, Gombe State. I don't know him. Danjuma Goje, Gombe still. Abdulaziz Yari, Gbenga Daniel, he's already done the right thing. Aliu Wamako, Oji Kalu. Oji Kalu is 50-50. He may give it up, but most likely would not. Ibrahim Giadam, Yobe State. Sariaki Dixon, Bayelsa State. Many of the states that provide exorbitant life pensions to previous governors and their deputies still owe workers paychecks and are amongst the poorest in the country. The Socioeconomic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, currently challenged Akpabio and the other 13 former governors to reveal the exact amount of life pensions, if any, received from their states as former governors. The group also urged them to stop collecting any such pensions and return the pensions collected to the Treasury. SERAP had said the lawmakers' constitutional oath of office under the 7th schedule of the Constitution 1999 requires you to publicly reject and return any pension. So you can whistle in the wind for that. Whistle in the wind for that. So whistle in the wind for that. Let's go to the let's go to the Sunday Igbo story. Baba is about to return. Yoruba Nation agitator Igboho set to return to Nigeria, his lawyer reveals. Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, is set to return back to the country. His lawyer, Pelumi Olajengbesi, has revealed. Igboho escaped from the country in 2021 after operatives of the Department of State Services (DSS) raided his residence in Ibadan. An operation the security agency confirmed led to the death of 2 people and the arrest of about 13 others. The DSS, through its spokesman Peter Ofunaya, said it carried out the raid after intelligence report revealed that Igboho allegedly stockpiled weapons in his house. It thereafter launched a manhunt for, we all know the backdrop. Let's just, however, addressing newsmen in Abuja on Friday, Ola Jengbesi, so that's now Igboho's lawyer. So let's pick it up from there. However, addressing newsmen in Abuja on Friday, Ola Jengbesi said the embattled Yoruba Nation activist, who had since regained his freedom, will soon return to the country. So I wonder what that means. I'm not completely up to speed with the Igboho space. So is there an adjudication to set him free? That's the thing, because that is what that implies. Igboho is doing very well, and it will soon be in Nigeria in a very ceremonial way. So Tijotilu with drum beats and dance. The arrangements are on, Olaje Ngbesi told those men. He, however, lamented his inability to enforce a judgment that was delivered in favor of his client, a situation he said was made difficult by the fact that the consent of the Attorney General of the Federation must first be secured before security agencies could pay judgment debts. You see, these are some of the things that needs to be struck off. These are some of the things that needs to be struck off the Nigerian Constitution. Just listen to that. He, however, lamented his. Also, there's a court making a pronouncement, but that is not the final verdict. Is what we have in Nigeria. So, listen to this paragraph again. He, however, lamented his inability to enforce a judgment that was delivered in favor of his client. So we all recall, of course, the famous judgment for Igboho, billions of naira to be paid to him in compensation. He, however, lamented his inability to enforce a judgment that was delivered in favor of his client, a situation he said was made difficult by the fact that the consent of the Attorney General of the Federation must first be secured before security agencies could pay judgment debts. What does that even mean? All these little mini demigods that are all just packed within the Nigerian governmental system. Whilst calling for a review of that provision of the law, and I've already suggested that, Olaje Ngbesi urged the federal government under President Bola Tinubu to have a rethink about people he described as freedom fighters. The lawyer maintained that people like Igboho, the detained leader of the proscribed IPOB Nnamdi Kanu, as well as the embattled convener of the revolutionary protest, Omoyele Sowore, deserved to be listened to by the government. He commended President Tinubu for his purposeful leadership drive, restructuring of governmental policies and operational systems since assuming the office, adding that he has rekindled the hope of average Nigerians that government can serve the common good of the people. So that's him toasting Tinubu then to butter him up. So the buttering up of Tinubu, I think I'll abandon it there. It labors on still, but we all know now where that is positioned. Actually, let me give you up to this breakpoint. The lawyer maintains that people like Igboho, Sunday Igboho now suddenly emboldened. They are telling us of a ceremonial re-entry into the Nigerian space. So when a Yoruba person is telling you that he's going to make a triumphant ceremonial entry, we all know what that is. Bata music, girls dancing, naira spraying, and owambe. So the owambification of law and order in Nigeria, President Tinubu is negotiating with looters, hasn't taken any action since arrest of Emefiele Bawa, APC ex-publicity secretary, Temi Frank. So let's find out now. I hope this is not okay. It's not long and labeled. So yes, the All Progressive Congress APC has claimed that the present administration of President Bola Tinubu has begun to negotiate with looters of public fronts. Let me actually stop there for a moment. So now, there is nothing that Nigerians are chant more than pick them all up and lock them all up. But it doesn't actually work like that. If we are pretending to be a law and order country, it does not actually work like that. So the law permits that you can arrest and detain these people under a set period of time, and then you have to grant them bail. So that's why people are so angry that Nnamdi Kanu is still in detention. But that's acting outside of the law. But the law, it permits that you can only really detain somebody for a set period of time before you grant them bail. And as soon as you grant these people a bail, they will bury you in court. So let's use Emefiele or Abubakar Malami as examples. So Emefiele, he had been the CBN governor since the Goodluck Jonathan administration. When they got rid of Lamido Sanusi, he took over. So I think it was about 2 years under Goodluck Jonathan, about 8 years under Buhari. So and it's one of the, if probably not the most corrupt CBN governors that we've ever had. So imagine the sort of war chest that Emefiele commands. I would not be surprised if Emefiele is the richest Nigerian there is, but we're talking about a man that will comfortably command the fortunes of about 10, if not more, $billion. So how are you going to fight him? He will pay the best lawyers, bribe the most fastidious judges, and leave you in court till kingdom come. You will never get all of the money from him. All you can do is to hold him hostage and negotiate what you can get back. And that's just unless you want to forget the money and lock him up forever. You know, if he says he's not giving you the money back, what can you do? You can't shoot him, can you? Temi Frank, a former Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the All Progressive Congress APC, has claimed that the present administration of President Bola Tinubu has begun to negotiate with looters of public funds. Frank, who was a chieftain of the ruling party, APC, said this in a press statement made available to correspondents on Friday. In the release, Frank said the government stopped probing public officers who are suspected of siphoning public funds after the arrest of suspended Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele and former chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Abdulrasheed Bawa, because of the plot by the political class to reach compromise amongst themselves. So, you know, when Tinubu went to release photographs of him meeting with Buhari, you know, the first thought that I had was essentially he was negotiating with Buhari how much his boys are going to give back. That's just it. That's just it. Oh, that was the thought that came to my mind, and I'm pretty sure that I'm not far from the truth. You can only negotiate what you can get back from these people. And you are negotiating the percentages because the government will know roughly how much these people stole. So you negotiate the percentages. Somebody stole, let's say, $5 billion. You tell him he can keep 1.5 and give 3.5 back. He's saying he's keeping 3.5. So you negotiate it. That's just it. But if you're saying you're going to fight somebody that commands a war chest of $5 billion, then then you're a fool. He said, from all indications, your government is negotiating with looters, and that is the reason why Up till now, we have not seen any new action against looters after the arrest and detention of Emefiele and Bawa. So Emefiele and Bawa they are the keys to that negotiation. I was saying that the government would know who stole what, when, and where, and they would know that through information that Emefiele would give. And what people are saying is that he's been singing like a canary. So they just have to negotiate it. There's no other way. Many Nigerians were happy and commended the action you took on this arrest. But at this time, we think a lot of people who looted the country under ex-President Muhammadu Buhari's administration would have by now been arrested and been prosecuted in court. Unfortunately, no further action has been taken to bring them to justice, and information at our disposal show that a lot of these looters are negotiating with your government for a soft landing. Most importantly, the zeal with which you started the fight against corruption, which Nigerians applaud, with the hope that you have come to surprise the country by genuinely fighting corruption, has clearly died down and probably may never happen again. If care is not taken, it might turn out that Emefiele and Bawa were just victims. In other words, from your body language so far, we don't think you are ready to genuinely continue the fight against corrupt government officials, but only after those perceived not to have supported your bid to emerge as president. Otherwise, there are a lot of looters out there which, despite the plethora of evidence of corrupt tendencies against them, are going around freely, and it is very likely that nothing will happen to them anymore. Frank further stated that there are indicators that those alleged looters may someday become members of the Tinubu administration, implying that they have dodged the wrath of the law for their prior corrupt deeds. So the space where my fight is this paragraph right here, and that comment. The sad truth is that some of them will actually, because we've already seen the woman from the Nigerian Ports Authority already being given a portfolio. So some of the looters from the Buhari administration will cross over into the Tinubu administration, and that won't do. That won't do. If you negotiate what you can from them and let them go and enjoy their ill-gotten gains, but then, of course, if there is no punishment for the crime, if you bring them into your administration, what is your expectation? Frank further stated that there are indicators that those alleged looters may someday become members of the Tinubu administration, implying that they have dodged the wrath of the law for their prior corrupt deeds. He continues, it is very clear that most of them might be appointed into your administration as ministers or other key government positions, which would be tantamount to rewarding looters. For instance, it is highly unbecoming that Senator Godswill Akpabio, with all the atrocious actions he took as Minister of the Niger Delta Affairs in emasculating and annexing the Niger Delta Development Commission to frustrate development of the region as Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, has now been brought back and rewarded with the position of President of the Senate. While Miss so this is the name that I had not read this prior. This is the name that came across my mind when he was saying that the looters from Buhari will cross over into Tinubu. While Miss Adiza Bala Usman, who was sacked over corruption allegations as managing director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, is now special advisor to the president on policy coordination. Most likely, Nigerians will see more known looters rewarded with juicy positions in his cabinet, he added. So it's a complex one, but I part agree with what Timmy Boy has to say. Let me give you this one. So the name that I said that you're going to be contending with going forward. Tinubu names Taiwo Oyedele as chairman, tax reforms. And you all know already, of course, Tinubu tax and spend. So now let's not see. President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of a presidential committee on fiscal policy and tax reforms. The committee, according to a statement issued by Dele Alake, special advisor to the president on special duties, communications, and strategy on Friday, will be chaired by our fiscal policy partner and Africa tax leader at PricewaterhouseCoopers, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. The statement said that setting up the committee was in consonance with President Tinubu's promise to remove all barriers impeding business growth in Nigeria. So the remit, of course, will the first remit of this Taiwo Oyedele will be streamlining and harmonizing the taxation space. Because as we have even on this platform discussed endlessly, there's just so many taxes within the Nigerian space. You are taxed just so much on everything, So just harmonize the tax to one lump sum, and then all of the satellite agencies that are entitled to whatever portion of the tax, they can quibble it amongst themselves. But you don't go here and you are taxed there. You go there, you're taxed there. Be taxed once, and then you know what you're paying and what is yours. The statement said that setting up the committee was in consonance with President Tinubu's promise to remove all barriers impeding business growth in Nigeria. It explained that the committee will comprise experts from both the private and public sectors and have responsibility for the various aspects of tax law reforms, fiscal policy design and coordination, harmonization of taxes, and revenue administration. Explaining further, the special advisor to the president on revenue, Mr. You see now, a lot of these things are passing us by, but really, in a different climate, they were not. So I want you to do. I want you to be doing an ethnic count of the names that are coming through as we continue to read out who's occupying which positions, because there's a heavy laden Yoruba names being read out. So we're kicking it off with Taiwo Oyedele, who Dele Alake told us has been appointed by a guy called Tinubu. So far, the names they all converge on one region. Explaining further, the special advisor to the president on revenue, Mr. Ade Labu Zak Adedeji. So that's number 4 Yoruba name that President Tinubu recognizes the importance of a sound fiscal policy environment and an effective taxation system for the functioning of the government and the economy. He said, Nigeria ranks very low on the global ease of paying taxes, while the country's tax to GDP ratio is one of the lowest in the world and well below the African average. So for all of the niceties, this is really where they are going to. This is really where they're looking to. This is really where they're looking to land on this paragraph that I'm highlighting here. So this is alpha, beta, rinse and repeat, or not even rinse and repeat. Alpha, beta, rinse and expand. So this is the alpha betafication of the Nigerian state. So alpha beta goes to Aso Rock. This is really what it is. If you read this paragraph carefully, it tells you then that there's heavy taxation coming, and this Taiwo Oyedele is the czar of that. Nigeria ranks very low on the global ease of paying taxes, while the countries. This is the space that I want you to pay attention to. Whilst the country's tax to GDP ratio is one of the lowest in the world and well below the African average. So Nigerians are underpaying tax significantly, is what is the problem that they are claiming to have discovered. This has led to an over reliance on borrowing to finance public spending, which in turn limits the fiscal space as debt service costs are consumed, resulting in a vicious cycle of inadequate funding for socio-economic development. So it's going to be brutal. It's going to be brutal for the average Nigerians. That's for certain. While some incremental progress has been recorded over the years, the outcome have not been transformative enough to change the narrative. Adedeji outlined the key challenges in Nigeria's tax system to include multiple taxes and revenue collection agencies, fragmented and complex tax systems, low tax morale. What's the meaning of low tax morale? What's the low tax morale? Are the people lethargic towards paying tax, or is the system as lethargy towards collecting it? Low tax morale, high prevalence of tax evasion, high cost of revenue administration, lack of coordination between fiscal and economic policies, and poor accountability in the utilization of tax revenues. So you see that poor accountability in the utilization of tax revenues. That's a key point because Nigerians are a bit cynical about this tax collection thing. One, they object to paying taxes. Who does not object to paying taxes? But the cynicism is the money really coming out of their pocket and going into theirs, into yours, So if they can link the taxation to actual projects, then the people might be able to wear it. So if they're saying we're going to be taxing in order to do X, Y, Z, and as the people pay the taxes, they're seeing progress being made in X, Y, Z, then the people there, because the progress in X, Y, Z eases their living style and it translates into their finances eventually. So if they can link the taxation to specific projects, I think that might explain it to the people. The establishment of this committee reflects President Tinubu's commitment to addressing these challenges and bringing about transformative reforms in fiscal policy and taxation. The committee's primary objective is to enhance revenue collection, reporting, and promote the effective utilization of tax and other revenues to boost citizens' tax morale, foster a healthy tax culture, and drive voluntary compliance. If they can achieve this, then they'll be the first. I think it's only the United Kingdom, the thing I've ever heard. Promote the effective utilization of tax. So that's fair enough. That should always be the ambition. But this is where it starts to fall apart. And other revenues to boost citizens' tax morale. So maybe I don't understand that, but I don't know what citizens' tax morale means. Foster a healthy tax culture and drive voluntary compliance. I've never yet heard of voluntary compliance in taxation. All I've ever heard in taxation is evasion. These efforts will not only improve Nigeria's revenue profile, but also create a more conducive and internationally competitive business environment. Our aim is to transform the tax system to support sustainable development and achieve a minimum of 18. Oh, God. I wonder, so now, what is the starting point to this achievement is the thing. So our aim is to transform the tax system to support sustainable development. Of course, a lofty ideal, a lofty ambition. Of course, we are all on board with that. Our aim is to transform the tax system to support sustainable tax development. Okay, we want that. And achieve a minimum of 18% tax to GDP ratio. So now, that is where the problem is right there. So they stated an ambition, but what is the starting point? So they want an 18% tax to GDP. So let's use loose terms just to explain this. So the GDP, gross domestic product ratio, etc., etc. So that's the bank earning of the country. So now let's individualize it. So now let's not say you are earning 100 naira. Just for the purposes of example, and on that 100 naira, you are going to be taxed on it. So now, if they are going to be taxing you 18% on that 100 naira, so that's to say you'll be paying tax of what's that? Is that 18 naira? So that's no quibble because that still gives you 82 naira to play with. But if it becomes a quibble if you were paying tax at, let's say, 3 to 4%, which is to say you are paying 3 to 4 naira in taxation previously, and then they ratchet it up to 18%. So you are paying 3 to 4%, which is to say 3 to 4 naira, even 5 naira in tax, and you're having 95 naira to play with. And then they ratchet it up from that 3 to 4% to 18%. So what's the chasm between what obtains and that ambition? That's really where the difficulty is. Our aim is to transform the tax system to support sustainable development and achieve a minimum of 18% tax to GDP ratio within the next 3 years without stifling investment or economic growth. It should be noted that this committee will not only advise the government on necessary reforms, but will also drive the implementation of such recommendations in support of comprehensive fiscal. So, so that is going to it's going to get a lot more painful before it gets anywhere near better. In fact, let me give you the rest of it. It's going to get a lot more painful before it gets anywhere near better. Our aim is to, so I just read, I'll speak through now. Our aim is to transform the tax system to support the sustainable development and achieve a minimum of 18% tax to GDP ratio within the next 3 years without stifling investment or economic growth. It should be noted that this committee will not only advise the government on necessary reforms, but will also drive the implementation of such recommendations. So are they handing over the taxation to Price White House or whatever it is they are called? Uh, it should be noted that this committee will not only advise the government on necessary reforms, but will also drive out of the comprehensive fiscal policy and tax reform agenda of the current administration, the essay on revenue added. Mr. Oyedele is said to be a highly accomplished professional with extensive expertise in fiscal policy, taxation, and economic matters. He currently serves as PwC Africa Tax leader. He is the thematic leader of the Fiscal Policy and Planning Commission and serves as essentially is the culata of PwC. Is the thematic leader of the Fiscal Policy and Planning Commission and serves as the chairman of the West African Debt Management Roundtable of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. He chairs the Taxation and Fiscal Policy Faculty Board of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and is a member of the Nigerian Taxation Standards Board. He also serves as a member of the Ministerial Committee on the implementation of Nigeria's national tax policy. So a highly experienced man who knows how to squeeze life out of people. He's a member of the Global Tax Forum and has previously served as a member of the Global Governing Council of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA. As an educator, Oyedele holds the position of Associate Professor at the Babcock University Business School. Is an alumnus of London School of Economics and Political Science, Yale University, and Harvard Kennedy School Executive Education, is a guest lecturer at the Lagos Business School and the founder and president of Impact Africa Foundation. So there it is right there. So that's the guy that is going to squeeze the life out of you. So enough of my reading. Let's see Can anyone hear me, by the way? Can anyone hear me?
We're just hearing you now, but you
were off for about a few seconds.
Thomas, can you hear me? Anyone hear me?
You are beeping very heavily. Thomas, are you there? Benny, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I think okay, I just want to be sure it's not from my end. That's the problem. How are you doing?
I'm okay, my brother.
Thank you, sir.
It's been a while, though.
Good evening. Yeah. Oh, okay. Be in the karaoke.
Yes, so. Oh, Mr. Foley. Well done, sir.
Okay. Thomas, I think one man is having issues with his setup of his network.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, water. Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé ṣọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o. Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. bóde ó jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, and there it is. So there it is. The frequency with which the system crashes, it tells us that we need an upgrade. So that's your hint then to do your super chatting, because I'm certainly not fucking up for it. So that this the frequency with which the system crashes tell us that we're in need of an upgrade. But a person that is not at all in need of any upgrade, or when he joins us, the excellent Bishop is here with us. Thomas, my co-pilot, and Darati joins us as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. So that then tells you then that there's still plenty of space left in the studio space. So come join us. So come join us, especially those new voices that we're canvassing for. Come join us. Asan, hop on board. We've not heard from you for a while. So in the direction of a system upgrade, your super stickers to the platform, as tradition would have it, Alexander Gomez does as he always does. Greetings everyone. Stay safe this weekend, you all, as I watch with undivided attention and scrutiny. So that's the CEO of the platform, and also for fulfilling righteousness, Prince Daddy. So thank you. Keep them coming. So keep them coming. As we kick the conversation then off, we'll kick the conversation off from a space that wasn't introduced, because I had not the expectation that would be. I did have the expectation, but let's go to Ogbeni is what I'm really saying. Ogbeni is going to update us on the goings on in the obese space. And then we get into the politics of it. Ogbeni, good to see you. We nearly had you yesterday, but today we have you. Ogbeni, happy to have you here.
Thank you, Woma.
Yes.
So sorry I left abruptly yesterday. Yes, I greet everyone. I greet all panelists. And I greet our listener also. They are not tired listening to us. We're all happy to be there, to be here. I greet you and welcome all of you. Thank you.
All right, Ogwemi, before you launch into the main theme of your presentation, do you want to rattle through some of the headlines? So Gbenga Daniels writes to Ogun State to say, keep your money. I think I'm all right for the moment. But yes, I applaud, and I'm sure you do as well, him saying that. But really, should this be voluntary, or should it be instituted into law that if you take another governmental position, your pension stops at the last one, and then it picks up after you finish the next one? All these some people are actually taking 3-4 payments out of the system just from previous history. Gbenga Daniels, what says you?
So for me, yes, I think along that line, when I saw this headline, well, I didn't give any kudos to Gbenga Daniel because I can't remember anything fantastic he did in Ogun State. So I would only applaud somebody who has been collecting this money, on merit, not you've been collecting the money over years for what? For what exactly you doing in Ogun State? They are collecting this money for. So yes, he's doing the right thing, but possibly he's been enjoying from the wrong thing over time. But now that's the person of Gbenga Daniel.
It's a bit like sorry, Ogwedi. It's a bit like Festus Keyamo, isn't he? After serving 8 years as a state, a minister of state, he then comes to tell us that it's not constitutionally right. It's just these people.
Yeah, like something like that. You've taken benefit of it. But let me speak now on the policy itself. For me, inherently, I don't see anything wrong in getting a monument or what you can call a retirement amendment for somebody of level of who has held the executive power in a state or in a country before. That's after leaving the office. Inherently, I don't see any trouble. I don't see any problem with that policy because um, if you hold executive power for just a day in a third world developing nation like Nigeria, you have exposed yourself to some risk that would live with you for the rest of your life and also live with your children and your generation for the rest of your life. Let me give you some very dangerous power you hold as a governor. As a governor, you sign death warrant of everybody convicted in the law court. Now, I'm aware that in most cases, people lobby for governors not to sign those death warrants. Now, when you sign those death warrants, the families, whether the bad or good or ugly, in the family of whoever you have signed the death warrant by virtue of your duty to kill, they become your enemy, a sworn enemy for life. All right, more like a serpent. Whenever they see you, they want to sting you or any of your generation. This is the kind of risk somebody holding an executive position in a country like Nigeria, a third world country generally, a developing country where people believe justice is not there, and they believe that they should escape justice, right? So when you expose that person to that kind of situation I just gave you just one. That so many people you will offend when you're in the office. You must offend people, and you must create sworn enemy for life. So yes, you need to be economic buoyant in order for you to guarantee your security and security for your people. You need not to go to some space to go and beg after leaving office because you become so vulnerable. So, and I think it's because of these, they've established this kind of monument. So, inherently, what I'm saying is I don't really see any problem with it. But I see problem with the enforcement of all these things because I don't see any reason why if you don't perform really in the office. I know, yes, there shouldn't be any discrimination, but I just think, morally speaking, if you know you don't perform in the office, you are not entitled to this kind of thing, right? So yes, it's good.
Sorry, Benny, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Also, with the monuments, do they also get packages if and when they leave the Senate, a retirement package, and if and when they leave ministerial post retirement packages? Can you not see that that's where people have problems? People drawing about 3-4 pensions from the state.
Yes, one man. I know, and I also have a problem with that. Don't forget what I'm saying is inherently I don't say anything bad in it, but I see a lot bad in a country like Nigeria where you don't even perform when you're in the office. That's the issue I have with it. Let me tell you, in the United Kingdom, if you are a prime minister for just a day, the day you are leaving, the kind of emolument you are living with for the rest of your life, you can never be poor again. I got to know that when Truss,
Liz Truss, yes.
yes, when Liz Truss was leaving office, and some people started complaining that why should he be leaving office with kind of millions of pounds, and they said it's a standby policy. Even if you are just a day in the office as a prime minister, you must earn that much by the time you are leaving. Yes, generally, so many British guys, they complain about it. Why? Because they believe that Liz Truss didn't really perform in the office. He put the economy in a very adverse, position, and they
ruined the economy.
Yes, so they believe that she shouldn't be entitled to that. That's what I'm trying to transplant to our space. Yes, it may be good as a retirement package. And by the way, that money is meant for you to retire. So what are you still doing in political space? Because a retirement and monument. So what are you really doing in political space? So yes, Gbenga Daniel has done what is right. For him as a person, I don't see any kudos to give to him. But he has done what is right, which I don't want to face his personality now. I want to face what he did. Yes, he has done very, very well. And I think they should include it in that law to say if you leave that space and you are going back to any political space, then they should suspend the payment of that money. And whichever state wants to stop that money, they should stop that money. And that's for me. Maybe that we should even teach them sense. But all I know is that to earn that kind of money, you need to work. And the more you work and deliver, I know the money enemy you're going to have, even when you leave office.
All right, let me take you to this headline now, Ogweni. Osun Governor Ademola Adeleke appoints his daughter as commissioner. So there it is. So you may well think that this is some Harvard genius that is sought after globally for her expertise in engineering or taxation or something like that. So this is the story of Adeleke being made a commissioner in Osun State, and the CV that she's bringing to her portfolio. Adeleke is an Instagram star who uses the platform to promote her love for fashion, makeup, and her daily life. So Instagram babe senators, the commissioner. So I mean, where do we even begin with this? And by the way, the wife of his dead brother, she got something as well. So what portfolio then, Davido, Ogweni?
You see the issue with these people, eh? And you know, I hate the level of hypocrisy we promote in Nigeria. Where are those ones that Tinubu's daughter was just, what was she even doing? She edited her Twitter, maybe her title.
Yeah, office of the first daughter, yes.
And Rufai Hussaini and all of them start glopping around. And where are those ones that saw Remi Tinubu in a picture and they started? Where are they? Have they criticized? What's their take on this? That's the kind of hypocrisy you see in Nigeria. People only look at address issues based on the personalities involved. Because for me, as far as this is concerned, people should be shouting about this. Why do I say so? The Constitution first recognizes the governor as one holding the executive powers in the state. Now, the governor is meant to have commissioners. That's the governor is meant to delegate his executive powers or duties or functions with the commissioners. So now you are sharing the executive power of the state with your family members. How does that sound to the man? And the people who are keeping quiet and not saying anything, their level of hypocrisy, how does it sound? Does it resound at all in their ears? I will leave it here, and I hope PDP will start talking. Because I remember they started talking. Tinubu has not even he's not even sharing any position with it. They started talking. And now look at it now. The governor that was still fighting for his mandate how many months ago? See the rubbish the guy is doing.
All right, let me take you to this next headline, and then after this, give us updates on the on what's going on in the courts, in the presidential petition court. But before you do that, President Tinubu is negotiating with looters, has not taken any action since the arrest of Emefiele Bawa, APC ex-publicity secretary Timi Frank. It's a lot more complex than that headline, of course, because that headline is just raw meat to the angry masses already. But is it a fair criticism, Ogweni?
Let's start with the man Timi Frank himself. Timi Frank is an embittered guy. Don't forget. We will look back in history. As at 2015, 16 or so, this guy was fighting for his membership back in the party or so. So he's an embittered guy. So I expect this kind of alarm, from such an alarmist like Timi Frank. So I'm not surprised. That's on Timi Frank. Now let's go back to the EU itself. Emefiele and Bawa. Is this saying Tinubu is presently negotiating with them? Or who exactly is he talking about? I've not read the story itself, and
No. I've read it. So let me just give you the backdrop. It's saying that after the arrest of Emefiele and Bawa, that the government suddenly stopped the pursuit of corrupt members of the Tinubu, of the Buhari administration, and they are now negotiating with them for a soft landing. And then he went on to give the example of he then went on to give the alarm rather that some of these members may well make their way into Tinubu's administration, citing the example of that lady, the well-spoken one that used to be the MPA leader, Miss Hadiza Bala Usman, that she was sacked for corruption, and Tinubu now just recently appointed her. So he was citing this example that what incentivizes people not then looting. But I was saying that if you want to go heavy-handed against these people, you would never succeed. But your take?
No, but you see, Hadiza. If you remember Hadiza case, Hadiza case was very controversial. You see, in Nigeria, it's so easy for anybody to just throw the flag of corruption. Oh, he's corrupt, and everybody, okay, let her leave the office. The point is what actually happened to Hadiza? Everybody needs a political issue. Hadiza case was not a corruption case, so to speak. It was a political issue. The woman was performing in that place. The woman was wanted to remove from that place for a reason. She came out and shouted. It's just like the woman that Akpabio had used with in NNDC and Niger Delta Commission. And if anybody comes out to them and say, they find that woman, the woman is corrupt because there's a corruption allegation. Allegation doesn't make you a corrupt person. Anybody can raise the flag of allegation to paint you red. So for me, on that score, Hadiza case is not a litmus test for an embittered person like Timi Frank.
But to the broader space though, because I think he has a point, but not the fullness of that point.
Now let me go to Emefiele and Bawa. As it stands today, we have an acting chairman of EFCC, right? We have we've not had our Attorney General Federation. These are two guys to prosecute anybody in the real sense, particularly all these high-profile political matters, right? So, and don't forget, these are highly politically exposed guys that you can't just rush to court. And that's why, for me, I never supported their sudden arrest in the real sense. Because I believe if you are not ready with your investigation, at least to an extent, there is no reason why you should have made an arrest. The best you can do is to ensure that you restrict the person in terms of traveling outside that country or not to destroy some evidence. So you can leave the person in the public office and still be investigating that person, but ensure that you are trailing that person in such a way that it doesn't disrupt, the course of justice or your investigation. Then when you have enough evidence, then you can pick the person and start trying that person. But as it stands now, you don't have Attorney General of Federation yet, and rightly so, because you can't blame Tinubu for that. Yes, the law gives them a time within which to appoint, and it's still within that time, so you can't blame him for that. Now on the issue of Bawa, don't forget that as at the time they pick Bawa, Emefiele, don't forget that Emefiele relates to terrorism. I know Nigerians like to, Nigerians who are even illiterate believe they know law than lawyers.
You should see them quoting constitution on this platform. Yes. None of them have ever sat a legal class.
Easy, not until recently in this, which I've known before anyway, in this election petition is when I know for the first time that many Nigerians don't even know what court proceedings mean. Many Nigerians have never even been to court before, let alone know what we do in court. So when you see some comments, you just laugh. You cannot just laugh and just pass by, because you will know that definitely this comment is coming from somebody who is even many lawyers. Do you know many lawyers don't even go to trial? Many lawyers, you see, spend 10 years practicing without putting one witness in a witness box and examine and cross-examine. That's the issue, because that's where the meat of your practice is. So I don't blame sometimes when I see some people, making some comments, I will just laugh and just pass by because that's not the way they do in court. So for me, yes, I'll be expecting them to charge these guys. If they don't have any issue with these guys, release them and let them go. But if you have issues with them, then charge them to court. And then from there, if it's just one or two counts, have it against them and get them convicted and let them be a very good example. But one thing I would like to the way I would like to summarize is these are highly politically influential guys that you can't just charge to court because they have, penetrated the system so much that you need to get something very concrete against them. If not, they will escape the course of justice.
Yeah, brilliant. So now the latest installment from Obidati TV. So all the cases have been bagged and tagged and locked in. So we've heard all of the submissions from Peter Obi. He was bringing so-called evidence in see-through plastic containers on trucks, telling them to feed his baying mob. So he did all of that dramatics. And we've had all of the drama of Kenneth Okonkwo, who would dress in wig and gown as though he was of any relevance. So we saw all of the dramas, and we saw Atiku not turning up in court. But the INEC very quickly closed its case. And the APC Tinubu Space Shetima, they quickly closed their case as well. But the one thing that a lot of people have been highlighting is the non-invitation of witnesses by the APC to defend their mandate. So everything bagged and tagged and locked in. So we're now awaiting the adjudication. So where are we in that space, Obeni?
Yes, woman, I would love you to give me, time to do an analysis of what is happening in this space. Woman, please, can you give me some time? Let me quickly do something.
All right. As you do that, let's welcome Hassan on board. Hassan, Nakwala Lafiako. Hassano, on mute. Nakwana.
One man, Kwana view in Agaja.
Yeah, Lafiako.
Lafiak, hello. How is everyone? It's been Lafiak, hello, Lafiak, hello.
It's been a while. Good to see you again. So I'm not quite sure that Ogbeni tackled this headline in the fullness of because it's very nuanced. The headline is pedestrian, but the situation is nuanced. The headline very pedestrian. So the red line is raw meat. President Tinubu is negotiating with looters, has not taken any action since the arrest of Emefiele Bawa. So this is Temi Frank expecting Black Marias to be flying up and down Abuja High Street, picking up anybody in Agbada and throwing them in cells. So this is what he's saying the expectation is. And he's also suggesting then that a lot of people that are known corrupt elements within the Buhari administration are negotiating a soft landing for themselves. And some of them even are likely to come into the Tinubu administration citing the example of Hadiza Usman as an example. But it is a lot more nuanced, isn't it, than what Timmy Frank is saying?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You see, I'm not denying the fact that a lot is happening behind the scenes. However, it's not as simple as it seems. And I don't. It's okay. I think Timmy Frank is not. I think he's playing opposition politics. He doesn't sound like somebody who, I think he has lost out of favor in the pecking order of things, and he is speaking as somebody who is in the opposition. Is he still with the APC?
In body, not in spirit. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
I guess is my network not good
no, you did
enough? I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Okay. You see, I think what is happening and the fact that of course Tinubu must deal with looters. Of course he must deal with looters. We all know how our space is in Nigeria. There are a lot of people who have had EFCC case
Oh no, your system is letting you down.
against them. Understand something? Oh, how about you skip me?
Yeah, let me skip you for a moment. Let me skip you for a moment
I'm
and go
back
to.
now.
Maybe
Oh, oh,
to see if I can get.
all right, let me skip you for a moment. Let me go back to Ogbeni, who I know is juggling things. So Ogbeni, back to you.
Okay, so sorry, I just had a moment with my
Yeah,
my
of course. Yes, carry on.
yeah. So now what has happened in the election petition tribunal is what I just like to just run through, and I would like you give me just little time to do that. So
Go for it.
so first and foremost, like we always say here, Peter Obi case. You look at his the petition he filed. Don't forget. Let me start by saying that there is this principle, election petition. Whatever you put in your petition, which is that booklet that we've shared it here before, that thing called petition, which contains your complaint and the reasons for your complaint. Whatever you put in that document is what you must stand by or stand with. Sorry, you either sync with it or you swim with it. You can't add to it after. You can't deduct from it, and you can't talk from both sides of the mouth. You can't say it's A and now because you are able to pick one or two things during the trial and now say it's B. It's not possible. Whatever you put inside that thing is what you must prove. Secondly, second principle in election petition is this: the burden to prove that you won an election lies clearly on the head of the petitioner. It's not the business of the respondent. And in this case, Tinubu, it's the business of Obi to prove his case. It's not the business of Tinubu or APC or INEC to prove anything at all. And that is why sometimes I laugh when you see Peter Obi lawyers come down from court and which they do. And recently now I call them senior media advocates. Because I don't know why senior advocate will be rushing and scrambling for mic after leaving court. I don't know. So now you see sometimes they come out and they say some things. When you get back to the petition, you won't find it's not inside that petition. It's just the noise, the kind of optic they want to create outside there, sensation. So now back to the petition Peter Obi filed. Peter Obi filed a petition of 101 paragraphs. Let me quickly do the analysis of those paragraphs for you. From paragraph 1 to 19 of Peter Obi petition is just introduction. It's just introducing, I am the petitioner, I contested, I this, Tinubu contested, they declare him, this contested, they declare him, Shetima. That is from paragraph 1 to paragraph 19. That's about 10 or 11% of the whole thing there. After that, you get to paragraph 20. Now, for paragraph 20, he just put his grants. 3 grants upon which this man is complaining against the election. First, he's saying that Tinubu was not qualified to contest that election. That is not qualified at all. And what he's asking the court to do is that whatever vote you ascribe to Tinubu will be labeled as wasted votes. Now, secondly, he's saying that the election of Tinubu was invalid for 2 reasons. Non-compliance, that is, INEC refused to comply with the electoral act and their guidelines. And secondly, for the reason of corrupt practices. I'll still go there and explain to you the meaning of corrupt, practices. Now, thirdly, he's saying that Tinubu was not elected by majority of the lawful votes cast in that particular election. So when you look at it on 3 grounds, and that's what paragraph 20 contains. Now, further, from paragraph 21 to 27, is complaining about Shettima's nomination. We all know that. From 28 down to 31 is complaining about what he say Tinubu's drug issue. And let me tell you how you couch this thing, because I'll go to the Constitution to let you understand the pettiness and the weakness in that case. Okay. Now, it simply says, oh, okay, Tinubu is not qualified because Tinubu incur a fine, all right, of the sum of 460,000 for an offense involving dishonesty, namely narcotic, I want everybody to note that, the way you phrase that thing, because it matters in law, the way you phrase whatever complaint you're making. So he's saying that Tinubu incurs some fine, and those fines involve dishonest, offense that involve dishonesty, and he mentioned that offense to be narcotic and co. So that end at around paragraph 32 to 33. So if you stop there, 30% of his petition alone is on those things. You now move to the paragraph 33, from 33 to 50, which now takes you to 50% of the petition. That was when he started chronicle of what should happen at the election, what the guidelines state. Oh, the beavers, what do you do? Use the beavers for? You must use the beavers to their accreditation, either by thumb printing or by face recognition. When you do that, they must allow you to vote. If you don't pass that stage, you can't vote. If you pass that stage, you vote. Then when you vote, at the end of the vote cast, the presiding officer must count. When they count the form EC8A, which is the result of the election, when they count it, then they must snap it with that beaver. They snap, just the way you snap the result, you snap your document with your phone. Then you send it to the backend, that's the server, and then after that, you declare results. Now, when you look at all this and you get it to paragraph 50-51, what he's complaining about is not complaining about the fact that they didn't use beavers to accredit. He's not complaining the fact that there is no Amazon server to host. He's not complaining that there was no ballot paper used. That is for me say hey. And he's not complaining that presiding officer recorded for me say hey. And the agent and also sign. In fact, he said in the petition that he has polling unit agents in all those polling units. So he's not complaining with all those steps. The only step he's complaining about is that the result of presiding, the result of that something CCA was not stamped and uploaded instantly. Don't forget, what he's saying is you did not upload it instantly, right? Okay, that's his complaint. Now, let's move further. So after that, he went to paragraph 51 and 52. Now, when you get to paragraph 51 to 53, Obi is saying that the report, that the result was not fully uploaded as at the time they announced the election. Note this, because sometimes, when you go to public space and they make all these, they like all these broad, sweepy statement that you just feel like, but this thing is not contained in this man petition. They will just talk to you anyhow. What do you know? Don't mind this guy. So that's why I went back to that petition and read it again. And I feel, so what has Obi really proven in court? Rather than just waste the time of his own people, not. So now, if you now scale it up to paragraph 52 to 53, Obi is not saying that you did not upload. He's saying that as at the time they announced that result, they've not fully uploaded. And he has not complained. Don't forget that there were no for me say 8. No. He said they comply with all those ones, but that the problem started from uploading. Not that there was no result as per the ECA, but snapping and uploading it. That's the crux of his case. Now, then after that, scale it down to paragraph 61 to paragraph 101. This is where Obi now narrated what exactly his complaint is about. So his complaint contains just 35% of, in fact, not even 35, because at a point in time, in paragraph 81 down, he started complaining about 25% FCT. So like about 20-25% was what he used in the entire petition to marshal his complaint. So now, what is Obi's complaint? And how does he say he will prove it in his petition? First, Obi is telling you that I won the election. Now, how does he want to prove it? First, he identified about 13 states. Those 13 states he identified, I don't have the luxury to be reading them out now because there are other people that wants to contribute to. Those 13 states he mentioned, one thing I noticed there is that what is complaining about those states is overvoting. So if you are complaining overvoting in law, the election in those polling units, you can't complain overvoting for the whole state. But it's complaining overvoting for the entire state. But that's not true. You can't complain overvoting per polling unit. You can't say because the result of election lies at the unit level, not the collation at the local government or ward or state or national. So you must complain overvoting at the polling unit level. That's one of the issues I have with that case. Now, okay, he's complaining about some areas like Kano, for instance. He listed Kano. And I wonder, okay, what's the issue with Kano? Now you're complaining about Kano. The man that won in Kano, that you won that man election to be upturned, is he before you in court? So if that man is not before you in court, no court will go and touch that election results. Because you did not make that man who won election in that space as a party. So you want them to cut that man's head in his absence. So that's an issue with that. And some areas where Atiku also won and go. So don't forget, what he's complaining in that place is not that I won. He's complaining about overvoting. And when you're complaining about overvoting, you are saying there was overvoting for all of us or anybody there. So therefore, declare that thing. You can't approbate and reprobate in terms of overvoting. You can't say there was overvoting in a place and still saying, give me vote in that space. So that's number one. What is number two that Obi is saying? Obi is saying they manipulated the results. Now, there are two ways to prove things in law. You have one you say based on balance of probability, and you have one you say it must be unreasonable doubt. If you are proving anything that has to do with crime, that has some element of crime in the election petition, you can't just prove it anyhow. You must really prove it. You unreasonable doubt. And what are allegations of Obi? If you go back to those petitions, you see mixtures of corrupt practices. You mention manipulation here. They uploaded fictitious results here. These are main criminal allegations. They are not just an allegation. When you say somebody uploaded a fictitious result, who are those polling unit officers at the polling unit level that uploaded those things? You are alleging crime. You are alleging offense. You have to prove it beyond just bringing a professor to court to come and tell us what he downloaded from IREF. All right? So that's the second one. Now, what are the things Obi is relying on? Obi is saying that if you calculate all the authentic votes, right, transmitted electronically, because Obi is saying that in some spaces they actually transmitted electronically. That's another contradiction you see in that petition. In one breath, Obi is saying INEC did not transmit. In another breath, if you go to paragraph 71, for instance, for benefit of our listener who has a copy of that petition, just go to 71 and try to compare 71 and paragraph 92. You see the contradiction I'm saying here. In 71, Obi is saying that the petitioner at the trial shall show that he will show that from the correct polling unit result transmitted electronically and supported by abbreviation of Beaver that he won. So he's saying that they transmitted some electronically. So what he's saying in that respect, if you go down to around 90 plus, he's now saying that they manipulated it at the back end because INEC opened 3 servers. And so those things, they actually uploaded, but it didn't get to IREF. So you see the contradiction. And in another breath, he's saying that INEC did not upload. You can't approbate and reprobate. You must stand by one. You can't just be oscillating around. You can't say they did not upload, then you come back and say, oh, they uploaded, but it was uploaded to another server somewhere where some people manipulated it. And you can't say, oh, they did not upload. And at the same time, you are saying that, oh, they did not finish uploading as at the time they announced the final election. Before you can say they did not finish uploading as at the time the final election, it means that they did upload, but not complete. I hope at least now we understand this if you have really or objective mind. Now, Obi now specifically talk about two states, Benue State and Rivers State. All others were just general availment. They are just complain that you can't really pick what exactly is wrong with those states. What is his issue with Benue? In Benue, he said they gave him 308,372 votes. He said, but he was supposed to have 329,003 votes, meaning that he's saying, give me 21,000 votes, add it to my own in Benue. If I were Tinubu, I would dash you that. Now, Obi is saying in Rivers, you gave me 175,000 votes, but I'm supposed to have 205,101 votes. So in that space, Obi is fighting for about 30,000 or about 40,000 votes. I would dash you that one. Now, when you had those twos, does it still match? Does it make you a winner? Somebody is still in between you and the winner of that election. And those are the two main states he mentioned specifically in his petition. Don't forget the principle I start with. Whatever you put in your petition, you stand by it. You can't be oscillating. Now, but one thing Obi tried to do in his petition is he now say he will be relying on some things. And what are these things? He talked about forensic reports that he will be relying on. That means he will have access to the formis AAs, and then he will cross-check what is in IREF. Then he will be able to establish the discrepancies between the two. But what has he established? Now, Obi has caught 13 witnesses. Let's land on that to prove his case. Don't forget, we've been able to summarize what his case is about. Let's see now if he has proven his case, and let's see if there's any even cause for anybody to even take Obi serious. He caught 13 witnesses, right? Now, I categorize those witnesses into 4 in terms of their seriousness and their relevance. Let me start with the one that are least relevant. In fact, very relevant. I don't know why they are calling them. They call one Lucky, they call one Lucy, and then Joma. These guys are from where? They are from Press. One from Arise. I think one from Channels. Maybe another one from AIT. I can't remember. So we call those ones. Now, what's their business? What have they come to say? Yes, it's AIT. Now, what have they come to say? They come to simply say that, oh, we remember or we can see that it is true that Yakubu INEC chairman said he's going to transmit electronically. They did not say that Yakubu said that if there is any glitches, technical glitches or any issue, they will not transmit. But what they're emphasizing on is the positive comments that he said that we will transmit. So for them, whether there's glitches or not, whether there's technical glitches or not, whether there's any issue or not, he must.
Talking about glitches, when you are dipping in and out somewhat, but carry on. We can make you out, but talking about glitches, you are dipping, but carry on.
Okay, so he must play God.
When
whatever happened, he must transmit electronically. Whatever happened. Now, in the Obi's petition, he said the rule is that if they can't transmit electronically, therefore, they must cancel the election. That's what he's saying. So you now wonder, in all the steps I just mentioned now, and there is issue with the last step, which is the repository of the results. Don't forget, which I will still get there, whether Beavers do collation or not, which was a very serious issue during cross-examination. And his own witness agreed that Beavers does not do collation. Beavers is a repository of results. That's where you just go and drop it for public to have access to. Beavers does not manipulate.
Hold on, Ogweni, can you hear me? Ogweni, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, brilliant. Hold on, Pansat, don't interject him until he finishes his delivery, and then you can interject. But let him deliver fully. Carry on, Ogweni.
Okay, thank you. So now, when you look at that, that's Beavers. But let me run through this thing and then analyze each witnesses, and let's see if they've established what Obi has come to court to prove. So now, those ones have come to say there were press release where Yakubu said there must be electronically generation. So to just say that the man is a lie, simple. Now, and I didn't follow. And don't forget what I said the petition says. The petition is not saying there was no actually uploading. The petition said, as at the time you make final announcement, they've not completed uploading. That is what the petition says. Go back. And don't forget, so that before people start criticizing me, there are parts of the petition that say they did not upload, and there are parts that say they did not finish uploading, and there are parts that says that they uploaded some, but they didn't upload some. And there is this section, there is this paragraph 71 that say that I will prove that the correct polling unit result transmitted electronically and supported by accreditation of beavers. By that, I won. So it's all this contradiction. So that's about that. Now, he called somebody they call, which is the star witness, the almighty star witness. They all, talk about, and you see them gloating about it. And that's Professor Eric Ofo. They say he's a mathematics professor. What has that man come to say in court? That man was the one who did the so-called, what you can call forensic analysis. First and foremost, that man agreed under fire of cross-examination that he's not an expert. What do I mean by that? The man agreed that anybody can do what he has come to do. You don't need any expertise to do it. Secondly, that man agreed that what he used, the source he used to do his analysis was not the primary source. What do I mean by primary source? Don't forget in what I just told you. In the course of election, there are stages. The main stage is filling of Form C8A and declaration of results. The next stage is using Beaver to send what you snap to IREF for public to have access to. But you have the result before you can transmit. Because what you are transmitting is result. Transmit result. So there's a result first before you do transmission. It's not the transmission that is giving you results. So where the glitch is coming in, where the EU is coming in is whether you transmit that result or not. So what are this man come? The man is saying that he came to use IREF, what is contained in IREF for his analysis. Meaning that he didn't access the primary source, which is for me say, hey, before you can now analyze that look Obi-Wan or oh look so on. So you simply use the secondary source as an expert. Now, during examination, they ask him another question that assuming you get to use some for me say which is the primary source, go the ballot paper, go they use the one they report the result at the unit level. If what is in the unit level is different from what you say is blur and you can't see on IREF, and I don't know even how people do analysis on what is blur. What do you see there? If it's blur, it's blur. Now, they ask him if there is any if what is in the form say which is a clear one contradict what they uploaded. With this, your report still stand. He said his analysis cannot stand again. That leaves you and me to go and think over that and see if you are a judge, you will still rely on that report. Secondly, they call one woman called ZMS Oga. That's a cloud engineer who said he's worked with Amazon. She's worked with Amazon, but she's not in court to represent Amazon. So note that. Now, why did they bring this woman? Don't forget that he said he's going to prove that that transmission was just manipulated, but not any technical glitches. As INEC continues to say, but it's just manipulation that INEC just intentionally, stop and not transmitting the result. Now, they call this MS Oga, cloud engineer. What has come to do in court? Our own testimony was, the summary of our own testimony was to say that, see, there cannot be glitches at all because that Amazon thing, that AWS is the best in the world. Okay, but during examination, they started asking her, you contested this election, yes. So, 3 areas they've been able to dent that particular testimony is one. For you to be an expert, you must be independent. You mustn't be biased at all. But if you are a member of a political party with the man you are coming to represent, you are biased. by any natural. There's nobody that can explain that. You're coming to court to represent your father. How can you be? You're coming to court with the same party you contested under. They ask you will be happy if Obi becomes the president. He said, oh, it doesn't, because everybody knows that it's natural. You'll be happy because it's your party. Maybe probably you even share from ministerial position also because you are come to witness for her. So that throws away independence. Secondly, a qualification. So they ask her, okay, you are not representing a Muslim. So if you are not representing a Muslim, they ask her, do you know there is a confidential agreement between a Muslim? I said she's not aware of that. And then the appointment letter she brought, in order to show that she understands Muslim very well, not signed and not authored by anybody. Everybody in law knows that a document not authored, a document not signed is a very useless document in law. No court will rely on that document or make use of it. But she insisted that, oh, that's how Amazon issue it. Okay, if that is the convention in Amazon, it's an issue of fact, you must prove it now. You should be able to bring another witness to say, see my own too. So you didn't bring any. Court will just believe you that what the law has presumed to be a useless document or a useless piece of evidence. You think by mouth, you can now correct it and say, oh, that's how they've been using it. That's on that for the woman. Then they brought INEC subpoena witnesses. These are the three areas, I am categorizing them. So they brought INEC subpoena witnesses. Those ones just brought documents to court. And then some of them speak to the documents and then they left. Now, if you look at all these witnesses, what have they established? Let's go back to the three things Peter Obi is saying he wants to establish. That Tinubu is not qualified in terms of draw. That election of Tinubu is invalid by non-compliant corrupt parties. That Tinubu is not elected by majority of lawful votes. If you look at all these witnesses I've just told you about, their evidence is clearly, their testimony is clearly off target. Who among them can you really point to and say that his testimony has established any of these things I've just talked about? And I've said it on the platform before, when they close their case, if I were on the side of the defense, I will rest my case on their case and allow the court to do the needful. There's no need to be wasting the time of the court again. Because you have not you've not even proven what you say you want to prove. Now, all those documents now, the other form and others, they just dump it on the court. And there is this position in law that you don't bring documents and you just fold it, you bundle them, and you want the court to be looking at it for you. You must demonstrate it during cause of court of winning and say, look at this, what happened there, look at this, what happened there. You can't just dump it on the court. That is for that, but let's leave that. Now, let's go to the area of who are the witnesses the defense called. INEC called just one witness, but that one witness has witness statement of oath about 100 plus or so. I know it's this man, an INEC officer who has been serving in INEC for 25 years plus. What has this man come to establish? This man has come to establish that we have an agreement with Amazon. We follow everything. We follow step by step what should be. We trained our people. We tested our system. And our system worked as at the time we tested our system. On the election day, we were using beavers. But when it comes to the stage of uploading, there were some glitches. But after that, we continue uploading and we still have our uploading on IRF. Now, the man witness statement or note also further says that all those things you see that is blur on IRF, the ad hoc staffs, the presiding officers at the unit levels, some of them, despite their trainings, didn't upload properly. So, and that's why you find that at that level. And they call all of them for a further retraining and try to correct a lot of things, which reflected in the subsequent election, which were a better reflection of their training on them, right? As human beings. But the petitioner want them to play God, so there must not be any error at all. Now, so it means that they have established one fact. One of the facts they have been able to establish is that Obi's case is just based on suspicion. And what is that suspicion? The suspicion is that If you did not upload immediately, then it means you have tampered with the result. The law does not rely on suspicion like that. You must prove that a tamper. You can't say, because I lock my door at night, then it must mean that I'm beating my wife inside my door. That's suspicion. You're just suspecting. Or I'm beating my children on the other. You're just suspecting. Or you're just saying, if somebody is shouting in that house, it means that they are killing somebody in the house. That's suspicion. You must be able to go ahead and prove it. So the entire case is just based on suspicion. Now, who is the next person? INEC closed his case. I so much love it when they said they could. I laugh. Tinubu and Shetima, just one. Michael Okoyemi Bamidele. And what has he come to say? 3 spaces has come to speak to. Let me pick one. The issue of drug. You see, sometimes when people don't pick the constitution, and I don't blame Nigerians, many Nigerians don't even have a copy of our constitution. So a lot of them probably not even have read, the constitution. Let me tell you, let me read what section 137D, which they rely on for you. I'm sorry I'm taking people's time. Let me read it quickly. Now, and I think people follow me on this. See what that section says. A person shall not be qualified for election to the office of president if, listen to it, if he is under a sentence of death imposed by any competent court of law, that's the death now, or tribunal in Nigeria, that's about death, or he is under a sentence of imprisonment or fine for any offense involving dishonesty or fraud by any court. So here now, it's not saying Nigerian court. The first one is saying Nigerian court. Here it's not saying Nigerian court. But see the key phrase, which Okoyemi Bamidele is trying to emphasize on, which is in his witness statement. See the key phrase, the key clause in that thing is that not anyhow offense. So here they are saying, let's even assume all this your claim even happen. Let's assume it happened. Does it fall under this section? Does it disqualify this man under this section? I want you to look at that, catch the point now. The point is that not any offense. Let me tell you that.
Or when you reread that section again, reread it again.
Let me read it again. It said, a person shall not be qualified for election to the office of president if, he is under a sentence of death imposed by any competent court of law or tribunal in Nigeria. That's about the death. Or he is under a sentence of imprisonment or fine for any offense involving dishonesty or fraud. So he must be, that's the area they're emphasizing on. That means he must have been fined for an offense, and that offense must involve dishonesty or fraud. So cashy word. So what?
So it narrows it to those two specifics. Okay, carry on. I think I know where you're going, but carry on.
Okay, so one, it must be an offense. It must be fine. Fine for what? It must be fine for an offense. Offense is criminal. Don't forget, you don't use the word offense in law when it's civil. So it must be fine for a criminal offense. That's the meaning of that word. And what that criminal offense must be about must be a criminal offense that involves dishonesty or fraud. You see the analysis now. Now let's go into what happened. If you look at the way Obi couch his thing, Obi simply says that. If you look at Obi's grant, what Obi says is that he said Tinubu should be disqualified. All right, that's paragraph 28. Whoever wants to go and read this, you can share that paragraph. He said Tinubu should be disqualified because he was fined for the sum of 160,000 for an offense involving dishonesty. And he said that dishonesty is naming narcotics. Let me start by telling you that Tinubu was not fined. There's a difference between forfeiture and fine. Let's start with that. It wasn't fine. Forfeiture is not considered a fine. Now, while both forfeiture and fine involve the loss of assets or money, as a result of a legal proceeding, they are distinct concepts in law with different purposes. Now, you may want to ask me what's a fine. Now, a fine is a monetary penalty that the court will impose it on you as a punishment for committing an offense. That's a fine.
Allow me to question him a little on that point, just that point. Let me interject on just that point.
Pastor, leave him. Let him finish. Let us ask him.
Listen, I heard what I wanted to do on just that very point is to have him clarify something, and then because when we start discussing it, we may not come to this point right here. It will take 30 seconds, right? Obeni, I believe.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, you know that in a court or a tribunal, when people proffer evidence and they say, hey, look, I want to introduce this evidence to prove XYZ, right? The counsel, the opposing counsel, as well as the court itself on its own motion, could look at it and say, no, this, you have to lay a foundation, right? You could just say, objection, you're on a foundation, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then, do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Don't lay foundation, yeah.
Okay, so if Obi and his counsel were able to introduce an evidence and it's accepted, let's say it was challenged or it's looked upon the way you're looking at it, but the court, in its wisdom, decides to admit it into evidence. Introducing it is one thing. You do cross that bar, or most of the stuff you've been talking about here, you've had issues with the evidence, either that it's not sufficient or it's a joke or whatever. You've used all kinds of adjectives to describe them. But the point I'm making, because we're going to take your thing wholesale by eliminating your own data analysis, because if it crosses that bar where the court admits it into evidence, it doesn't now matter what you think about it, if it's frivolous, if it's a joke, if it's whatever. Do you understand what I want to do is to narrow it down to the meat, right?
Yeah,
It doesn't matter how you yourself look at it if it's admitted into evidence, because admission into evidence is not introduction of the evidence, right? When you introduce it, you're going to face challenges right there, both from the counsel and from the court. Even for a witness to testify, some witnesses you've described in a silly manner.
Let me quickly save you. Yeah. Let me quickly save you. Let me quickly save you of time.
Thank you.
You see, there's a practice in Nigeria and all common law countries. You see, in those days, when you see us handling election petition for 2 years, 3 years, close to the end of the tenure of whoever you are challenging, is because when I bring evidence, we canvass argument on it, court will say I admit or I reject it, we bring the next evidence, it takes time. Because of that, what people now do, what practitioners now do is this. Whatever you bring to court, we will admit it. We will now prepare our address and canvass argument on why we are objecting. So you see all those evidence you think they have admitted, they have not admitted any.
Okay, well, hold on. That's incredible. You have to back that up, right? Yeah. Because by Western jurisprudence, there's nothing like the Nigerian courts do this and so on. You have to have. We copied our constitution verbatim pretty much from the United States. Hold on, please.
We don't use constitution.
No, hold on. What's going on? Hold on, everybody. What's going on? Yeah. Have you finished your submission, Ogweni? Sorry, I stepped away from my computer.
I've not.
He has not, but
I did say no interjections, but so apologies, Ogweni. Carry on.
Okay, sorry. So okay. I'll carry on. Let me just make a little clarification for the person asking me a question. You see, Nigeria is not. Nigerian laws are not slaves to any other law in the world. We are a sovereign country. Now, in our own jurisprudence, in terms of evidence, leading evidence in court, there are temporary admission of documents, which the court has the power to expunge at the end of the day. And council all agreed in this election petition, they all agreed that we don't want to waste the time of the court. Whatever evidence you bring, you tender it. We'll tell the court, if you watch the proceeding, they simply tell the court, we are objecting, but we'll canvass our objection in our written address so that everything goes smoothly. By the time they canvass their objection, maybe based on foundation you refuse to lead, or maybe the character of document you are bringing and everything, the court has the duty to expunge all those things from the court's record. That's the practice in Nigeria. That's the practice even in United Kingdom where I stay. Okay, there is nothing like once the court admit, if the court admits inadmissible evidence at any stage, the court can expunge it out from its record. But so that taking. Now let me go further because I'm rounding off on my point. So now, first thing I said is this: what happened to Tinubu was not a fine. Forfeiture is not the same thing as a fine. And I tried to define what fine is. A fine is a monetary penalty. It's a penalty imposed by a court for a punishment for committing an offense. That is the character of the fine that this particular section 137 is saying. And most time it is monetary, and determined by the court. Then, and the intention is to deter you from future maybe committing the crime and others. But on the other hand, and forfeiture is for you to they seize your property. It's not they impose monetary penalty on you. They seize your property and you lose your asset. When that asset is believed to be connected to maybe illegal activities or you obtain it through illegal means, and they seize it. So if you go back to what I've read about that section 137, it will tell you clearly that what is contained in that place is not saying forfeiture. It used the word clearly, fine. So it is not forfeiture, it's not same thing as fine. Fine is different from forfeiture. That is the one point I want you to make. Then secondly, you see, there are different characters of offense. Now, the argument MOB tried to say in his witness statement is to say, let's even assume that this was correct. That's the argument here. Okay, let's assume it's correct. Does this issue actually fall under 137? And he said, no. First, that thing is not a fine. For sure, it's not a fine. Secondly, narcotics. When you pick, you see, there are so many character of offenses in criminal law. Narcotics doesn't fall under dishonesty offense or offense involving a dishonesty. And let me beat it down a bit for you. There are many types of offenses or characters of offenses. Let me give you some instance. There are offenses we call offenses against human body. Maybe murder, maybe you cut people's hand, ritual, and all those things. They are offenses against human body. There are offenses against property. Maybe arson, you set somebody's property ablaze, you stole somebody's property, stealing, theft, all those crimes. They are under crimes against property. There are crimes in Nigeria we call unnatural offenses. Unnatural offenses are sodomy, homosexuality is offense in Nigeria, lesbianism is offense in Nigeria. You see, these are what we call incest, all those things. They are all crimes and they are unnatural offenses. Now, there are offenses we call offenses involving dishonesty. Those ones in Nigeria, they are like fraud, they are like bribery, they are like embezzlement, false pretense, like forgery, like perjury, extortion, tax evasion. These are enforcement.
Just give me 1 second. Just something that I'm noticing in the comment section. In this country, if you buy if you unwittingly buy a stolen good, let's say a stolen vehicle, for instance, somebody steals a car and then they put it on eBay, and then you unwittingly you buy that car, you will forfeit that car because you have no right to it. So that's roughly what that means. That's for the benefit of Uptown, but I carry on.
Yes. So now we now have offenses that involve dishonest offense. It has to do with the state of your mind. Are you deceiving people? That's the first question you ask yourself about that offense. So in the ones I've listed, like bribery, you are deceiving people, Embezzlement, you are deceiving people. False pretense, you are deceiving people. Advanced fee fraud, that's what we call 419 in Nigeria. It must involve deception. That's the dishonesty in it. Or forgery, you forge in order to get something. Perjury and others. When you say offenses on narcotic, it stands on its own. It's not one of those you class under offenses that involve dishonesty. These are technical issues in law, but the optic of somebody just come and say, sit down and think, do little research. Little research is enough for you and say, what are the classes of offense? And then just ask question, even on Google, and say, does offense relating narcotic necessarily be offenses involving a dishonesty of? You will see what it will give you. Give a straightforward answer. Okay, so now that is for that. So when you now finish all those things, you now come back to what exactly is session. That, don't forget what I've just said is that what MOB is trying to establish there is that, look, let's even assuming we take all these things, this thing does not fall under section 137D to disqualify anybody, right? Now, further, his next fact or argument in his case is that now when you now come to look at it, that thing said you must be fined for an offense. So if, let's say, forfeiture now is an offense, which offense was he fined for? Because there must be a predicate offense. You must be found guilty of an offense before you can say they said they fine you for that thing. So was there any charge prevailed? Everybody knows that in a criminal matter, there must be a charge. They must charge you. You must have a charge number and you must be convicted. Then they can now say, okay, we impose fine on you or we charge you. So what the man is trying to establish in that, they kept asking him during cross-examination, what the man kept emphasizing on is that there was no charge anywhere. And if you don't have any charge, there is nothing called offense. Civil matter doesn't have offense. It has what we call civil liabilities. It has what we call civil wrong, but not an offense. When you see in law, they start saying offense is crime you are talking about. You are not talking about civil. Civil is liability and wrong. So they've been able to do that. And now, when they finish the whole thing, they try to cross-examine MOB. I've seen the one many obedient shout about, MOB said the man was really convicted. The man was convicted. He lost his money for error.
That's Bamidele. That's Bamidele.
Yes, MOB, Michael Bamidele, that he admitted two things people don't know. First, let's say what he even admitted is detrimental to that case. You cannot use oral evidence to vary what is in documentary. I can't come to court today and say one man is a thief. When all the document you tender in court is saying that you are not a thief. You won't punish one man because Bankole came to court to say one man is a thief. No, you don't do that. But when I see people where I say, well, wait for the judgment, let's see what the judgment, but don't make noise when the judgment comes out. Let's come back again on the round table and analyze what we have been saying now and what the judgment is going to bring out by then. And I think I'll rest my case here. Now, the APC, let me rest it on APC. I've also heard people say, APC, they lack witness, that's why they are not calling witness, I just laugh. See, like I said before I started this analysis, election petition, the petitioner swim or sink with his case. If a petitioner cannot build his case or prove his case, the defendant has no business to build his case for him. Just rest on his weakness and let him sink like that. Don't draw him up. That is what the defendants have done in this matter. And I think it's very good for them. Because if you look at where the cross-examination is going, particularly on Okoyemba, they were trying to tender, particularly on Diane, they were trying to tender some document even through Diane guy during cross-examination. And I know very well that they still have more document to tender in order to build their case during cross-examination. But unfortunately, the defendants are not allowing them in this case because if I don't call any witness again, there is nothing you want to build again. You pack all your buckets of document and you take them back home. So that's my analysis on this one man.
All right. So it's Obi Atiku or Obi Atiku. Are they sinking or swimming?
One man is very simple. They have no case. They have come to court to sink with that case. We'll wait for the judgment and see.
Are you disappointed with how feeble the substance of the case is and also the presentation by the lawyers?
I'm not one man. Do you know why? When they brought the case, and I saw Oyenshi Ikpeazu there, I said, this will be a very tough case. But see, the moment they didn't allow that man to lead, first proceeding, second proceeding, third proceeding, I see they are putting that man as the second fiddle. I say, forget. And I will say more than that. I know the person who led that case. You see, seniority is not the same thing as knowledge of law and experience. But unfortunately in court, we use seniority to lead in terms of leading our case, which is very unfortunate. But, we just need to maintain a little, level of decorum in court and then still give seniority priority in law. That's why we do that. But let me tell you, that man that did not lead that case is a big minus for Obi.
All right, Ogweni, are you happy to take a couple of questions from some of our known obedience?
Yes.
All right, just to set the ground rules, I'm going to only allow 2 questions each, and those 2 questions is not needle, just land a big question, let Ogweni respond, and then have a follow-on question, and then if there's room to push it further, then we'll decide on that. So let it be structured, and don't do long essays. Just be as succinct as you can be. So who wants to put questions to Ogweni first?
One man, I will go first, and please, one man in this, because you allowed Ogweni to run his defense of the tribunal cases. And
no, because he has expertise, which the rest of us don't. But
one man, I respect his expertise, but sometimes with people with expertise, can also be wrong. And
what I don't want is this endless yes, but what if, yes, but what if, yes. So let it be structured and intelligent.
Yes, because yes, okay, but let me just go ahead, just a couple of things, because he wasn't thorough in the questions that was asked AOB, that is Mr. Bamidele, Senator Bamidele, so because he was asked on what ground would that forfeiture made. And I think that is where the issue lies, because they were referring, and one man, I and Saki Father, we went through this thing earlier on today. So
you guys are having private meetings. What's going on?
No, we are working on this case. Everyone is working on it.
Saki, I know you are listening. Come on board. Come and give the Latin version.
He will. Actually, he's a little busy this period, but he sure will. He told me he will. But one man, it is about on what premise was that judgment made, and the judgment, according to what we saw on the paper, was made based on the criminal code, which is 1956 and 1957, which clearly stated the reasons why those laws were made. So whether it is civil or criminal is what the case is all about. I'm talking about the forfeiture. So now they are trying to say it is a forfeiture because he didn't pay taxes. But while I was listening to Obeni, and he was talking about the kind of crimes and all that, he mentioned about tax evasion, which is part of that as well. Now, one man, the case did not fly by dishonesty or fraud, because don't forget that we're dealing with money laundering and fraud against Tinubu. That was what the case was all about. That was what the case was all about. So the certain section that this judgment was referred to or was made from is what we're talking about, that it is a criminal forfeiture. Looking at the section of the US Constitution that was referred to in this case. So that is one man. Then secondly, there was one other question.
Do you want Ogbeni to take that on first, or you want to put
Okay,
them together?
okay. Let me put them together. Then he will just answer. He will just answer it because I know where he's going to land. But let me just put it out there. The ECOWAS report. The ECOWAS report that was presented to AOB was thoroughly read and signed by AOB as well. It was an evidence in which that he presented in court that there were violence during the election. And when he was drilled on a document he presented, he now said that it was that he believed in the document, but that particular part, he believed that it was IPOB, which was just one of those things that we used to talk about. So, Mr. Benny, I don't really have issues with what you said. I know that the court will really trash this issue, but I believe that Obi has a serious case, and if the case wasn't that serious, we wouldn't see APC protesting at the EU Commission building. Thank you. You can go ahead and
okay. Let me quickly answer you. You see, when you talk about tax evasion, money laundering, fraud, all those things, they are not Obi's complaints. I've read Obi's complaint to you. Let me read it to you again. And I've told you that court face what your complaint is. You can't get to the middle of the game and change your complaint. What is Obi's complaint? I'll read it again. Paragraph 28. Whatever you get that petition, go and read that thing. Obi said that Tinubu was not qualified because of what? Because he was fined for the sum of 460,000 for an offense involving dishonesty, namely, he named what that thing is: narcotic trafficking imposed by the United States. Do you see tax evasion there? Do you see money laundering there? Do you see fraud there? So when you see people talking about this tax evasion, money, they are outside what the court wants to see, because that's not.
Sorry, Ogbeni, why were his lawyers pushing this? Because if you know, they must know. So why were they pushing this particular? Is it for the optics?
I won't castigate any of them. But when you see, one thing I've learned in my years of practice is, see, when you see any legal thing you see jumping out from court to go and face press has a very weak case in court. Once you see any legal thing, I will repeat it again here, and you see them as they are leaving the court. Look at Michael Zekome. Whenever they finish in Nnamdi Kanu case, you go and finish. As have they released in Nnamdi Kanu today? Look at this man they just granted bail. Do you see that man's lawyer making noise anywhere? Yes. Do you see his lawyer making any noise? And silently, they make their case and God demand a bail. That is how you know the difference between lawyers that are just media practitioners. Just go to you just make noise, and those that do their work and just leave. Because legal profession, I'm coming. Legal profession is a noble profession. Sometimes it bleeds my heart when I see lawyers. You see, your right of audience is in the court. If you want to demonstrate your advocacy skill, go to court and demonstrate it before a judge. Don't come out and be saying, go and ask INEC, I don't know why INEC is objecting my document. What? That's how we now practice law, senior advocate of Nigeria. He should, I don't know, even another person outside should be worried. Can't complain in court. Don't tell press to go and be talking to your rival, your opposing counsel. Why are they opposing? If you have a good case, if they oppose, it shouldn't be. But by and large, sorry, let me land on answering your question. So I've told you, Obi case is not on tax evasion, it's not on money laundering, it's not on fraud. Obi is simply saying that money you forfeited has something to that involve dishonesty. And I know why he couched that. Because that is what the Constitution says. If he's going to tax and all those things, Constitution will not cover it. So what the Constitution say, I've read the Constitution to you now. The Constitution shows that word carefully. And the Constitution says that offense must first be a fine. Secondly, it must be a fine that involves an offense. Thirdly, that offense must involve a dishonesty offense. So now here, what is the dishonesty offense? That is for that. Now, secondly, on you insist.
He didn't explain it. So why did he why was the money forfeited in the first place then?
It's not the business of the defendant to come and be telling you why. It's okay to come and prove. That's what
Can I chime in on that then?
So now I understand. Now see now when you see that's where I was coming from. You see, you're not speaking, to the fact of the case. You are speaking you're speaking as a defendant of Tinubu. So that was why I said that your submission was already compromised.
Hold on, Ogweni. Why did you say that? Why did you say that?
Yeah, because based on what he was saying right now, like now he is, if he wasn't direct with, what we were asking him, he is not saying, oh, that it wasn't, this one, that situation wasn't mentioned, this one wasn't mentioned. So now he is acting as a defendant. He is not bringing out the case.
Hold on, Bishop. Joel. Ogweni is speaking to you from a legal point of view, and all the time that he has been submitting on this matter, he's told us all the way through that your case is predicated entirely on what you submitted. So it's to the letter, and what he's explaining there is that all of these things, whatever the rights or wrongs of it, they are not documented in what will be submitted. So the court has no decision to make there. They only have decisions to make on what will be submitted. Is that not understood?
Okay.
Do you understand that?
I get it. One man. Right. I get where you're coming from, but I'm only saying.
No. But you get the point. It's not where I am coming
from.
I
get the point. I get the point. That's what I'm saying. That one man. I get the point, and you can make points and also show some biases. That's the point I'm trying to make.
No,
that there are some biases.
Where's the bias?
The bias is in trying to defend Tinubu. He should have allowed us to move our.
No. How did he defend Tinubu? Because I don't want it to be ad hominem and going after the guy because
Good.
Can I chime in on that?
No. Can you
hold on? I asked a question. The forfeiture. The main thing is this a criminal forfeiture or a civil forfeiture? And Ogweni has been running around it. So I asked it. That was okay. We're about to. Okay, so because you say you were done, that was the reason why.
He said he did answer it.
I'm about to answer that.
You say you want to answer it. Okay, go ahead.
Because I've only done with your first leg of question to let you know that the law is that you must prove what you have alleged. It is not the business of your defendant to come and be telling you and build your case for you. It's your business. And that's why when they arrest you here in the Western world, you have a right to keep quiet and not say anything. Abi, that is it. Why would somebody say, because he's quiet, it means he's guilty? That's the kind of thing you are doing now. Oh, because Tinubu cannot really explain why he forfeited that money. That means he's guilty. No, it's the business of the petitioner to prove this man is guilty of so. It's not his business. That's one. Now, secondly, that money he lost is not a criminal forfeiture. It's a civil forfeiture. Let me explain. I've explained here before 2 times. What is criminal forfeiture? What is civil forfeiture? Let me explain the difference for you. In criminal forfeiture, you must have something they call predicate offense. What is the predicate offense? For instance, you have committed advance fee fraud, which is 419, or you have committed bribery, embezzlement, misappropriation, and all these things. Now, the proceed of that crime, you have it in your account. Now, in a criminal forfeiture, what they do first is they will charge you to court. Once they charge you to court, they get conviction. Once they convict you first, they will now file an application for you to forfeit the proceed of that crime. So what they find now, that forfeiture that happened there is called criminal forfeiture because it's predicated upon a criminal offense proven and finding you guilty. They can find you guilty either in absentia or not. A good example I will give you is Uchpupi case. They first find him guilty of cybercrime, and then they apply for him to forfeit his money in US bank. Right? Now, what is civil forfeiture? Civil forfeiture has no predicate offense. It doesn't find you guilty. Civil forfeiture in most time is based on suspicion. They suspect you reasonably. And that is why you see they keep saying that reasonable suspicion. And if you read the judgment of the court, that settlement thing, you see reasonable suspicion there. So what is civil forfeiture? Civil forfeiture, let me give you a simple example of a case I've handled before on civil forfeiture. A client of mine bought pants from a guy in Nigeria, they blew the change. He sent his naira to the man. By the time he received his pants here in the UK, the money was transferred from one Chinese guy like that. And immediately it landed, he felt, who is transferring this man? In fact, in less than 5 minutes, they suspended our account and then wrote in to come and prove whether that money he has in his account is not a process of crime. Now, we started on the whole thing. And at the end of the day, they realized that, yeah, he bought this thing, he bought the money innocently. But the source of the money which they transferred to his account was questionable, because the source from where it's coming from was one proceed of kind that they've been tracing somewhere from China till they trace it to that account. So, and I told him, see, you need to forfeit this money because you can't prove. So they can't charge him for crime because he's not connected at all to that crime. But the proceed of the crime, one way or the other, got to his account. And on that basis, they went to court to get forfeiture, because the regulatory authority will not just forfeit your property. They must get an order of court to do it. So they got to court. I thought, see, just prove the one that you know is authentic for you and get away here. And he agreed with me. And that's how we settled that case. And they got their forfeiture and forfeit. So if tomorrow that my friend wanted to contest in Nigeria tomorrow, you will say he has committed a crime, because once you forfeit, then it's criminal. That is the difference between a lawyer analyzing an issue and somebody who doesn't really understand the law. So that's the difference. That's criminal forfeiture and that's civil. So if I narrow it on Tinubu case, if there is no charge filed, if there is no predicate offense, if he's not found guilty and I see guilty and convicted in any way, it is civil forfeiture. Point, simple and clear. And all those lawyers that you see going around, those senior advocates, they know. It's just for press and optic, and that's why sometimes I just look at, well, it's what we do in law. Just keep your client happy, and then you keep people following you happy, because it's a it's a big case, a big ticket case, and you must hang your feet. So that's all I can say about that.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Sorry, Pansat, let me invite you in. So I will invite you in, Pansat, but the rules, of course, it has to be civil. So if it's not civil, then we just move on, and then let's not play Google lawyer. So just ask questions as the layman that you are. So don't quote Constitution, because I'm not sure you're equipped to do that. Two questions to no. Just follow as I've said. Two questions.
I've heard
to
what
Ogbeni,
you're saying,
and then we move on. So just don't address me. Address Ogbeni. Two questions to Ogbeni, and then we move on.
All right, very well. I don't think we're gonna be able to make it through here, but let me try. Ogbeni, by the way, hello. Thank you for presenting your opinion here.
We'll be able to make it through, but I'll carry on. Yeah.
On this matter. I know you, and when Joel, there's a couple of questions that Joel has asked you that are very interesting, very, on the money. Number one, your capacity right now, what you're doing here, is not to be a neutral observer.
All right. If you carry on in that vein, then I'll have to just move on to someone else. No ad hominems.
What is that hominem?
No, don't go after his personal. Okay, let me go to Bishop. Bishop, do you have a sorry? Look, guy, you have to follow.
You're scared to death. You don't want me to talk to him.
No, listen.
You're scared.
Look, listen.
You're protecting him.
If you want to shout,
I didn't.
Okay, I can mute you. So I have all of the things to listen, guy. don't do that your usual stick. This is not the time or the space for it. I did say to you in the private chat, and I've said to you on the screen, civil rules. Just ask questions, and then he will answer. If you're satisfied with the answer or not, is immaterial. So we don't want to turn it into another panzer shouting, screaming, and shouting. Just be civil, which we know you can be. So to you.
Anyway, Obedi, you would agree that when there's a case, you have a lawyer both on the defense side, and then you have a lawyer on the other side, right? On pretty much every case, unless somebody's defending themselves, you have a lawyer on each side, right?
Of course, yes.
Okay, and often one side loses. So being a lawyer doesn't make you right or wrong. You could be a lawyer and you'd be wrong.
Of course, why not?
Thank you very much. Now, when you look at, you yourself have actually asked the question, what is the U.S. citation of what is the case that is resulted in this forfeiture? Do you have the citation? Because I put it on the private section.
I didn't ask that question. Maybe you did.
But you didn't mention it, which is 18 USC. I think Jewel.
I didn't mention that.
Okay, Jewel for sure mentioned it, and it talks about laundering of money instruments to avoid a transaction reporting requirement under state or federal law, right? And in the things that you said involved moral turpitude, you mentioned tax evasion and all those kind of things. You yourself mentioned that. Joe pointed you to that.
I didn't mention tax evasion. I think you listened to someone else.
No, you did mention tax evasion.
Somebody asked that question, and I explained to him that is not Obi's case.
All right. We'll go back and look at that again. But anyway, so what I was saying when one man said was ad hominem, let me rephrase it because maybe it's the way I phrased it. I'm saying to you that as you're here today and you're making this presentation, you cannot say you're not biased.
Ask him a legal question.
It's a legal question.
No, don't. That's a personal question. Please, now.
Hold on.
Work with us. You don't have to do
trust me.
The jimma jammers all the time.
No, don't worry. I'm not doing anything like that unless you just have an issue with hearing my voice.
No, you are doing it. I've said to you, let me say it for the last time, and hopefully I don't have to repeat it. Leave him alone and ask legal questions.
I have not accepted him. I'm trying to have him lay a foundation that he's qualified.
Okay. If you don't find him qualified, then let somebody who does ask him a question.
No, but that's not the way it works.
No, that's the way it works.
When he helped me out here, let him know. If you're a lawyer, we have to first of all find out where you're coming from as you're giving us your testimony here. In essence, it's not an insult. He's been greeted. And we've said, look, we're happy you're here. But the point is, if he's giving the opinion, maybe I wasn't here when he addressed that. Is he saying, hey, look, I've looked at the cases at the courts, and this is my observation of what happened on both sides. When there's a little bit good from Obi, he will say, Obi did well here. If Obi did bad here, so Obi did bad here. If Tinubu did not defend himself very well here, he would say they did not do very well here. Do you understand what I mean?
No. I don't want this to go in this direction.
Let him answer that.
No. Hold on. I don't know. Just like I did with Joel, you get two questions. So ask him either one after the other or in one swoop, and make the question to the legal matters, not to his personality. So let's reset and start from there. So 2 questions to the petition that has now just concluded. Pansar.
Okay, Obeni, the case at the tribunal, is it a criminal case or a civil case? And what's the standard that's being looked at here? This tribunal going to be looking at it at a case that require a criminal threshold, which is beyond a reasonable doubt? Or is it a civil case that's going to require a lower standard, such as clear and convincing evidence, or the middle ground, which is by preponderance of the evidence? That's one question. I'll let you answer that, then I'll come back with the second one.
Okay. Now, in law, in election petition in Nigeria, if you are alleging non-compliance with the Electoral Act, what you just need is a standard of civil case, which is balance of probability. If you are alleging corrupt practices, you need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, because corrupt practices is a criminal offense you are alleging. So what is Obi alleging? Obi is alleging both. Now, there is a rule also that if you weave the facts or the facts that you are using to prove your non-compliance, what you are using to prove your corrupt practices, then you can't use civil standard again. You must use beyond a reasonable doubt. So what is the key?
Hold on, please. Well, my question, for example, if somebody kills somebody, yeah, that's a criminal liability. The state can charge you, but you can also sue. Also here in the United States, you can then sue for civil liability, even though it involves criminality. When you sue somebody trying to get monetary damages and stuff like that, even though the state may be pursuing a criminal case against the defendant, when the lawyer hires an attorney to go to court and they're trying to prove civilly that he's liable and he has to pay, you're not going to be saying that civil case is a criminal case because it involves murder. Do you follow me? So if you think there's a criminal liability right here, you have to cite part of the Constitution that they're going by. In essence, what is the charge at the tribunal, right? It involves a criminal behavior by INEC, according to Obi and Atiku. But what we're looking for here is the standard by which those judges are going to use to determine the case. They're not going to be waiting for Obi to prove his case, like you said, beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not, in essence, even though it involves crime of intent.
Okay. Let Ogbeni answer that. What standards would the judges be applying?
I've explained to him, except if he can, what I've explained to him.
Explain one more time, and then you take his second question.
I'm not even sure he's listening to me.
No, he's not.
So I'm listening.
Okay, if you listen to me, you will know that I've explained what is called non-compliance and corrupt practices. And I've explained to you the standard of proof for non-compliance and the standard of proof for corrupt practices. The standard of proof for non-compliance allegation is balance of probability. That's what we do in civil matter. The balance of proof, that's because that's the civil aspect of election petition.
Right. Well, you stop right there because that's what I'm
you asked the question. Let him answer. So
no.
Do you mind? Let him answer.
The standard of proof for corrupt practices is beyond a reasonable doubt because they are criminal allegations.
I know that, but that's not what we're looking. That's not what those judges are looking for here.
That's not what you want to hear. But let him answer.
What Obi has alleged is both civil and criminal. What are the civil parts? The civil part is that you did not follow your rules. What
part of his quote? Where did he make that?
Sorry, land the point, Ogbeni.
You have your petition with you. Let me refer you to paragraph 72. Do you know what that paragraph says?
No, don't do that because it's going to knock it down into.
There is no way I can be telling you something vacuum. Obi said, let me just give you one or two examples of criminal allegation he made. Obi said they tamper with this. Obi said they manipulated the result. That's a criminal offense. Obi said they uploaded fictitious report. That's forgery. So those two allegations, for instance, you must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't just prove it on balance of probability. And I've told you in the election petition in Nigeria, there's another rule that say when you now weave your non-compliance plus corrupt practices and we can't really understand the difference, you must go and use standard for a criminal offense to prove your case. Wait for the judgment, you see all these things.
Okay, all right, thank you. Then the last question I have for you.
Yeah, sorry, yes.
I'm only limited to two.
Yeah, your second question, yeah.
And I must say before I go to it, it's better to be lucky than to be good. It doesn't hurt to have somebody's uncle as a host on a show to protect you, right? So on this one, I want you to read section 60 to 62 of the Constitution, but you read it concomitantly with Electoral Act. You understand what I mean?
You want me to read section 60?
I mean, refresh your memory, but if you haven't read it, then I want you to read it. But if you say you're familiar with the
Do you know
Electoral
what
Act,
60, do you know what 60 says? Because once I read it, one man will just close you because it doesn't relate to election petition. 60 is talking about legislative committee
what are you talking about? What 60 section 60 of what?
of the constitution. Is that not what you said?
No, I said Electoral Act of 2022.
Oh, if electoral, I need to look for that.
Okay, you don't have to read it if you're familiar with it. I just want to make sure to refresh your memory what the Electoral Act.
Yes, now if you can talk about it without me reading it, yes, now tell me now.
Okay, so you don't know it.
I know it, but you want me to read it.
Do you think all lawyers commit the Constitution and all statutes to memory?
No,
make the point now, and let's just.
No, the point what I meant by that is that if you're gonna talk about
he talked about counting of votes.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, I'm going to move on to the next person now. Bishop, do you have a question for Ogbeni?
Okay, bye guys.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, gentlemen. I have to ask you a question. I think what the session person is talking about is about the counting and the transmission of the result, blah, 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 blah. They've been making noise about it. I don't know if there's a question he wants to get out from that. That's section 60 of the Electoral Act, reading it down. I think about just the counting of the results, the recording of the results, election results, the vote, the transmission, the blah, 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 and the I think generally on this particular issue subject, when I've dealt with it severally, this is not the first time. Even we that are non-lawyers know a bit of what is always taking time to explain has been going. I was just hoping that maybe after everything we would do a postmortem, because it's everything he said today. Probably this is about the fourth time or thereabout I'm hearing him, and I'm hearing us going over it again. So there's practically nothing I want to ask except that you would not like me to say maybe we are overflogging a dead donkey. I'm sorry.
No. It's the Nigerian presidency at stake, so it's something that and it's something that is agitating a lot of Nigerians. So
I know. I'm not belittling it. I say that's a space that we have exhausted. He's done this over and over. He's explained it. If you keep doing it 100 times, people will keep bringing up issues the way they want it to be. Not the way it is. He has stated it the way it is. So if people don't disagree with it, maybe after the verdict of the appeal of the Presidential Election Tribunal, can do a postmortem. But he's pretty said almost everything he said now before. I mean, I've had him as inconsistent as I may be. I've had him say this over and over again. Clause by clause, point by point, bullet point by bullet point. He's practically said everything he said. So I believe it's clear enough for anybody that wants to listen, that just want to pick quarrel even where they are not. So for me, I think he's done a beautiful job about this.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Kulata. Kulata, do you want to push Ogbeni a little bit on this petition?
How can I push Ogbeni, my fellow great defense? I can't push him now. I just have basic questions. So, the defense, what evidence did they provide to show that Tinubu doesn't have any indictment or never had any indictment? Did they provide any evidence as part of the defense? Ogbeni.
Okay, so now they've not provided than to in their written address. Okay, let me start by saying that the principle is that they are not meant to prove their innocence. They are not meant to prove that I did not. It is for Obi to prove that you did. So what they have simply done, what they simply did was to rely on whatever Obi said they have done. which was, if you go to the testimony of MOB, you know, he just adopted it. But if you go to the details, I can send it to one man. I have a copy. It's about almost 100 and something paragraphs. So many people outside don't even know it, what he adopted. So before, when you go to court, people used to talk one by one. You talk, the judge will write, you talk. But these days, we have what we call front-loading system. So front-loading is whatever you are coming to say in court, you say everything in your paper, you go and sign it. You just simply come to court and adopt it. And the moment you adopt it, it becomes your words. It becomes your testimonies, what you have come to say in court. So many of the things they have said in those 100 and something paragraphs, people don't have access to it. It's in the bosom of the court presently. So, but from what I can glean from there, their defense is what I have just analyzed for you. Their defense is that I'm relying on whatever you have said, and all you have said has not disqualified me. I was not fined. The law say fine. I was not involved in an offense that involved dishonesty. Let me assume you agree. Thirdly, I'm not involved in a criminal offense. So yes, I was not charged. But it is true, the law, the judgment itself, which is what Okoyemi admitted, but because it can't vary what is in document now, the tender CTC of what came from America, and they are not disputing that there's no document like that. So they are saying, okay, we agree with this document. I forfeited 400 and something thousand from the USD to US government. But when you look at that document itself, it doesn't fall under section 137D to disqualify me, which I think is the best defense, because by the time if they go into start saying, oh, this is what happened, and this is what they start picking, you see all these tax you, they just kept quiet. They didn't even talk at all about it, which I think is okay for them.
But I believe they said the lawyer submitted the letter from American Embassy showing that Tinubu is not wanted for anything, that he has all clear.
Yes,
at the same time, that letter, and also submitted the school.
The one from ID. And they submitted the school in respect of the certificate thing. But this is another thing you look at, which I've not even talked about. If you go to, there are some things you see in media, and then Obi's lawyer tried to push out there, which are not contained in that petition. And that's why every time I keep referring people to that petition. There is nothing like certificate forgery in Obi's petition. Anybody can want to prove me wrong. Go and download the petition and read it from paragraph 1 to 101. I've read it severally. And come and show me where certificate forgery is an issue there. So if it's an issue you are just bringing at the middle of the game, it's not accepted anywhere. They will expunge all those documents out. And that's why they don't really bother themselves. So what they simply did was, in Atiku's case, which Atiku actually mentioned in his case, they just brought out the authentic certificate and then brought out a letter directly from that university that says that this man finished from this our university and this is this man's certificate, and they attached to it and they tender it in court. So what else evidence will you need if the defense brings something directly from the university?
So okay. I mean, that kills all the noise.
It kills it now. On the part of Atiku. But on the part of Obi, my own is that it's not even his complaint. If it's not your complaint, you can't go there. On part of Atiku, I agree, yes, that is his complaint. But they brought an evidence to show that, see, the university said, I finished. Come and be arguing with the university now when you are not Rufai Hussein. And tell the university that you did not finish from there. And let's see who can say, it's just, so for me, I meant tonight to just do legal analysis and not to do politics. And that's why I didn't really answer a political question that guy had the other time.
But Obeni, so, but I get where you are coming from about the cases Peter Obi put out there, right? And what Atiku put out there. Yeah, I get you. You were right on that one. Peter Obi did not go with the I think the disqualification thing. No, he did not go with that. But so looking at it from the Atiku side, Atiku seems to have gone with that.
Yes.
So yeah. So what would the court do, especially with the certificate forgery that he did with NYSC when he submitted a waiver for I think 1979, and NYSC had not started giving waivers until 1985. And these were documents that he submitted while he wanted to vie for the governorship and position in Lagos State, and also did that, with the presidential. So just talk on that.
So my simple answer on that is that the only certificate I see in Atiku's case is that of a university in the US. I don't see NYSC in their case. I'm surprised that we start seeing it at the middle of the whole thing, but which is right. Yeah, sometimes Udain will just find something and throw to them, then they start bringing it, at the middle of the proceeding. But what I always say is, let's go back to the petition. Is it there? If anybody can find it, then we will now start debating. But I can't find it. I've checked it. Where they say NYSC, then he forged. In that petition of Atiku, I still can't find it.
Because I think what happened was that they went in with certificate forgery, right? So when it came to now presenting the case, that was when they now started presenting the NYSC and all that.
Yeah, but you can't do that. That's what I'm saying. Look at, for instance, Obi case now. Obi case narrowed on Benue and Rivers. He just listed others. So my point is, you can't do that in election petition. You have to be specific. And that's the essence of, although Obi has a reason for his own, which I've said here severally. INEC frustrated Obi in terms of assessing documents on time. So he prepared his petition in a rush because they didn't cooperate really with him. And I have problem. I think his legal team was the issue, which I don't really want to go into. You see, when you have people believe they are probably bigger than the agency of the government sometimes, and their attitude, you have problem with the public authorities. If you remember what Okoye said, you are applying for something that never existed, that is not existing with us. And I laugh because sometimes I look at that Okoye, it looks very mischievous to me. God forgive me. If I'm asking, look at what happened. To be honest now, if I'm asking for
no, you're not wrong. He is.
Yeah. So if I'm asking for form, I'm saying give me what is in your backend server or form KTTTT, and you know that thing within our institution, we don't designate it as backend server. Let's say it is called AWS so server. And I will just drop your thing there because what you want me to produce doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned. And no court will compel INEC to go and produce what doesn't exist. But what will it take INEC to just simply write you back and say, there's nothing like this here. If there is a corporation, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, instead of saying that on TV.
Yes, INEC will be able to say, no, why are you asking for AWS? Come and explain what you want here. Is it so? But sometimes, you see, established relationship and attitude of lawyers sometimes. There is a lawyer there, I won't really mention his name. I've had issue with him in one of their team there, and he's one of the one leading there. And I know the kind of attitude he can put up, in interfacing with INEC. So, and don't forget, they have just 21 days to file their petition. So they don't have access. They only have access to all those two. So, and that's why in their petition, you only see Benue and Rivers. So if the court really wants to go technical, they will just hold on Rivers and Benue, and those ones that you are not specific about, they will tell you that your petitions are just ambiguous because you don't even really understand what are complaining. But I don't see the court doing this because this is presidential election, and all eyes on those judges now. So I don't see them doing that kind of shoddy work.
All right. When you take a question from Prince Daddy, and then after that we'll just move on, unless people still want to hang around here. Like Bishop was saying, we circled around this. and this will be the last time we'll be addressing the until the verdict comes in. Then we'll do one final session on it, because we are already into the governance and we're only really reversing back to document this going on. But Prince Daddy, good to have you. Do you have a question for Benny, Prince? Hello, Prince. Look at that.
So, Wamba, you want me to ask a question? Wow.
No, sorry, Warpiece. I'll come to you. Let Prince go, and then you come in, and then we wrap it up. So you are dipping in and out. Yeah, Prince, go first. Prince, I was listening to your session with Paddy and Duxe and the rest of them yesterday. Well, it was quite enthralling stuff. But carry on. Question for Benny.
Yeah, thanks, Woman. Hello, Benny. SCN. Quick question. So, the Tinubu and lawyers, they presented a document to show that he actually went to Chicago State University and graduated. But if Obi did not put that in their petition, why are they responding to it? Or am I mistaken?
No, I think they tendered that in Atiku's case.
Okay, it was in Atiku's case. Okay. Because I would have said they made a legal error because provided a document to substantiate what's done in the petition, it's not the ideal way to go. But anyways, yeah, thanks.
All right, brilliant. Warpiece, let's hear from you. Warpiece.
Yeah, Ogbeni, konnichiwa, everybody. Ogbeni, I agree to you.
I agree to you, Ogami.
May you get issue, but I'm not put that aside. How that Yoruba proverb that said a thief buy, thief carry? How you say it again?
Olegba.
Olegba. You only you as Olegba that like this platform. You are the co-defendant and the prosecutor. So Ogbeni, my question to you. What will it take me to fire you from this case right now in this panel? Is it free of charge?
I'm paying for the service I just read that. You want to fire
No, that service we cannot pay for it. So how can we fire you? That's so that we don't have any repercussion on firing you right
once
now.
Once you finish paying me, then you can fire me now.
Nice. Well, but that's my question. Let's move on. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So on a lighter note, it's a shame Pansa couldn't contain himself because I was rather looking for him to push at you a little bit, but there it is. Excellent delivery by Ogweni. So Ogweni, round it off in a couple more sentences, and I want to go to taxation, and of course, you know who takes the floor there. So Ogweni, back to you.
Yes. So one man, I only, you see, I'm a progressive. I love engaging people on issues. Rather than this generalization of issues. Oh, Tinubu is a thief. Everybody start going with it's a thief. Oh, Tinubu was convicted. I love people, particularly people like us. We are intellectuals. Let's listen a bit, take time, look at issues, try to subject it to simple analysis and say, okay, is this really true? Because you see, the world we live now is not the one they lived 10, 20 years ago. The world we live now, there is this mob system that now happen these days where people just pick things and run with it and then run down you and your name with it, whatever you have done before. Okay, 3 things I see that is there in the media, but it's not in any of the petition or one of it. Certificate forgery. I don't know where that thing is coming up from. I've read those petitions. No emphasis much on it. Secondly, Guinea citizenship. That thing is still recurring every time. I saw Okinbalo is still talking about it. I wonder if he has read that petition because I don't. Sometimes, we only see these people as brilliant press guys who are there. Sometimes they don't really read all these things and be able to get that thing is not anywhere. Then the fact that they did not upload. No, that's a mistake. You go to Obi, but Obi is not saying they didn't upload. Obi said they didn't fully upload as at the time they declared Tinubu. He didn't say they did. He said they did not fully. And Obi is saying that even part of the one they uploaded, they were blurred. And Obi is not saying, Obi said they were blurred because he believed that they manipulated it, and that's why that is intentional, and that they uploaded fictitious, results to the place. So when you get to press and you see people say they did not upload it, I think we should be able to correct and say this is not our case. That's for the obedient and order. Our case is that they did, but we suspected that what they did was not what should be there. So generally, what I'm just saying is that let's try to, as intellectuals that we are, let's try to subject things to common sense and think about issues and analyze issues before we open mouth to talk about it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So well done, Ogweni. So you'll be glad to know that you will only be doing this one more time when the verdict comes in, and then you just come and give us just a brief rundown of what actually transpired. So I'm pretty sure that when the verdict does come in, you will be missing Obidati TV, which I suspect is your favorite channel now, Obidati TV.
It is so. I go there to watch them.
It's unbelievable. The way they operate there is quite a spectacle. You think they were CNN or something, the way they carry on, not just
and they have followers.
Baje, if you want followers on our social media, just be
obedient.
Just do me. That's just all you need. And you can say the most nonsensical thing, and then 1,000 people will hail you. But there it is. Well done. Let me move the conversation. I think we've exhausted that. Let me move the conversation to this headline, and let me have Bishop pick it up first, and then Kulata comes in at some point. Tinubu names Taiwo Oyedele as chairman tax reforms. So now, when I was doing the readout, I was saying that it's not a name that Nigerians are conjuring with at the moment, Taiwo Oyedele, but I can guarantee that before the end of the year, this is a name that will be a recurring decimal in the minds of the average Nigerian. Because, of course, Tinubu is many things. One thing we know for certain is a tax and spend politician. So he's a tax and spend politician, and his new tax czar now at Taiwo Oyedele. So are you familiar with, let me give you about 4 paragraphs. President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of a presidential committee on fiscal policy and tax reforms. The committee, according to a statement issued by Dele Alake, special advisor to the president on special duties, communications and strategy, on Friday, will be chaired by fiscal policy partner and Africa tax leader at PricewaterhouseCoopers, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. The statement said that setting up the committee was in consonance with President Tinubu's promise to remove all barriers impeding business growth in Nigeria. It explained that the committee will comprise experts from both private and public sector and have responsibility for the various aspects of tax law reforms, fiscal policy design and coordination, harmonization of taxes, and revenue administration. Explaining further, the special advisor to the president on revenue, Mr. Adelabu, whatever it is, Adedeji, said that President Tinubu recognizes the importance of a sound fiscal policy environment and an effective taxation system for the functioning of government and the economy. He said, Nigeria ranks very low on the global ease of paying taxes, while the country's tax to the GDP ratio is one of the lowest in the world and well below the African average. This has led to an over-reliance on borrowing to finance public spending, which in turn limits the fiscal space as a debt service cost cost consumes a greater portion of the government revenue, annually resulting in a vicious cycle of inadequate funding for socio-economic development. While some incremental progress has been recorded over the years, the outcome have not been transformative enough to change the narrative, he said. Adedeji outlined the key challenges in Nigeria's tax system to include multiple taxes and revenue collection agencies, fragmented and complex tax system, low tax morale, high prevalence of tax evasion, high cost of revenue administration, lack of coordination between fiscal and economic policies, and poor accountability in the utilization of tax revenue. The establishment of this committee reflects President Tinubu's commitment to addressing these challenges and bringing about transformative reforms in fiscal policy and taxation. The committee's primary objective is to enhance revenue collection efficiency, ensure transparent reporting, and promote the effective utilization of tax and other revenue to boost citizens' tax morale, foster a healthy tax culture, and drive voluntary compliance. These efforts will not only improve Nigeria's revenue profile, but also create a more conducive and internationally competitive business environment. Our aim is to transform the tax system to support the sustainable development and achieve a minimum of 18% tax to GDP ratio within the next 3 years without stifling investment or economic growth. It should be noted that this committee will not only advise the government on necessary reforms, but will also drive the implementation of such recommendation in support of the comprehensive fiscal policy and tax reform agenda of the current administration. Mr. Oyedele is said to be a highly accomplished professional with extensive expertise in fiscal policy, taxation, and economic matters. He currently serves as PwC Africa Tax Leader. Is the thematic leader of the Fiscal Policy and Planning Commission and serves as the chairman of West Africa Debt Management Roundtable of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. He chairs the Taxation and Fiscal Policy Faculty Board of Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria and is a member of the Nigerian Taxation Standard Board. He also serves as a member of the Ministerial Committee on the implementation of Nigeria's national tax policy. So an eminently qualified person, is a member of the Global Tax Forum and has previously served as a member of the Global Governing Council of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. As an educator, Oyedele holds the position of Associate Professor at the Babcock University Business School. He's also an alumnus of London School of Oh, wow. Yeah, all right. Okay. Yes, of course, I read it earlier about that scheme. He's also an alumnus of London School of Economics and Political Science, Yale University, and Harvard Kennedy School Executive Education. He's a guest lecturer at Lagos Business School and founder and president of Impact Africa Foundation. So you say you want attention, you are trying to drive traffic, and you're talking about taxation. That's an oxymoron right there. I'm inviting people to come and watch, and I'm talking about taxes. But nevertheless, Bishop, this is a name that I suspect that will become either a byword for swearing in Nigeria or a byword for phrase. So Taiwo Oyedele, what says you?
Okay, good evening, fellow Nigerian compatriots for wherever you may be listening from. Please click on the like button, share, and if you have not subscribed, please do so. I think, I mean, the resume, what you read about Oyedele is it Oyedele now? Yeah, Oyedele, Taiwo Oyedele. It's rich enough. The much I know about him was I've listened to him a couple of times on some of the TV programs, either with Boasen Omopaye or with Rotu Sotiri, and there was this other guy on the financial whatever on television. He seems very grounded. Now, to the core, to the crux of the matter, everybody has said at one point or the other that we have a revenue problem. We have a revenue problem, and one of the tax, what do you call it, is how do we raise revenue? So, and I have had him before analyze this very eloquently the need to raise revenue. A lot of plans we have in Nigeria, but we cannot implement them because of shortage of revenue. So if the people that knows this much about the subject matter are being recruited to come and drive the what do you call it now? To drive the
tax drive.
The drive, exactly. Because when he was speaking in one of his interviews, I remember that there is a lot of uncovered grants in Nigeria.
Bishop, did it surprise you? Did it surprise you that Nigeria is one of the lowest taxed spaces in the not in the world, but even in Africa, according to this report?
We've said that here before. I know that it's not surprising. I've always said that, look, we need to. Unfortunately, there is nowhere in the world that people love paying tax. So no matter how little the tax you introduce, I mean, I was one of the people who were against me when Obasanjo increased VAT to 10% and Yar'Adua came and reversed it to 5%. I mean, I said, look, we need to improve our tax. Is if we want to run a government and to move away from just mono economy, what do you call it now? Oil. There are several other areas. There are people that are earning millions. I mean, literally hundreds of millions in Nigeria that are not paying a dime in taxes, and that's a fact. So why not increasing the tax to overburden the few? We can expand the tax net, the tax basket to gather, to rake in twice as much. We crossed the 10 trillion and we were celebrating it under what's this man, the FIRS man now. He crossed the 10 trillion and we were celebrating it. But who forgot, even though I am not, because I know we can do 25 trillion. But people were complaining, not because they are paying tax, but because they don't want the tax, they are going to pay more, but because they don't want the tax net to come to them. So if we can increase, not necessarily increase the tax, but at least let more people develop the culture of paying tax and let more people pay tax. So all these things were this particular guy was explaining very clearly the last time I had him speak, and he was very clear about it. He explained it very clearly, and if he can come and help to translate this, to what he wants it to be, bring his own ideas, because he's eminently qualified. I mean, he had a lot of the PricewaterhouseCoopers and the PricewaterhouseCoopers, what do you call it now, in Africa and West African sub-region. So he knows his onions, I believe so. If he is going to help without necessarily, of course, people are going to pay.
They're saying they want to move the tax to GDP ratio to 18% within three years. But we don't know what that movement is, because we don't know what the current obtaining level is at the moment. So I mean, what are you making of that?
The current obtaining level, we have managed to cross 10%. It's about 10.2 or 10.5% now. It used to be about 6% a few years ago. It was changed to about 6% before Buhari came in. Then it grew gradually between 6%. So Buhari has been able to move it from 6% to about 10.5% now. I stand to be corrected. If anybody is there that has
is that over the course of 8 years?
Yeah, over the course of 8 years. Yeah.
So he moved it by 4% in 8 years, and Tinubu wants to move it by 8% in 3.
It's possible if they can bring innovations like this and increase. How do I call it now? Widen the tax net, and that's what they're saying. That people are complaining. There are lots of people. Of course, 2 years ago, the government of Buhari came with some tax break for some people that earn their annual grossing is below certain threshold, just to give them like a tax break. But quite honestly, if they can enlarge, because the only people that pay taxes are just the corporate bodies and the government agencies, or what do you call it now, multinational agencies, companies, the IOCs, and the large corporations. Most one-man business don't pay. I'm talking of one-man businesses that, like construction company that rakes in more than 100 million. Some of them get billion.
Bishop, a large swathe of the Nigerian workspace, they are in the informal sector. So how are they able to penetrate that? How will they be able to?
They will definitely find a way to penetrate. It doesn't matter how much. The important thing is that they will encourage you, just come and register. Just come and register so that you are documented. I mean, where all of us are, there are some companies that you register, you don't even do $10,000 business in a year, but you are registered. It does not matter where you are going, whether you are going to pay or not. But the important is that let us know what is coming so that we can capture. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, more than 70 to 80% are of the money that goes around are the informal sector. For example, how many people go to supermarket and they charge you the tax or VAT? How many people go to buy gas and they charge you tax? How many go to restaurants and Buka, except for the very big ones, especially in places like Lagos? In other places, you go to Buka and they charge you tax. You say you will not go there again. So if we can, widen the basket and gather more, I can assure you that 80% is very possible. It's very possible. We need to spend money to look for that money. Get the best brains, get the best people, set them up, and let's do something also. The media space in Nigeria, because every time government does something that is going to bring a little bit of some discomfort, because discomfort will come. I do say here, and I've said it repeatedly, I
find that 8% in 3 years, I find it overly ambitious because there's already been two or three very heavy taxation on the average Nigerian wallet, which is yes, I know, but let's go through it. There's been about 2 or 3 heavy taxation on the average Nigerian wallet, which is the fuel subsidy, and then I think the hike in electricity bills, and then I think they are introducing some sort of stealth tax into the telecommunications as well. So with all of that already, that 8% in 3 years is going to be a real squeeze. I'm not sure that there's the solution for it.
Now, like I said something a few minutes ago. I said the intention is not to increase the tax, but to widen. Let's say, for example, we have 1 million people. Like somebody said a few years ago, I think it was this woman. I said, how many people are actually paying tax in Nigeria? So let's say we have 1 million people paying tax today. They are paying 10 million naira, just for argument's sake. We are not saying we want to increase the amount they are paying from 10 million naira to 20 million naira. We are saying we want to increase the number of people paying 1 million, the 1 million people paying tax. Let's increase it to 5 million. The amount still remains the same.
All right.
But we are not increasing the amount of tax they are paying. I believe that's the approach they want to adopt. But we are increasing the number of people because there are people buying hundreds of million naira of cars today that are not paying taxes. There are people building houses today. They are not paying property taxes. There are people doing businesses. They might say it's small business, but hey, immediately you do business that crosses 50 million in 1 year, it's no longer a small business. If you are doing business that grosses more than 20, 30, 40 million in 1 year, you should be paying taxes. And if there are people running restaurants that grosses more than clubs and nightclubs, restaurant and bars that grosses more than 100 million per annum.
That's a fair point.
Those ones are paying.
A good number are not paying, but I believe if we widen the gap, the basket, not increasing the tax, not saying come and pay more, but let more people be paying.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I wasn't looking at it from that perspective, but
it's a fair point, but it's not really too fair. We are using the taxation system of a country that solely depend on tax to make their revenue, to apply in country that don't really depend on taxation to increase their GDP or their economy. For example, Well, hold on now, please let me learn. For example, places
No,
like Japan, you see.
you did not. You did
Hold
not.
on,
Hold on. Hold
No,
on. You
no,
did
hold
no,
not
no,
on
even.
no, no.
now.
Hold on. You did not even. Hold on. Now.
Hold.
oh
You
God.
set
Oh
the
God.
rules. Hold on.
No, no. Hold on, Bishop. Sorry. War Peace. We set the rules that no heavy interjections, and then you get permission from the speaker. So let Bishop carry on. Bishop carry on.
You can. That's. I just wanted to point out that you set the
Yes,
rule
yeah.
that you say, "Excuse me," then I will let you come in for the interjection. Go ahead.
All right.
All right,
Okay.
thank you. Places like Japan, Japan have no crude oil. They only have sea, water, and fish. They depend on highly on taxation. Places like Singapore and a few other countries. But you see places like Dubai, Brunei, countries that have resources, their style of taxation is kind of different. It's kind of minimal. I understand Nigeria is cash strapped right now, and I understand that you have to widen the net of your people you want to tax to make money. But again, the question now, who are you widening the tax to? Most like Wama said, we are highly informal sector. So are you going to widen the bring people out and they won't try? They cannot even make money. Now you start taxing them because you want to generate tax.
No, you are not going to tax people. Like Bishop rightly corrected, it's a case of what we are going to be hearing over the next few months and going on to next few years is that before you're able to even draw breath in Nigeria, they'll ask you to show your tax returns. So it's going to be a matter of tax returns. Yes, people will have to be documented in the system. Is now what we're looking at.
Sorry, if I may just come in. See, I don't know who is that person interjecting. Sorry.
That was World Peace.
Okay, what is what I'm saying in essence is this. We are not saying you have to pay tax if you cannot pay tax. If you are not earning an income that is taxable, nobody is saying you should. They are saying if you are earning what is taxable, come and pay your fair share of the tax. Now, if you are paying the full, your income, let's assume, even though we are under, the tax, Nigeria is a little bit low. Let's be very sincere with ourselves. We just have to bite the bullet at some point. Maybe we are paying maybe about 12 or 13% now. Hardly anybody pay more than up to 20% in tax. In the richness of the world, some places pay as much as 25-30%. Some places pay more than 30%. I'm not saying we go that direction.
In this country, depending on your economic bracket, you're
Exactly.
paying 45%.
45%. So I'm not saying we should go that direction. I'm saying let us start from people that are not paying at all. That's 10% that some people are paying, or 8% or 12%. Let all of us move up to that level and develop the culture of paying taxes. Let us all be documented. There are some little areas that you can pay a penny here and a penny there. That's going to help some states, because when we point at natural resources, I've always said this. People say Nigeria is a rich country when we talk about oil. We are not a rich country when we talk about oil. All you need to do is look at the 2 million we are even talking about and break it down to 200 million people. What can it take? What can it really take care of? Because our productivity level is really, really, really very low. So when we we point at, there are other things we can do that can improve, our earnings as a nation. But at the moment, we are not there. So if we are looking at the tax, don't overtax the one that are paying so that it will not be disincentive. Let us incentivize it that, look, okay, we are not increasing your tax from 10% to 12%, but we are encouraging others that have not started paying. Let us look. When Lagos started it was very radical. It was really, really there was serious opposition when Lagos started it many years ago. But eventually, people got to know that, look, you just have to. And even Lagos, there are people in Lagos that have been busy, except for people that have places of business, that are, identified and identifiable, that have been captured in their Lagos inland revenue, whatever. So if we can improve on that, I am saying we can achieve that 80% even without necessarily increasing the tax rates, without necessarily introducing some very vexatious or obnoxious taxes into the system. The one as we are. Because I know, and I'm saying there are people that have small companies here and there, shops here and there, that rakes in millions. annually, and they pay zero tax. I'm saying that because I know. So if we can do that and maximize, tap the knowledge of people, because I've listened to this man speak before. I mean, not once, not twice. I've listened to him. People call him to interview him in the. I don't know him personally. I only know his name in the tax whatever. And when they make mention of him, there was even one that they had where this guy too was there. This guy, what's this guy? This Ishakiri man. What's his name? What's this guy? Oh my God, he used to be on TV a lot. I forgot his name. Rewani. Bismarck Rewani. Bismarck Rewani and this Yusuf something, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry guy. I mean, and I had an interaction, and it was really so. This man is loaded, and I'm sure he was. When people are good critics, they criticize, and when you have the opportunity, and they always have the best ideas when they criticize. This guy is one of such people that used to criticize and accuse Nigeria that we don't have enough, we don't tax enough, we don't get enough, we are not covering enough ground. Now we are inviting them, all that your criticism, come and help us put that your expertise into it, because we need it. It's not going to be like a stroll in the park. It's going to be a little bit difficult at the initial stage, but quite honestly, we need it, because we need to really leapfrog from where we are to where, even not where we should be. At least let's move forward. So for me, except for some little reservations that I have, but I believe we'll be able to balance it so that it will not become like too much of a Yoruba thing. You hear Taiwo Oluyede here, you hear Shupo Koshemani there, you hear which was the other one there. So people are beginning to, but so far so good. I think it's a square peg in a square hole, or let me use the word round. It's a round peg in a round hole.
Can I come in, please, one man?
No. Hold on. Before you, thank you, Bishop. Make that a statement, not an interjection, Joel, and then we go to Kulata, who is the real aficionado on the tax spaces, Joel, come in.
Yeah, one man. You know that with Kulata, we are not going to get a fair tax regime. Kulata is very brutish with the way he wants us to be taxed. So I don't think. You can get his opinion, but it is what it is. I'm going to say. I'm going to say what I'm going to say. As regards to Mr. Taiwo, one man. Look, I understand the last statement made by Bishop. About where he comes from. But you see, there are certain areas, because at the end of the day, this is Tinubu's government. There are certain areas I wouldn't want him to compromise. This area is one part I wouldn't want him to compromise. You see, so I don't really care what name appears there. If it's a Taiwo, I've listened to him. It's not like I've listened to him on Arise in the past with Protos, and he's sound. So if he thinks that this guy will do it, and he thinks that he can do a good job, then he accepts the position. Let him go. Let us ride with him. Let us forget the tribe on this one. There are certain areas that I would be like, hey, look, it's about the name. But on this one, this is part of his legacy. I do not care. Let him put the right person there, because at the end of the day, we're not going to remember Taiwo Oyedele. We're going to remember Tinubu. And to you, Mr. Bishop, you were saying something earlier on widening the tax bracket, and I understand where you're coming from. But you see, we are a country that lacks data, and there are different taxes that has been introduced, just like the one on telecommunications. Now, with that of the telecommunications, you can see you can reach out to a wider net. However, most of the people in that wider net are part of the 133 million people that are living under poverty. You see, that is where my problem is. At what point does this tax encroach into this population Because for me, I do not mind. We are a country of, they say, 200 and something million. Let's keep it at 200, right? If we can tax, about 30, 40 million people, I don't think it's bad. But we cannot tax the poor. We cannot tax the poor. And, I don't want
sorry,
to sound like,
hold on. Why can we not tax the poor?
I mean, you cannot tax someone that does not produce anything.
No, of course they cannot. But
That's my point.
Because in this country, for instance, there's a minimum bar that you have to earn before taxation comes in. So that protects a certain baseline of a standard of living. But that's not poverty. That's just subsistence. So you can't you can't tax subsistence, but you can tax somebody that is not wealthy.
Yeah, you can tax someone that's not wealthy. I don't have problem with that one, man. Like, I mean, someone that is in the form of that is working, for instance, is not wealthy. Someone working in a bank is not wealthy, but he can be taxed, and they've been taxed. The teachers, all those ones are properly documented. But there are people that don't even have those jobs that will go to, like, and Colata was saying, sales tax, right? So I am not earning anything, and I managed to get somebody managed to give me 500, and I decided to make a call. You've already taxed that call. You've already taxed that woman that I'm going to buy a bole from. So that is my point. At what point, how do we bridge it? So that these guys, how do we get these guys, either get them employed or get them doing stuff, before we start all this taxation, if we are going to get into that particular block of 133 million people living under poverty. So that is my question to you.
Surely it's the taxation that will generate the funds to create the jobs. For them to, it's a vicious cycle, isn't it? It's a chicken or egg.
One man. I also think it's not only through taxes. I also think there are other avenues through which we can make progress. We can make progress with, especially on the activities of the governors. On the activities of the governors. You see, it is so easy to say Tinubu, but we have 36. 37 governors through which a lot of money go through. So you see, blaming Tinubu is one thing, but I think the people will feel it more if the governors and the local government chairmen were allowed or are doing the right thing. You see, so one man, no matter what Tinubu does at the center, that is my thing. Some of these governors that we put in there, we can see them where prior to the election, that they have nothing to offer. Most of them rode on the back of, a trend, just like most of them rode on the back of Buhari before Buhari came into power. And you can see how they not did. Because we can also talk about Nigeria in 8 years, but let us look at the states and how they perform under 8 years. How did they get into power? So that is very, very important. Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Kolata. So Kolata, you're up next.
People have been calling me like anti-people person. I don't like taxes, but let's look at. Let's start with what's our fiscal situation. Buhari is leaving Nigeria with $167 billion worth of debt. That's 77 trillion naira. That's the debt Buhari left behind. And Buhari also left a situation where 96% of government revenues is used to service debt. And when we also look at our fiscal situation, in our budget year, this current budget year, only 47% of it will be paid from our revenues. 53% of it will be borrowed. And we're talking about a situation where we managed to increase our tax revenue to $13 billion in 2022. That was a 50% jump. Before that, it was like 8-point-something billion per year. So our fiscal, before people start talking about taxes, this is that is bad, we should do this. Look at what we're facing. $167 billion worth of debt. We can't fund our budget by our own revenues by up to over 47%. We have to borrow over half to fund our budget. That's too much deficit. And the sources of our revenues that Buhari left behind is weak. Our oil production hasn't gotten over 1.3 billion. We're just getting out of subsidy. So there's no way that the government, that Tinubu will not look for a way to raise money. So now how do you now raise the taxes? The quickest and dirtiest way to do it is through the value-added tax. But the value-added tax is a consumption tax. It's kind of like it's not it's a regressive tax, because it's better to do a progressive tax where you tax the more you earn. Like you earn more money, you pay more taxes. But with value-added taxes, whatever you buy, you pay the tax on it. But they have this 40-something million market women that they want to go and explore. But for people that fear for the poor, the good news is there's an exemption, 25 million naira exemption. A business needs to be able to make up to 25 million naira before they can be paying the VAT, because they're going to charge VAT for anything they sell. Like if you go to ShopRite or one of the stores, you'll pay VAT. But if you go and buy the same thing in some Saleko or some corners somewhere that ends up to 25 million naira a year, you may not be paying anything. So government, the work of this Oyedele guy is to figure out the percentage of people that meet that 25 million threshold amongst those 40-something million market women. Who knows? If it's
are people filing? Are people filing in Nigeria? Because that's the only way you can know if they are filing their tax return.
Yeah, the thing is, there's merit to some of the things that Ajan Lekoko and some other people have said on this platform. Like, there's informal collection going on. So I think the value of the government is going to be to tell them, like, okay, stop paying all these Agberu and all these thugs. We will be the collecting agent. But for you, for us to free you off of this mess, then you have to be filing your whatever tax form that they need to file. So that's a sweet deal for them to say, okay, all I need to do is comply. And I get an exemption if I don't make 25 million. I'm sure they will look for wuru to make sure they don't make 25 million. But there's some businesses that no matter the amount of wuru they do, it's still going to be 25. They'll still be making more than 25 million. Those are the ones that they will collect the value-added tax from. People that buy from those ones, the VAT will get passed to them, because VAT is consumption. I want to drink Coke. There's VAT on Coke. I want to drink. So they'll be able to collect VAT there. Income tax, that's a different ball game. That's harder to get income tax. But we can only get income tax in a lot of formal sector, where there's a white collar jobs, employment, there's payroll, all that stuff. That is harder to get. But the value added tax, I can bet you that they're going after. That is what they're going after. That's the low hanging fruit amongst that 45 million market women. Is it market women or market people? I don't know. Let's just call it market people that they've identified. So that's this Oyedele's job, is to go there to, first of all, streamline our tax policies, because we have all this 1% here, 2% there, very disjointed tax regime. It needs to make it simple. It needs to have targeted areas. And of course, like Bishop said, we need to widen the tax net. And if we're saying they want to get to 18%, so that's another. So right now we're collecting 13 billion. So we're looking at almost 23 billion dollars a year. That's still okay. But look at what 23 billion a year. But that will fund our budget, because right now we're funding our budget with revenues be 47%. So if you almost double that, it's not going to be a straight line, but just to do simple maths, we may be able to fund our budget up to 60-70% and borrow borrow 30, 40%. It's still better than borrowing 53% of your budget. Every country borrows, so there's no big deal. But if we can limit the borrowing and we're generating more money from increasing taxes, that's good. But this is, like I said, that's not accurate math. I just did like a straight line rough math. So it's important that we do increase this revenue. It's also important that we don't burden the poor people with taxes. So how this Oyedele has his work cut out. Luckily for him, he's a partner in PwC, so he may be able to get find ways
do you think they'll be borrowing templates from other spaces that have a sophisticated tax regime? Is that the plan?
They will know what works because PwC is local to Nigeria. The guy will have done it. He's probably done a boatload of audits and know what works, what doesn't work. Because I don't know if we can just borrow. Like India doesn't have VAT. India has GST. It's different. So the GST.
What's that?
So it's similar to value-added tax, but now the way they split it, the state collects 50%, they give the federal 50%, the state keeps 50%. But it's the same schedule of there are certain goods that are eligible for that GST, and there are goods like medical supplies, maybe basic water that you cannot charge the GST on or VAT on. They changed that in 2017, I believe. So it's similar to VAT, but they split it 50-50. So in Nigeria's case, I know there's some court cases. I don't even know what happened to that. That Wike is trying to change the collection of VAT. I think Wike wants the states to collect the VAT because he was talking something about.
Yeah, that was all over the news 12 months ago.
I don't even know what happened to that case. But that doesn't even matter, Seth. That doesn't matter. The bottom line is we need to get the numbers to our tax revenues to like 25. Their goal, that 80% is like 22 billion. I think that $22 billion. That's their target in 3 years, and it's doable. It's very, very doable. But after we get that, we need to make sure it doesn't stifle businesses too, because this is value-added tax. Like I said, it's not a fair tax. I don't like it because I don't think it's fair, but it's up to you, the consumer. You can control it. If you don't want to pay value-added tax, then don't buy stuff. But you have to buy stuff. There's some things you just need. You have to buy. So maybe people will be targeting shops that make less than 25 million.
The shortest way for that growth is really in VAT. Yeah, I cannot say any other
income tax is too hard.
Because it's too hard. It's too hard. People are undocumented. People can be evasive. A lot of the economy informal. So taxes that you don't really have the voluntary option to opt out. At the point of sales, tax on essentials like of not essentials. So certainly not tax on food. Hopefully they won't be putting taxes.
No,
on
I don't
food.
think. I think food is exempt from VAT.
Yeah.
I think food should be exempt from VAT. They won't kill us.
Yes,
food should be exempt from VAT.
but mobile phone data, that sort of stuff, So if you want to buy the data, the government has already put a 5-7% levy on it. So it's up to you whether you buy it or not. And that the Nigerian they very mostly consume that sort of those sort of spaces, I suspect.
Yeah, and again, you see, massive population, massive consumption base. It will help the government if we are bigger businesses than the tiny ones, because you have a 25 million threshold. Because any business making less than 25 million, they're exempt from VAT. The government won't be able to collect VAT from them because they're exempt. So even if you find out of that 45 million, if you find 1 million of them that meet that threshold, that's still a significant chunk of change that they will get from those businesses. It's still going to be a lot. So that it's not like I love taxes, but guys, $167 billion of BC that is still growing, and we're borrowing 53% of our annual budget. So that 167 billion will continue to grow. So we have to fix our fiscal picture is dire. We have to fix our fiscal picture. And
I was saying that even though nobody wants to pay tax, but the people, if they are seeing the impact in terms of actually, was it in yesterday's session? People were talking about improvements in electricity. If they are seeing improvements in infrastructures and things like that impact on their lives, I think then they will have an understanding of what they are paying the taxes for. But if we carry on the same system but continue to tax, then the people will revolt.
But let's be serious. Is there any serious country in the world, apart from maybe Arab countries that have a boatload of resources that they don't know what to do with it? Like, is there any serious country in the world that doesn't tax properly? And then when you tax, it's now accountability. Accountability becomes way more important because it's not free. It's not free oil and gas that you have in the ground.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
You said about 40-something million people not taxed, right? In the informal sector.
I said they're going after a 40-something million market women or market something group.
Yeah, that's in the informal sector. Informal sector, right?
Yeah, they are taxed one way or the other. Some of them, a lot of them may not be taxed, but the kind of tax they may be getting is all these agbero and all these thugs and all this stuff.
Okay, yeah. First, we know those informal sector, most of them are tied to local government and states.
Yep.
Right? So now, how will the federal government now take over from them?
That is what this guy is going to have to do. That's his job.
That is one. Wait, let me just ask a question. So you wrap up. Let me ask a question. So you wrap all them together. Then the second one is this: you and I know inside that 40-something million informal sector, a vast number of like 30 million, their business is day-to-day, hand-to-hand business style, like cash to cash. You understand? It doesn't go to the bank. Your money comes to your hand to this evening, tomorrow morning, about that thing they're taking to the market. So how will you now gauge it to know this person, even though he's making 25, to know he's making 25 million for you to tax him? And how do you know his losses for you not to tax him? Please round the two of them together.
See, what piece? The questions you are asking is someone's job. That's that guy's job.
If I can attempt at that, you know those people, they have bank accounts and the in and outflows of that bank account will already indicate the value of their business. So unless they are hiding their millions under their pillow.
No, one man. No, it's not so. Even me in Japan, sometimes I face the position of expenses. Because some of my business sometimes I need to just pay immediately. Like yesterday to today, I paid cash to cash on both engines. It doesn't even pass through account. But we know it's our old ladies we have in Nigeria. Most of them don't have bank account. Their bank account is Oyegbe, what you call Oza.
Yes, we know that, but not everybody will be captured. But it's just really to widen it beyond what it is. Not everybody will be captured.
I think what is the people they're going after are the people making 25 million naira and above. Those ones businesses will be obvious.
Hold on, Prince.
Carry on. They won't go after someone selling Maggi on the street or buns or puff puff. I mean, except that puff puff is so lucrative. I doubt they'll go after those ones.
Hello, one man. Can I ask a question?
Yeah. After Prince, let Prince go first. Good to see you, Fatai. Sure. Prince.
Yeah, Kalata. So do you know what percentage of our people in the U.S. pay taxes?
U.S. tax to GDP, I can easily find that. That'll be easy to find. Okay, give me a second. Tax.
Yeah, but go to the wider point you want to make whilst you're looking for that data. Prince.
Prince
Hello,
is
Prince.
18.7% tax to GDP. I don't know how that translates to people, but 18.7% tax to GDP ratio in the US, I believe. Tax revenue to GDP, 18.7% as of December 2022.
Oh, okay. I think we've lost Prince to the system somewhat. Fatai, come in.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Fatai.
I just because I was hearing that people earning or people making 25 million are the one that are going to be charged VAT. I did that part. I didn't understand the point. I didn't understand how it's limited to people 25 million.
That's the rule. Businesses, your business is VAT exempt if you don't make up to 25 million naira a year or so.
No, but that's income tax or whatever, or corporate tax.
VAT.
Is different. No, VAT. I get it. VAT.
Let me read it for you. VAT exemption. Give me a second. Nigeria, by Operation 38 Finance Act 2019. New section 15, VAT exempt a vatable person whose taxable supplies has not attained a value equivalent of 25 million naira, is not obligated to file VAT returns. So if your business, your supplies and everything is not up to 25 million naira, you're not eligible to file VAT returns. So those are the people, they won't go after those ones.
Maybe they are redefining what VAT means. That's not what VAT means. VAT is
value-added tax is value-added tax. Whatever is VAT eligible, they charge the customers VAT, and those ones will declare that this is my sales, this is the VAT in my sales, and that government can collect that particular VAT. But they're exempting any business with supplies less than 25 million from that.
You can't. If you are charging VAT on some product or services, you are charging VAT on those products and services, not about individuals. So if I go into the shop and I buy a pen, right, and it has a VAT, the VAT is showed on my receipt. So the purpose of VAT, like, it will be applicable to Nigeria to transfer the informal sector into formal sector. So you would have to document every purchase every goods bought from you would have to be documented, because that is in that.
But they have Finance Act of 2019 that people are discussing that has 25 million threshold for VAT exemptions.
Whoever is talking that doesn't know what he's talking about. You will not be able to.
Even though Daily Gun that they hired talked about it on television yesterday.
You cannot exempt products and services from VAT.
That is the general VAT rule. Like medical supplies, you don't charge VAT on medical supplies or critical supplies, water, stuff like that. That's different. That's different. This is a Nigerian act, not general VAT. What is eligible, what is not eligible. They're saying that
hold on.
Read the Finance Act of 2019. This is specific. This is specific to Nigeria.
Hold on, Kulata. What's the point of collection of VAT, Fatai? At what point is VAT collected?
The VAT is charged at the point of purchase. When I go into the shop.
So that's that. I think that's the point. Is it not?
No, you don't get. If I go into the shop to buy a pen, right? So if the pen would cost 10 naira, and if a charge or whatever 20%, let's say, so the total cost of that pen will be 12 naira. So I will buy it at 12 naira. I will not even know it's inside there. It's built into the price there. So you don't even need to know. So every pen I buy is not like person like I know. I don't care about your salary or your bank account. If I'm charging VAT, I'm charging. If the government is charging VAT, it's charging VAT.
Let's read FA19. In FA19, through the FA19, it's been supplemented in FA 2020. Some of its provisions brought about significant changes to tax administration in Nigeria. A notable change was the creation of a threshold for the remittance of VAT and other related tax obligations. By this change, a vatable person whose taxable supplies, that is, supply or receipts of vatable goods and services, e.g., services of lawyers, engineers, accountants, blah, 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 within a calendar year have a value of 25 million naira enjoys exemption from VAT liabilities. That's the rule. I did not create the rule. It's FA, it's the Nigerian Finance Rule.
Anyway, I made the point I wanted to make. That's not saying people, but anyway, it will be part of their anyway belief-based understanding of stuff. VAT is charged on the you buy goods or services. It's charged on the price of that. It's inherent in the price. Has nothing to do with how much goods you are buying or the particular business is making or purchase. That's the point I want to. I was hearing that a lot. I was like, okay, I don't know. Maybe I wasn't.
VAT exemption at the high level is this good
okay,
is VAT exempt. That,
it's all right. I'm not disputing.
No. Yes, you made an assertion.
It's not a matter of there's no fight. There's no fight in this. Nigeria created. Nigeria created.
Hold on, Fatai. Yes, so allow each other to speak. Yeah.
The Finance Act, and also elaborated by this same Oyedele guy yesterday, and I also just read it. They have exemptions for anything that your supplies is 25 million or below. So the 25 million or below, I don't live in Nigeria. I don't know how they're going to enforce this. Maybe if your supplies is 25 million or below, maybe because it's exempt, you do not charge VAT on what you sell. So how they're going to work it out and prove it, that's what it is to figure out. But it clearly says they have an exemption for people with supplies of 25 million naira and below.
Maybe there is a category explanation they built in there and they just call it VAT. But I know for sure your VAT is inherent in the service or the goods you provide. So if a business is selling goods, it's not about whether it's
let me ask you a question for Ty. Okay, but from what you are saying, how does the clause that because it's not even Kulata's opinion, it's a matter of Nigerian law. How does the clause that Kulata just read out, how does it apply to your understanding?
How does it? How does it?
Kulata has read out now that the threshold for VAT. So how does that? Yes.
The best I can make out of that, it has to be under the framework that generally I think is sales tax or something like that, right? Has to be under sales tax. Usually there is a debate. There is a debate. What's the point of divide between VAT and sales tax, right? But at best, it will be under the framework of sales tax. But when you talk about VAT, right, you don't even need to know that you are being charged value, right? Except you take your receipt and then you see, okay, and then you see this pen, 12 naira. So, and then the breakdown, then the VAT 2 naira. You don't know. The cost of the pen is 12 naira. But if the government is not doing VAT, there's no VAT regime, the cost will be 10 naira. Like that's the price that the seller wants to sell it. I'm going to sell it at 10 naira. So then you say, okay, 2 naira to it. So the VAT is not charged to the business. Actually, the VAT is a tax on every individual, not on the business. So that's the point. Like, it doesn't matter if business is doing what. The VAT is on
it's not sales tax exemption.
Hold on, Kulata, hold on. Let Prince Daddy insert an opinion, and then you pick both up. Prince Daddy.
Yeah, so I guess Fatah and Kolata, I guess they're both right, I guess, in the sense that the 25 million naira exemption would be on the wholesale level. But when it gets to the retail, of course, Fatah is right in the sense that they're going to charge retail on every item sold to consumers. So you can exempt somebody from $25 million in inventory, okay? But when that person starts to sell to consumers, yeah, they're going to charge the VAT right there. and collect the VAT on it. So it's a pass through. So just to maybe help promote business and not to burden the business people with a bunch of
Well,
taxes, they get exemption.
That at best is under the framework of sales tax, not
That,
VAT.
that doesn't make sense anyway. But
No, it's not. The thing is not under the framework of sales tax. It's specific to VAT. I
But
mean,
do you know what?
it's clearly written here, and I can read it again.
It doesn't matter what. Actually, look. I'm not even saying particularly.
Because
I'm not saying particularly about you.
No, it's
No,
not. This is not about my opinion.
Yeah, hold
I'm
on.
not referring also to your opinion. I'm not also.
Hold on, Fatai. When I say hold on. Kulata, and the reason why I'm muting you, Prince Daddy, is because we're hearing the wind from your vehicle. So let Kulata read it one more time, so we have an understanding of what it says, and then we continue with the conversation. Kulata, give it to us one more time.
All right, let's see. Exemption from obligations to file VAT returns? Question mark. It is. Oh, I think there's noise. Hold on. Let me move from where I am. Hold on a second.
All right, because from your explanation, Fatai, it might well make more sense that it will be a sales tax rather than.
So exemption from obligations to file VAT returns. This is filing of VAT returns. It is submitted that a combined careful inspection of relevant provisions of the Finance Act of 2019 and the VAT Act reveals that Finance Act of 2019 does not obliterate the obligation of the vatable person to file VAT returns. By operation of Section 38 of Finance Act 2019, the new Section 15 of the VAT Act exempt a vatable person whose taxable supplies has not attained a value equivalent to 25 million, not from the obligation to file VAT returns, but from the penalties that are consequential. No, I think this is another area. Hold on. I don't go past where I'm supposed to go.
I think what you're reading aligns with what Bokarian. Yeah, give it to us. In one delivery.
Let me start from the beginning. Yeah. In 2019, the federal government of Nigeria enacted Finance Act 2019, which introduced several amendments to extant tax statutes. The FA-19 was enacted for the tripod reasons of harmonizing tax statutory provisions with emerging global realities, best practices, blah, 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 improving fiscal revenue, blah, 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 blah. Through the FA-19 has been supplemented by the Finance Act of 2020. Some of its provisions brought about significant changes to tax administration in Nigeria. A notable change was the creation of a threshold for the remittance of value-added tax and other related tax obligations. By this change, a vatable person whose taxable supplies, that is, supply of or receipts of vatable goods, within a calendar year have a value below 25 million, enjoys exemption from VAT liabilities. So what do you make of that?
What I make of it is that, look, even if you go and bring the most senior professor of economics or whatever at Harvard, it doesn't matter. They don't invent concepts. They didn't invent it, right? A VAT is a tax on the buyer, not the business, right? And
what they're saying here. Okay, let me explain what I think you've explained what you mean. Let me explain what I read from here. What I'm reading from here is a business that carries 25 million naira worth of supplies and below. They're exempt from VAT liabilities, meaning if they sell, they don't have to even add VAT to what they sell because they don't have to file it back.
Do you know the impact of that on the business? You're saying that some business, you're saying some business can sell the same pen exactly next to each
cheaper.
other. So
it's going to be cheaper. It's going to be cheaper because they won't put VAT on it. I buy my
pen at 10 naira, and then I go here and buy it at 12 naira. Every other condition.
I buy it in ShopRite. I buy pen in ShopRite for 15 naira, and I buy pen in Mama Shikira at 10 naira.
Let me just land it. What you're saying is, so you are destroying the market. So it doesn't work. And it's not even like that. What you're saying is at best sales tax, right? There is too many anywhere benefits going on anywhere in Nigeria. So it doesn't matter they write it somewhere, they don't write it somewhere. Makes no sense. Doesn't even work. Right?
Well,
at best you can put it under sales tax, maybe you can whatever you're doing there.
Maybe when they harmonize, they will fix it. But this is the law as written, and as explained even by the same guy that they're hiring. Is these guys? No, it's not about. This is not about people. This is the way it's written and interpreted.
Oh my God! I'm not arguing with you. Okay, I've heard your
no, but submission. What is the law in Nigeria? What, I mean, are we trying to fix it, or the guy will go and fix it?
Yeah. Sorry. Hold on. One voice at a time, everybody. But that may well be incomplete. That statute.
So the thing is, that's the statute as written and as implemented. Now they're going to go harmonize taxes, fix taxes. If this is going to get in their way and they need to fix it further, then this will be part of what they need to fix. But as of today, that is what obtains.
Can I come in?
Yeah, come in.
I'm not. You have made your submissions, and I have said like that is not VAT. Okay, you said it's what they write in the law, and so the conversation has moved to the law and the people. I'm not arguing with you any longer. I have made my submission regarding your opinion, and I'm saying, and I said, let them go and bring the most senior professor at Harvard. Doesn't matter. That is not VAT. That's something else. There's a lot of gobbledygook anyway that they write on paper in Nigeria anyway. So what difference does it make? All I'm going to say, like I said, it's like 25 million. If you are earning 25 million, you don't get VAT or whatever. You charge VAT to particular services and particular products. What does it have to do with whatever the business is making? It's another type. Everything have different paradigms, different frameworks. Otherwise, everything. That's why anywhere they just run the whole country to the ground. Everything, whatever they just call something, and down the road, everything is going to be a mess. That's not the way it works. But anyway, that's what I'm. Just before I go, one man. I think. Can I just make just a personal opinion? It doesn't really matter. I think Ogbeni is a very tough guy. Made very great whatever. Peter Obi's case is a no case. I think you should just allow Pansar to just take his time because he's got right to reply. Like the opposite side.
No. I was happy. I was happy to do that. But it was. Hold on. Hold on. I was happy to. In fact, I was hopeful that Fatai will Pansat rather would come in and take it on because he's always in that space. But it was introducing some level of aggression to it that I wasn't really because Ogbeni is here to submit and to take questions, but not to be attacked or put upon. I would not have anybody put upon, and that was why I had to
No, I get the point. I'm just saying, like it's an explanation of it, but I think like if Ogbeni takes 2 hours, right, let him just run his stuff however he wants to run it for 30 minutes, whatever. Doesn't hurt anybody. Nobody's going to die. It's freedom of speech. He's not going to shoot Ogbeni. Ogbeni is a big boy. So, but it's just an advice from me. It doesn't. I can't tell you how to run your show.
All right, I take that on board. No, there was too much aggression coming from him. I had to stop.
No problem. We just sure.
One man, it was obvious. Fansat had no choice but to go aggressive because every point he was going to bring out, when he had already knocked it out one by one. So he was frustrated. That's why I came out like that.
Anyway, good night, one man. Good night.
Anyway,
thank you.
Going back to this issue. So it's not
sorry, before you go back, Oriola, make sure your mic is connected. Otherwise, I will not be able to connect you. Oriola, Ade, back to you for Kulata.
Yeah. So going back to this issue, you can see our fiscal situation is a bit troubling. So we need constant sources of funds, and unfortunately, we have to tax. So I would love if it was more like progressive tax, but that's difficult for now. Maybe in another, maybe this guy will perform miracles. Let's pray for him. But as it is, it's going to be VAT that they're going after. So people, whatever you buy that is eligible for VAT, you have to pay the VAT on it.
So the price of goods go up in Nigeria, then that's what
Yeah,
we're
but
looking
the
at.
thing is, they already
Okay.
collect. It's not VAT. The people areas where VAT is collected, like all these formal places, people are already used to those things. But there may be smaller businesses that don't get to charge or pay VAT to the government. And it's Nigeria now. So, and according to what I'm looking at, this 25 million, it means they're further segmenting it. So, for whatever reason, it's up to them to figure out. So, they will widen that VAT space, collect more. It means those people will have to charge more, and some goods will be more expensive.
All right. Prince, you wanted to come in, Prince.
Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah, that's it. Regarding the term VAT or sales tax, it's I guess in Nigeria they can call it whatever they want to call it. But I understand what Fatah was saying, that it's not VAT, it's sales tax, because VAT, I think it's at a point of
It's a point of
transaction,
sale. Yeah,
right?
it's a
Point
point
of
of
sale,
sale.
exactly. So, but so yeah, but based on your interpretation of what you read, it's kind of hard to believe that because somebody has 25 million naira of inventory or less, the business owner and the consumers that go to that place of
Okay,
business don't pay taxes, they won't pay VAT on it.
give me 5 seconds. I just opened the FIR. I opened another document. This is from FIRS about tax returns. They said
Yeah, go on.
They said the amendment to Section 15 of the VAT Act created a threshold for taxable persons under the Act. By this provision, only taxable persons with taxable supplies of 25 million naira or more are required to charge, collect, remit the tax, and file monthly returns to FIRS. Monthly VAT returns are to be rendered. So it is based on VAT. This is how it is written. So I mean,
Yeah. Now, yeah, I don't know if you read that part earlier and I missed it, but based on that reading, yeah, that's what it says. So what
But it
percentage?
doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. That's just the thing. Yeah, but
Well, based on the
it
reading,
makes
it
sense
makes sense. It makes sense.
somehow. Poor, they want maybe poor people can make more sales. When they reach the threshold, then they start charging VAT and paying VAT. That's it.
But what percentage of, I mean, based on that, maybe I don't know the actual distribution of this different classes, but how many businesses or individual will pay taxes based on this? Did they have me? It
I
sounds
don't
like
know.
very very little.
Even they went to determination of what the 25 million turnover threshold is, but that gets long. But I mean, I have to study this. I just started paying attention to VAT space like today and yesterday. So, and when I heard that Oyedele talking about that 25 million, that kind of piqued my attention. Like they were talking about, it's only going to be people that are 25 million and above. I'm like, oh, really? I mean, because VAT is VAT, right? Value added tax. Goods are eligible, charge it. But if you're saying there's exemption for businesses, then they, I mean, explain those exceptions.
Sorry. How is that practicable? Because if you are saying if you are 25 million and under, and then you are not VATable, why would a big outlet not just go and open up a series of
Exactly.
and then just that's I'm
Yeah,
not quite
but
sure where they.
how is the company registration going to be now? Because a big outlet, are you going to register mushroom companies all over the place so your business inventory, I mean, your supplies can be less than 25 million naira? It's not efficient.
Hi, can I
Well,
ask?
well, quick question. Well, I think you answered the question earlier about what percentage of U.S. Citizens pay taxes. I did a Google search. I think it's about only 60%, right? So,
I did not know the U.S. citizen. I just looked at the tax to GDP. I did not check whether the number of people that pay taxes.
oh yeah, well, he estimate about 40%. 40% don't pay taxes, and U.S. at this point in time for this past few years, I don't think that they are not collecting enough revenue from taxes to meet their debt obligation or to service their the expenses that they have. Um, so I was going to ask you if you know, do Nigerians pay taxes on their cell phone when they buy minutes or when they up? I mean,
Yeah, that's a
the reason I'm asking because to be able to collect at least this amount of taxes, there has to be. Now, we know cell phone has a high penetration in Nigeria. Now that'd be a good way to collect money from people, poor or rich.
there's a tax for cell phone. They call it telecommunication tax. Actually, Tinubu just deferred that particular tax you're talking about. I think 5% or something that Buhari implemented. It was a very controversial one because you're also making that service more expensive. So the thing is, all this consumption is not fair, in my opinion, because it affects rich people and poor people the same, and that's not right. I think we should move more towards income taxes as much as possible. Well, of course, we still need to keep sales tax, VAT, stuff like that. But uh, if our sole taxation policy is too heavily focused on people's consumption patterns, then the poor will feel it the most. It's disproportionate to the poor.
Right.
I mean, so
I was gonna, but you don't
Yeah,
believe.
yeah,
Sorry.
go on. Ask that question and then let Oriola come in as well. I think he wants to come in there, but yeah,
Yeah,
please.
but I know you don't think taxing people should be punitive. You know, the reason I'm asking is because I don't think rich people or wealthy people should be taxed overtaxed. But nonetheless, they tend to, especially those that have businesses, tend to use more resources, it be the road, the infrastructure, whatnot. So there has to be a way for them to pay more like a variable tax, so to speak, pay as you use, because a person that gets a paycheck, you know, not only gets tax on the income from the paycheck, right? But a business person like Dangote running up and down with trucks, using the roads and all kinds of infrastructure facilities needs to pay more taxes based on the variable usage of his business. What do you think?
yeah, you see, that's a tricky. Now, the rich people, let's just say productive base. The productive base for their business operations, I feel the tax should be competitive globally. It should be lower. I won't say lower. I'll just say globally competitive, whatever that number is. We need not overtax businesses so people can bring their big businesses here. Now, you can't, because you're also productive, means I want to give you a lot of leeway to announce your own personal income. It's personal income that I want to tax at a more progressive level. So the business operations, the profits, and all that stuff, globally competitive. But you, as an entrepreneur, if I had my way, I would want you to declare a fair salary for yourself, so I can tax that fair salary. But of course, I'm just being silly. That's not the reality. People compensate themselves in different ways. Rich people don't pay taxes. It's middle class like you and I that end up carrying the burden. And so that is how it's always going to be. Extremely poor people don't pay. Extremely rich people don't pay. It's us in the middle that lift the economy of the country by paying taxes. So you don't want to burden rich people. They'll run away. They won't invest in your country. So of course, you have to give them tax breaks. And at the same time, poor people, you don't want to kill poor people. So Jafar doesn't say, I hate poor people.
All right, thanks. I got it.
All right, Oriola, come in. Oriola.
Hi. Oh, I think they said it already because the only confusing part for me it wasn't really confusing. It was more like them saying the readout that it just part of the readout that VAX return. My own understanding is if whatever you have, just like you said, is under 25 million, I guess, you probably you yourself, because they make revenue, so they probably are not allowed to pay any tax on that. But that doesn't stop them from collecting sales tax, which I think the other person was saying that
There's a loophole. You're right.
yeah,
You're
so
right.
they should still pay sales tax. It's just that if their revenue or everything they have in their market is now up to 25 million, there's no need for them, which is good for them because it won't kill their business if they don't
Yeah.
pay.
I mean, I don't, without me fully understanding how this 25 million is fully implemented, but by just basic layman's reading, there's a loophole. Because if my business is valued, I mean, however, I mean, there's a section 9.1 that's long that is determination of the 25 million turnover threshold. I don't want to read it. It's 5 bullet points.
No,
But
you don't
assuming
have to.
I don't want to go read it.
Yeah, you don't need to read it.
Yeah, but theoretically, without me reading it and fully further understanding it, I can charge VAT, and because I'm less than that 25%, then I don't need to file anything, so I make more money in my pocket.
Yeah, that's what I think they're saying. Yeah, that's what
I make more money in my pocket.
Right. So, for example, I think like people that live outside Nigeria, if they have a company for themselves, usually at the end of the year, like they have to file tax. Whatever they report is what they will base their tax return on. So I'm guessing Nigeria. So it's like that. They can't pressure them. If you're not making money, you're not really allowed to pay tax because you're not really making a lot of money, but you're contributing to the society by having a company that actually pays salary to people. So I think that if I'm getting what they're saying is right, or I'm getting it right, just like you said, it's probably the fact that if whatever you have is not up to 25 million, there's no need to pay tax. But at the same time, sales tax to apply. I would guess so, like if I go to the market and buy anything, I'm still paying sales tax. It's just that if I'm a business owner and my whole thing is now up to 25 million, I don't have to pay any VAT return at the end of the month or at the end of the year. That's what I would think.
Yeah, I will read more into how that 25%, that 25 million is implemented. But it does look like, I mean, I don't know how it's implemented, but from layman reading, without reading all this detail in this FIRS PDF document, there's a loophole. If you are not supposed to file, then you should probably not be able to collect. But VAT is VAT. VAT on goods is VAT on goods. We're right. I mean, you're right on that. But if these guys can collect and then are not required to file, then they make more money. So
but remember they said return. I don't think that applied to because if you
they still need to file. Actually, they need to file tax returns. So the devil is in the details because they have to still file tax returns, and then they need
to establish that they are under the threshold.
To establish that they're under the threshold, and they have there are 5 bullet points. There's a place that says determination of 25 million turnover threshold. If I can quickly go over it, should we? I don't want this to be a tax.
Let me mention one more thing. Because from what I know, like everybody, like if you go to the store now, they have like this drawer that calculate like what they call it, like what's POS. The name at checkout. I think those machines supposed to be calculating like, because I know like at the end of the year, like people that actually work in like retail, at the end of the night, the machine already calculated like whatever they collect on tax or whatever the actual payment is. So basically they have those records. So more like when they're filing tax or they're doing anything, they have it documented already that the government this is the tax for the government. So because I knew that when I was in Nigeria, they actually have those type of machines like at the checkout, they have those. So I'm guessing this machine is already knowing whatever they're collecting on that already. This machine is calculating that. So all they're just doing at the end of the year is like just presenting those documentation. And I guess in that documentation, they can tell that their revenue is up to nothing. What they have in the market is not even up to 25 million. So they don't have to, but they still have to provide. If that's the way, I don't know. But I know like over here, it's more like the machine does it for you. That's why they require that everybody have to have those machines, especially if you're doing retail, if you're a tailor, if you go to hair salon, anything like that, you're required to have those machines. So whatever payment is being made, those machines are calculating those things. So I believe that Nigeria has, because last time I was there, I saw it, like people has it.
Let me ask you a question. For those familiar with Nigeria, are those business people, are they required to use some sort of point of sale machine to collect their money? Or, I mean, based on my own memory, and this is from decades ago, I mean, people pull money from their bra and their pouch.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the market ladies. I'm talking if you go to the store. Like I went to the store and I see that. Like, so for example, if you go to the mall in Ikeja, for example, all the store in there, they have those type of machines.
They have point of sale machines.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about if you go to like the big market lady, I'm not talking about that. Or street sellers, I'm not talking about those. Which it would be good if they do have those things, because some of them, like if you go to Buka, for example, to eat, they don't have that. But it would be nice if they actually prohibit them, like they make it a law that you should have it. So when you're selling, if I buy amala and anything, and I make payment, they should use those machines for this stuff. Like I think that will actually widen, just like everybody's been saying that they just need to widen. They need to include more people into the taxes. I think that will help. And if you go to those big market as well, those yalogists, they have big shops. What is stopping them from having those type of machines?
I don't know. Maybe they will have to mandate those machines.
Yes, they should. I think if they do, it would be nice. Because you can't see the government.
Let me quickly go through the determination of the 25 million turnover threshold, because I'm very curious now. So the number one, they said a taxable person who has made taxable supplies of 25 million naira prior to the introduction of the VAT threshold shall continue to charge, collect, remit the tax, and file monthly returns, even if it has not made 25 million taxable supplies in the current year. So if you made it prior to the introduction, you need to file and remit the taxes, the VAT. Then the next one is a taxable person who did not attain 25 million naira taxable supplies before 1st of February 2020 shall immediately commence to charge, collect, remit the tax, and file monthly returns upon attaining the threshold of 25 million taxable supplies. All right. Number three, a taxable person may voluntarily register, charge, collect, remit the tax, and file monthly returns to FIRS at any time, even without attaining the 25 million threshold. Such a person shall notify the FIRS prior to doing so and shall be subject to all provisions of the VAT Act applicable to persons above the threshold. So if you want to do it, it's almost like JJ logo. Number four, a taxable person who has not attained the 25 million threshold but expects to attain the threshold at a future date within the calendar year shall immediately commence to charge, collect, remit the tax, blah, blah, blah. The last one, a taxable person who makes taxable supplies amounting to 25 million and above within the calendar year is required to file the monthly VAT returns to FIRS. So you see, this 25 million is real. It's real. If you think you're going to make it, you're encouraged to file. If you're not going to make it, you don't have to file. I don't know, man.
I think this is encouraging underreporting. You know, here in the UK, they have something they call cash in hand, and you get that with handymen, which will be your fixers, your plumbers, etc., etc. So they'll come to you with two quotations. If you want a receipt, it's at £10,000. If you don't want if you don't want a receipt, it's £6,000. You know. So is this not where we're headed?
Right, but it's whatever they tell the government at the end of the month, at the end of the year, is what the government will believe. So if they say I only make $20,000 in that 1 year, that means they probably won't subject them to tax. So I don't know how it works, but I think that's the same way, because just like you said, the same way here is like if I make cash payment, I won't pay tax. But if I don't make tax payment, but if I don't pay cash, if I use debit or credit card, then I pay tax. So meaning that when they report at the end of the year, the government already would be asking for those tax return or whatever tax they pay or sale tax will be on whatever they charge the customer. So yeah, it makes sense, but I think we just need more people, just like people have been saying.
I think this like you said, one man. The way I'm reading this, it encourages underreporting.
Yeah, that's just the thing, isn't it? And it's also it's also going to see a ballooning in all these sort of portfolio companies where you just go and register a shell company and use the invoice of that company for your bigger company. It's just it's just ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, man. The way it's written is I don't know why they did it, or maybe we still need to fully understand it. But from my understanding of the basic stuff I've written right now, it's problematic.
All right.
Wait, how though? Are you saying because whatever they tell the government is what the government will believe? Is that the reason why you think it would be a problem?
But I just read it. I mean, I'm just reading it to you. They say if you fail, you're going to make 25 million this year. Go file taxes. That means if you don't fail, you won't file the VAT taxes. Nobody's saying if you're under 25 million, do not collect. You can be collecting, but if you don't make that threshold of 25 million, then you don't have to file VAT. Then you'll be making more money.
How is it even policed? Is the thing. How do they police it?
I don't even know. Okay, imagine what's the difference between someone making 24. I mean, someone that has supplies of 24 million and someone that has supply of 26 million. Nobody say mama bond them 24 million and 26 million, or 24 million and 25 million. It's around the same ballpark. It's crazy.
Wait, my understanding, but wait, I think so for example, those companies, they're actually allowed to collect VAT on whatever they sell, correct? Even though their product is not up to 25.
Exactly. I am not seeing anything that says they can't collect VAT on VAT eligible goods. Right. All I'm saying here is you don't need to file. You only have to file if you feel you're going to make 25.
Yeah, but what my understanding of that area is that the VAT they're collecting on behalf of the government is not subjected to their own revenue, if you understand what I'm saying. Meaning that if their market, they're not making up to 25 million, it's not subjected to that. But the VAT that you're collecting on behalf of the government, you still have to bring that back. That's what I'm thinking.
No, it's based on taxable supplies. It's based on taxable supplies. So how do you even prove? No, this thing is, that's why you have tax. That's why in every firm you have all these tax people. We just call them, come and do your thing. Because this is based on taxable supplies, right? How do you audit the taxable supplies to know if it's met the 25 million threshold or not? Or it's just a trust-based system that I tell you, okay, I'm willingly going to tell you I'm going to make 25 million this year, then you can come and take my returns. Or I can lie to you and I'll keep charging taxes, but I'll tell you I'm not making 25 million, and then I'll keep all that money. I don't know.
I don't think well, my understanding is this is what I understand. If my revenue is more than 25, myself, the money I made, I have to pay tax on that. That has nothing to do with the tax I'm collecting on behalf of the government.
That's business tax you're talking about. Not,
right.
I mean,
So
money you're
return.
making. Yeah.
Oh.
That's business tax. That's the different topic. Separate from the VAT. VAT,
Okay.
I sell shoes. Let's say VAT, I don't even know what the rate is. Let's say it's 10%.
It's tax return. Yeah, it's tax on whatever you. So if I charge $2 and tax on that, whatever I purchase, yeah.
Yeah.
It sound, well, I understand your point, but it just sounds like a little bit different the way I'm hearing it. I mean, I don't know. It just sounds a little bit more like you collect tax on behalf of the government, right? You have to. That tax is different.
That's what VAT is now. That's what VAT is.
Yeah. VAT is the value tax return.
Value added tax.
Value added tax. Yeah, that correct. But never mind.
Are you trying to process the thoughts? Yeah, try. We can see you trying to process the thoughts. This is why people like Kulata make the big bucks. When they are doing your.
I work. I have tax people that I call. I don't deal with tax. When it comes to tax matter,
it just doesn't add up. Like it doesn't kind of like add up in a way because a lot of people would just cheat the system. They would.
People based on the way, but there needs to be practical implementation aspects of this because this document is pretty long. It's like 13 pages, so they gave some examples and some things. So I'm sure maybe our interpretation of it is not as easy. In the United States, we don't pay VAT. It's just sales tax. I mean, it's county sales tax, state sales tax. We don't complicate our lives with VAT. Is when I go to Europe that I see all these things on my receipt and I go and collect my return in the airport.
All right.
You know what? There's a phrase in this country that there are two certain things in life: debt and taxes. The one thing that you would never avoid in life in the UK is debt and taxes.
If I can make this point real quick. This is what I'm thinking in my head, and I know it's different from like what we're putting down right now. My thinking is whatever they making, whenever they have their revenue on the that's over 25 million, if they're making anything lower, they don't have to pay tax on that on their products. But if they're collecting tax, which is the VAT that we're talking about, that VAT, because they're collecting on the on behalf of the government, my expectation and what I'm reading, because just like you said, the understanding of this might be different for everyone else. The way I'm understanding is that VAT is not it has nothing to do with you still have to give that back to the government. The only thing that you're not you don't have to pay any VAT on is the fact that you yourself, your own product and all the revenue you made is now up to 25 million. That's how I understand
it. Oh, there's background. There's feedback.
Yeah, I think that's from Oriola.
Sorry, it's not Oriola. It's not based on revenue. It's based on your supplies. Remember, it's what you sell. I mean, one way or the other, yeah, what you sell to will be the basis of your revenue. But it's based on your supplies. So here's the thing. Maybe, because I've not seen this explicitly written, maybe if your supply doesn't meet the threshold, then you are not mandated to charge the VAT.
No, that wouldn't make sense because that means that so that means I can go to one shop and buy stuff and I won't pay VAT, and I can go to another one just because it's bigger and it has more products. Then exactly. That's what I'm saying, that we all see like from different angle. The angle that I'm seeing it from is more like the VAT that you're collecting on the on behalf of the government is not subjected to that VAT return. The VAT return is more like if my product it's not up to 25 million. I don't have to pay any VAT on it, but I still collect VAT on behalf of the government.
Yeah,
and I have to give
the ideal way.
that VAT.
Oh, your system is making
It is.
There's a big echo where you are, but carry on.
Yeah. So you see, the ideal way, VAT is VAT. It's based on this good is eligible, that is eligible, regardless of wherever you buy it. That's why I understand it from other countries in the world. I've not opened a UK business, but I know that wherever shop I go to in the UK, a VAT is a VAT on whatever you buy that is eligible for VAT anywhere. So I don't know if UK has this exemption too, or if your supplies is lower than that. I did not open a business in the UK. It's only in this Nigeria that I'm seeing that you're not allowed to file if your supplies is less than 25 million. So that kind of like opened the doors, like, because it's cheating, almost like you're favoring small businesses ahead of slightly bigger businesses. And that's why I have a concern of, all right, what's the difference between 24.5 million and 25 million? Now the same mama bond them now. So it's assuming that 24.5 charges VAT and he can prove that his supplies will still be less than 25 million. That means he has more money taken back home to the guy that just made barely 25 million. That guy is mandated to pay the VAT. It's not a fair system.
All right. It looks as though you have to do a bit more research on that.
Sorry, I see your point. I just see. I think that I see it differently, and I think that you still pay VAT. It's just that your tax on your own product is not what you're paying, but the tax you're collecting on behalf of the government, you still have to give back to the government. Because if you don't do that, that's not a good way to do tax.
Let me read up more on it. Like I said, I just landed on this stuff like yesterday, and I'm just opening the document literally now. But I'll read up on it. But from what I understand, based on what I read, is an unfair system, and it's kind of like a warped system.
All right. Whilst we still have you, Kolata, let's take you back home. I'm not quite sure how long you've been in Nigeria, but we'll take you via some form of osmosis to Osun State. Osun Governor Ademola Adeleke appoints his daughter as a commissioner. So now, this I did say this is what it was going to end up, but I watched this and then tell us what is going on in your space. So that's good. That lady right there, Adenike, she's going to be a commissioner in your state.
Voila. My people. Well, I mean, they wanted Adeleke, they got Adeleke, they showed several times, they had a lot of opportunities to get behind, I mean, to leave this guy. They insisted on him. So whatever we get is whatever we get. I mean, good luck to my state. It's not, I mean, that's his daughter. Obviously, that's his daughter. So that girl is a commissioner, is what you're telling me.
Yes, she's one of the names, along with the wife of his elder brother, the one deceased. So he's done friends and family, and he sent it to the state assembly.
Wow.
For commissioners.
We don't enter one chance, man.
Which portfolio will Davido get is what I am waiting to see.
Why are you running down our able governor now? Why are you doing this, man?
You are from Osun to okay, Akpombe, so it's not only me.
No, Emike. Oh yeah. Osun
Imole today.
You got that fella for you.
Is that a mole or kokon? That's more like
that's the mole now. The baby's fine.
What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
What do you mean?
Are you saying his daughter is not qualified?
That's nepotism.
Okay. No, hold that thought. You're asking if the daughter is not qualified. So let's have a look at our CV. Because I have a CV here. Adeleke is an Instagram star who uses the platform to promote her love for fashion, makeup, and her daily life. So that's a CV.
No, I don't think it's even about her CV. Sorry for barging in. Can I continue?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I'm sure the last speaker was just trying to be cranky. It's just a comedy relief. I don't believe that you want to say what is on there. What's the definition of nepotism? I mean, I don't mind him. Excuse me. Just 1 second. I don't mind him appointing her as one of the kitchen cabinets, whether personal aid, like chief of staff or whatever, exclusively her own. That does not have anything to do with quota. But as a commissioner, hey, come on. I think that's a little bit extreme. Would have said the same thing if Buhari had appointed his son as a minister, or Tinubu his son as a minister. Maybe the daughter as a minister. No. We can joke about it, but it's really not right. It's not right.
It doesn't stop there. Nigerians react as Adeleke nominates late brother's wife as Osun commissioner. So it's just packing it with his look, unbelievable.
What's her portfolio? Does anybody know?
Let
me quickly. It said the governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, has caused a stir on social media after nominating the wife of his late elder brother, Adeleke, as one of the. So it's the same name. So, but when I was going through the list of our commissioners he sent in, there were 2 Adeleke names there. So yes, Moruf Adeleke. So we have him here.
No, that one is not the same family.
All right, and then we have the Adeleke, and then it's quite a spectacle. Along with what he did at the Salah celebration, it looks as though you are in for a roller coaster ride in Osun State. It's just going to it's going to be what it's going to be. This is the sort of headlines we'll be seeing about this guy. And the funny thing is, they might just go and make him. Zita wants to see the video again. They might just go and make him the chairman of the governors forum now, just to complete the ludicrousness of the whole thing. Look at that. It's commissioner. My goodness me, it's unbelievable.
Osun State too. We don't have money in that state. We don't have any money in Osun State. Anyway.
Question. So would it have been okay if she's one of the advisors to him?
It wouldn't have been okay if she had gotten anything. She's not qualified for anything. So why should she?
You don't know her credential, though. You don't know her credential. Just because she's dancing online doesn't mean she's not qualified.
We've read her CV. She's an Instagram model who shakes the booty all over social media.
She went to school, though. Are you sure she doesn't have maybe like classes and work for a good company? Are you sure?
We just read her CV. They told. Did you know? No. She works for KPMG. She's she works for the Bank of England. I suspect maybe.
You might just think that.
One man. How are you?
I mean, you never know. That might be the case. He just wants somebody trustworthy around him.
Hello, Wama. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, Thomas.
Yes, yeah. Hey, Wama, are you telling me the lady is not educated at all?
No, she's educated because I was on an Instagram page just a moment ago, and she did graduate from I think an American university, but everybody has a degree.
But Trump did the same thing in America. So what happened?
Yeah, but his children have a CV better. I
don't
know.
No, that's not true. That's the point I was trying to make. That's not true.
Woman.
Yes.
Do you guys know when she graduated? She graduated in 2020.
She has 200. I'm now jealous of the girl. She has 215 followers on Instagram. There she is on your screen. Your commissioner coming. I did say she was a booty shaker. So this is what you're getting.
Buhari's daughter was one of the minister of petroleum, but one of the managers in the petroleum thing, right? And she's not qualified.
Stop. That's not correct. That was a blatant lie. That's not correct.
No. what do
That
you mean
was
it's not correct?
not. That
What
is
what
not.
is the correct? What was correct?
The Buhari's daughter did not do anything at it. It was just some rumor by some, don't let me name anybody, don't let me call anybody's name. But we know it's not true. So don't let's
She
recycle
didn't
what
work
is
there.
not true.
She didn't work there.
It was fact checked. It was not true now. I mean, what do you want me to say?
No.
You want
I
us to
was
go down on it?
asking work. Are you saying that she never worked at the NFPC, right?
No.
Abakari's daughter, you mean? I think Abakari's daughter got you know, Nigeria has a sovereign wealth something. I think she was there. Abakari's daughter.
I'm not about Abakari's daughter. I'm talking about Muhammadu Buhari's daughter. It was rumored that she was made director of NNPC at some point, and that was not true. And just so that we don't send out wrong, what do you call it?
No, I didn't say director. It's just one of the management. It was a member of the management.
She was not. She's not. It's not. She's not. She was not.
Okay.
All right. All right. Looking at the pictures now, I would want a commissioner in my cabinet.
She's cute. That's what I'm on her Instagram.
I suppose it's on the screen. Their Instagram is on the screen. I suspect Kulata will have her in his cabinet too.
What's Kulata? What's the Instagram handle?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Kulata will answer.
Well, are you not looking at your screen? Would you not have her in your cabinet?
She lives in Atlanta as herself. She lives in my town.
Look at that.
Kulata.
She doesn't look anything like the father, though. I don't think.
What's her Instagram handle?
It's a Nikos baby, NIKOS_BABII.
And why are you asking? Do you want to check her up? Why are you asking?
You mean about me, bro?
For educational purposes. It's asking for educational purposes.
This girl cannot stay. She cannot live in Oshogo. I mean,
no.
In fact, I just opened something at her handle now, and the first thing I saw a surprise.
What's a surprise?
No, let me keep that one to myself. Let me keep that one private.
No, it's on the screen now where everybody's. If you're not,
I know, no, you are not getting me. I said, as I opened on my own something, I saw a surprise. The first thing that scared me was a surprise. You won't necessarily see the surprise I'm seeing.
But we're seeing the screen now. Look, are you looking at your screen?
Yeah, I'm looking at my screen, and I'm looking at my.
No, her Instagram page is on the platform. We're looking at the Instagram page right now.
That's what I'm saying. Now I now open it on my other device.
She was her girlfriend. They have something together. Maybe what is?
All right. All right. That's well, that's Nigeria though. That's what we do.
Almost you like Babo. If you are living in glass house, don't throw stuff.
All right. To this space. Bishop was somewhat dismissive of it. Ex-Ogun governor Gbenga Daniel. Yes. No, it wasn't actually Bishop. It was Ogbeni. Ex-Ogun governor Gbenga Daniel writes state government demands the suspension of his monthly pension of 676,000 naira. So, is that narrative of these double payments that these people are getting? So Gbenga Daniels, of course, now finds his way to the Senate, and he says that he feels a prick of conscience collecting this all of these monies with people hemorrhaging at the bottom. He says, after my inauguration at the Senate, I wrote His Excellency Prince Dakwa Abiodun on June the 14th, 2023, to notify him of my decision to have the monthly payment of 676,000 naira being gross payment of my pension and allowances as former governor of Ogun State suspended immediately. This decision I made in good conscience, moral principles, and guiding ethics. It is also important to state that this is the only payment and package I get from the state government as former governors. So is the criticism cutting through to the top echelons of society?
Can I have a quick say on this?
Yeah, carry on. Go on.
Okay, I honestly I don't know. I read the headline earlier on, and I read it when you read that. I don't see anything. I think it's just been how do they call this? Sanctimonious. There's nothing to celebrate here. It's just obeying the law, because you cannot be collecting two payments, either as a pension or as salary from the same source. And the federal government pay, or this government pays you. So it's just complying, and that's what every reasonable person should do. Now, whosoever, the state should not ordinarily stop the payment when they get elected, but whosoever that is still collecting is breaking the law. So it's just here that when you comply with the law, you want to be celebrated. It's done what every or any reasonable person should do. You cannot be collecting, you cannot be paid salary by the government and still be collecting pension because you have sat in one capacity or the other. So the right thing you should do is to suspend, or the state should actually, but if they fail to do so, he has done the right thing. So if there is anybody that is a former governor that is collecting pension as a governor and is still collecting salary as a sitting senator, then that person is breaking the law, is violating the law.
Okay, what law are they breaking?
What law are they breaking? I cannot quote.
Yeah,
I cannot quote it.
We have governors that are actually doing exactly what you said.
Say that again.
We actually have governors that are collecting.
That's what I'm saying. If there are governors that are doing it, they are violating the law.
There are 14 of them. The Senate president himself, he is collecting. Godswill Akpabio.
No.
But I'm asking which law are they breaking? Because if they're breaking law, they're lawmakers, so they will know better. So
number one, one man, the list you mentioned did not say that they were collecting. It just says the list of former governors that have served or that are serving in different capacities. It's not saying, the list did not say that they are collecting. It's just, a collection of former governors that are now either ministers or senators in different capacities.
Hold on. Double payment, 14 serving Nigerian senators to earn juicy pensions as former state governors. So listen to just even from the opening paragraph, it says at least 14 serving Nigerian senators are said to be getting double pay as lawmakers and former governors of their state. So they are getting double pay.
No, you just read that they are said to be.
What are you talking about? Are you
getting double pay?
Is that not what is just said?
No, you said they are said to be getting double pay. It did not say that they are being paid. They are said to be. That is the reporter is just saying that okay, they will be collecting pay, but just like what this man named, the one in question, the one we had to discuss.
Bishop, it can be assumption. It can be
that's
assumption.
What I'm saying. That the reporter just assumed that it did not even say outright that they are being paid.
Sorry. These are former state governors. There are 14 of them that are in the Senate. So all of these state governors.
No, hold on. Not all of them are in the Senate. Yeah, correct that. It's not.
Fashola is not. Fashola actually rebook it. I think
exactly.
No. So sorry, not these people on the screen, but the listed names are Godswill Akpabio, Adams Oshiomhole, Adamu Alero, Dave Umahi, Aminu Tambuwal, Abubakar Sani Bello, Ibrahim Dankwambo. So it's not the picture, but the 14 listed names. So these people are eligible to pensions, and they are collecting pensions, and we've not had any indication to say that they have surrendered the pension. So what's the argument that they are not?
Well, you have just said two things now. You said it with you said they are eligible, and you now said they are collecting. There is no evidence to show that they are collecting. That's what I'm saying. There is no evidence to say now that they have resumed. They were collecting as former governors before, but now that they are resuming in the Senate, the right thing to do is what do you call it?
Yes,
Benga Daniel.
but what's the indication? What's the indication that they are not? Have they exempted themselves, but kept it quiet?
The only reason we are making this a subject is because Benga Daniel wrote and decided to make his own letter public. How about others that just wrote silently and did not make it public?
Like
Yeah,
who?
woman, if
So
I can.
you're the one making a leap of assumption.
No. You are the one making an assumption that all of them are collecting without necessarily doing the right thing. I mean, you are alleging that they are collecting double pay now.
I'm not making an assumption, am I? Because they have been collecting it all the way through, and there is no indication that they are not. So to indicate that they are not will be to assume on their behalf that they are not. There is nothing to tell us that they are not, is there?
No, woman. What is the law that they are breaking? That should settle the whole thing.
No. They are not breaking any law.
Exactly.
It's a moral ethics.
No. It's not moral. It's law. No. It's law. There is a law. I can't remember. There's a law they are breaking.
No,
There's a law they are breaking.
What is it?
We've always known that governors, when they retire and go to the Senate, they get that double pay. So I don't know of the law. I've always known that about, I think, Okorocha and some other people perhaps. But so they're not breaking any law. I mean, so unless we know what the law is, then that is fine. But what the prince had done is exceptional, I would say. I've not heard about anyone going to the Senate and rejecting that governorship pay. So it is exceptional. Is it doing? Yeah, I mean, it is exceptional. I mean, after all, I don't think we can conclude right now that he's the worst governor when he was in charge in the country. So even though somebody said earlier that he didn't do much for Ogun State, but nonetheless, it is his pay to collect. Yeah, it is his pay to collect at any time.
Can I please interject you? And one man as well. One man has been a little bit adamant. What Bishop is telling you guys is that we don't have the fact that the others have rejected the same thing. Since Benga Daniel make his own publicly, that doesn't mean the rest of them have not done the same thing.
It's okay to assume that they will be collecting until they come out and say otherwise. It's because they're not breaking any law. It's okay to assume that they will be collecting those pay, which is fine. They're not breaking any law.
Yeah, but is it acceptable though that they are collecting these fat pensions as state governors and then collecting this prince's ransom as senators as well?
Why not? I mean, again, we can't.
Why not? Oh God!
It's not acceptable.
Let's not be sanctimonious. No,
one voice. Yeah, carry on.
Let's not be sanctimonious. Okay. See, when we treat some people differently and we expect different results, that's not fair. In a civil society, if that's the law that prevents them from getting it, that's what we should be talking about. Personally, I don't know. What can I say? They were governors. They did their time. They just go, unless you're saying that, hey, they pass a special law or they have special privileges in society, then that's a different case. But if they're not, why not? But
Let me ask you a question real quick. Who is entitled to pension?
Who's the person
like randomly in life? Who's entitled to?
Are you talking about retirement age?
Yeah, you collect pension when you're not working, correct?
Sure.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, but they're working, so they can't be collecting pension.
No. So that's almost
can I interject?
One second.
Can I interject?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me respond to that.
Yeah, everybody, hold on. Just that rule, one voice. Carry on.
Yeah, let me respond to that. I see your point, but just like in the States and other parts of the world, a retired person that gets their Social Security pay and other pension can still go back to the workplace or workforce. It's not a crime to work because you're getting a pension. Let's not go that way. It's not a crime to work because you're getting a pension.
What you just said now is not correct. So you can't be collecting.
It's correct in the UK though, but carry on. Yeah.
And in the US also.
Okay, can I just bring in something, please?
Oh no, hold on.
This will help us. This will help us.
When I say hold on. Let Oriola land this point. Oriola, carry on. Oriola. After I clear the space for you to land, so sorry to you, Bishop.
Well, there was a court. I'm just reading the court order now in 2019, the Federal High Court Lagos, that orders the federal government to recover all the pension that have been paid to ex-governor who are serving as ministers and senators. There was a court order, and that order has not been vacated. I don't know if I can send it to you. And then, because I remember very well that some group of persons went to court. I don't know whether it was set up or something, that went to court that you cannot be collecting salary as a minister or a service senator and still be collecting pensions. And the court ruled that it is illegal. It's saying that Justice Oluremi Ogutoyinbo followed an application for an order of mandamus in suit number FHC-/CS/1497/2017, brought by the, so that court order still substates that it is illegal to be collecting pension as a governor and still be collecting salary as a minister or as a serving senator. And that's what I was referring to, that it is illegal to be collecting both. I don't know, I can forward something to you if I have a way of manipulating it. That's what I was referring to.
All right. So Zita, I saw you in the comment section disagreeing that it is illegal. Zita, good to see you.
Hey, one man, how na day?
We do.
Okay. I don't think they're breaking any law. Okay. There is nowhere in our constitution in Nigeria that says you cannot collect pension for the work you did. But the question Nigerians should be asking is, why are they collecting pension while they're working? There is nothing wrong in that too. But the thing is that if you are collecting pension and you're working, there are certain number of hours you will work so that you don't dip deep into the economy of the country by ripping them off. So if they are collecting pension from the state where they were governors, their salaries as senators are supposed to be reduced. That's how it works. But then again, the important thing is that in Nigeria, all these things are not harmonized. It should be cumulative for all the work, even if they want to do it in form of pension, it should be cumulative. I am not, for one, I will never be against anybody who is collecting pension for work he did in a particular time in his life. Number one, the question everybody should be asking, are governors, according to the law in Nigeria, supposed to collect pension? How many years did they work as governor that they are collecting pension?
That's the wider question. That's the wider question, isn't it?
But Zita, why not though? Because when you think about
I didn't
CEOs,
say they should not. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say they should not. You and I know that all over the world, if you are a pension earner, the next job you are doing, your salary will be reduced. You and I know that. So you cannot be collecting pension as an ex-governor and be collecting a full-fledged salary as a senator. That's ripping the country dry.
Well, I don't think that's true.
No, hold on.
I am not saying they should not collect. I am not saying they should collect. But what I am saying is that it should be harmonized. Yes, you worked for 8 years. How much are you supposed to be paid for working for that 8 years? Or are you, because you work for 8 years, you have the pen in your hands, you just sign any amount to yourself? That's what I'm talking about, harmony. And they should make it cumulative in the sense that if you are collecting that salary, your next job, that pension you are collecting should be shown in that your next job. How? You will not take exactly what you are supposed to be taking in your next job. So that's how it works. Here, people don't want to do anything after they retire. Why? Because they want to collect their full social security and their pension. Because if you work, you will get that pension. You will not get paid exactly what others are being paid. So it's not that they're breaking any law. I don't even know whether Nigeria has any law because it's those governors that put down money.
It looks as though, hold on, Zita. It looks as though they may be breaking a law, but let me quickly, oh God, it's an essay. Let me just give you a few paragraphs of this. This was under Abubakar Malami. It says, court orders federal government to recover pension paid to ex-governors who are served as ministers, senators. The Federal High Court in Lagos, in somebody is booming there. Is that your Oriola job mute array? Oriola? Who's the music coming from? Oh, hold on. Somebody is woofing music there. All right. Okay. All right. The Federal High Court in Lagos, in a landmark judgment, has ordered the federal government to recover pension collected by former governors now serving as ministers and members of the National Assembly, and directed the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Mr. Abubakar Malami, SAN, to challenge the legality of state pension laws permitting former governors and other ex-public officials to collect such pensions. A certified true copy of the judgment delivered last week was obtained yesterday. The judgment by Justice something or the other followed an application by for an order of mandamus in a suit number XYZ brought by the social economic what's it or the other known as SERAP. The judgment is coming on the heels of the invalidated pension law for former governors and other ex-public officers in Zamfara State, which provided for the upkeep of ex-governors to the tune of 700 million naira annually. The state had produced 3 ex-governors since 1999. In the judgment, Justice Oguntoyinbo said the Attorney General has argued that the state laws duly passed cannot be challenged. With respect, I do not agree with this line of argument by the Attorney General that he cannot challenge the state pension laws for former governors. Justice Oguntoyinbo also said, the question that comes to mind is who should approach the court where a particular law is not in the best interest of Nigeria as a country or national interest? Who should approach the court where a particular law is detrimental to the interest of the country? Who should institute actions in court for the purpose of recovering public funds collected? In answering the questions, Justice Oguntoyinbo said, in my humble view, the Attorney General should be interested in the legality or validity of any law in Nigeria and how such laws affect or will affect Nigerians, being the chief law officer of the Federation. Justice Oguntoyinbo also adjourned the suit to the 3rd of March 2020 for hearing on report of compliance with the court order. So it looks as though it's inconclusive. So I'm not quite sure. Bishop, that this is as categorical as you may imagine. But sorry, back to you, Zeta.
So sorry, 1 second. What they said was that the court wanted to see whether they complied. The court already ruled. It just wanted to see whether it was complied, not that they reversed the rule or it was inconclusive. The last sentence you read.
No, what this is saying is that the Attorney General is saying that it has no legal footing. Is that not what he said? Is that not what I read?
That is exactly what he said, because they said the law. That means it's a law.
It's 1 minute, sorry. The court ruled the Attorney General will not just by his own wings and caprice say he does not have the power. He will go back to the court and challenge that
no,
the parties.
Hold on. This is I highlighted the paragraph. Justice Oguntoyinbo said the Attorney General has argued that the state law duly passed cannot be challenged. With respect, I do not agree with this line of argument by the Attorney General that he cannot challenge the state pension laws for former governors. So it is still it's still whatever judgment it is still, it doesn't subsist because it looks as though I wonder if Benny has gone to bed. It's still on the screen because it is reverting to constitutional matters. So that judgment I don't think it subsists. But yeah, back to you, Zeta.
It's a law, because if you read what you just read, they keep saying who will interpret the law when it is hurting the country. That means it's a law. It's a law. Somebody is just trying to intervene in the law. But that is not the angle I'm coming from. The angle I'm coming from is harmonization. I'm not saying nobody should collect his pension, but then who wrote it? Is it one governor that is living a state will wake up and put some certain amount into his pocket every month and walk away? That's not orderliness now. The state should arrange it very well, pass a law. If you are a governor and you are supposed to take pension, then we do it very well. How many percentage of the 8 years you worked that should be given back to you? It will make sense to anybody.
Excuse me, Zira. The word you just read now just mentioned that that's a state law, meaning it went through legislation. So meaning it's a law for the state. It's not something made up. It's a law. So
you don't seem to understand what I'm saying. You don't seem to understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I'm not saying it's not a law. I was the first to say it's a law, because I heard the man saying who will interpret the law when it is hurting. I'm not saying it's not a law. I'm saying on what yardstick, because the money they give to themselves is quite a large number. The other day, we were reading about, is it the Fulani Herdsman governor, how much he's putting to himself just for ruling a state for 8 years. I'm talking about how money. One governor cannot just get up because he was governor that time. He has the legislator with him and sign, put the federal government should do it in a way that this is what they take.
No, we don't need federal government to be doing everything. Let the state do it. Whatever the state has signed is what it is.
Also, Zita, that's where the
when argument... I say federal government, what I mean is by constitutionally.
Yes, so that's where it is. That's what Abubakar Malami was saying. For all intents and purposes, all the states within the federation, they have sub-autonomy. They're as autonomous from the central space as is possible. So it's not as though the central space has that much of an oversight over them. So they are, to all intents and purposes, they are sovereign countries unto themselves, then overarched by the Nigerian state. So it's not as though Abubakar Malami can go there with a cane and whip them into shape. If they fall within the ambit of the Constitution, and the Constitution permits the sovereign states to form their own laws, there's very little they can do. That's what he was explaining.
Okay, one man can ask a question.
One man, you see, sometimes when these things suit them, it becomes their autonomy. If they're that autonomous from the federal government, why haven't they formed their own police? I still stand by what I said.
Okay, can I ask a question?
These things are supposed to be harmonized. You can't just wake up because you are a governor and you have the next person who will come.
Are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying the federal government should determine the pensions of the state governors?
The Constitution, maybe the Supreme Court, they should say something. Make it a percentage. You can't just wake up as an individual. It's not a banana republic. You write any amount.
But it went through the legislation, though.
Kind of amount. What's going on?
No, but it went through the legislation.
Can you hear me?
Hold on. Let's hear from Prince. Prince, come in.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know if you can hear me. So
we could hear you. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was gonna ask. So should ex-governors that have that want to pursue to further their political career should be punished because they want to be senators. Because I mean, 14 out of 36 governors, they that are in the Senate, according to what you read. So what about those governors, the ex governors that are not in the Senate? Should we go after their pension also? I mean, so in other words,
Are you asking me a question? Or are you making a comment?
in other words, well, 1 second, please. In other words, it shouldn't be punitive. We shouldn't be going after people for trying to be what is it better themselves or serve the country. And so the question, I guess, to you, Zita, would be: should we punish people that are wanting to further their political career because they're going to be getting overpaid being in the Senate and taking the ex-governorship salary or pension?
Did I say anything like that? I said something need to be harmonized. That's what I said.
I heard what you said. I mean,
Hold on. You cannot just wake up because you are a governor. And I made reference, when I speak, I'm very clear at what I say. I made reference to Autumn, they call it, what do they call him again? Is it Autumn or whatever? Some few months ago here, we read the things he signed for himself. So because you are in charge of the fund, the budget of a state, you just sign any amount of money to yourself. And every month the state will be paying you that huge sums of money because you work for them for 8 years. I repeat myself again. There must be a percentage. It must be harmonized.
I have a question.
Can the feds intervene when, just like one man said earlier, that the states are autonomous? I mean, can the state do, the federal? I mean, can they do something about it?
And I answered him by saying, if the state is that autonomous, why haven't they formed their own police?
They're semi-autonomous. Of course, they are not autonomous. Then because then they'll be a country by themselves.
If they are semi-autonomous, that semi should include this.
That's
wait, can I engage you for 1 minute? You mentioned that the governor can just wake up and say, okay, I can assign this so amount to myself. I don't think that's how it works. Like,
hold on.
No, don't do that. Let him put the point to you and then you answer it. Oriola,
yeah, so I don't think that's how it works because this is democracy. Like, it can actually, and it's not executive order. It can't give executive order on pensions. So it has to go through the state lawmakers. So I believe that this went through the state lawmakers. Now you can say that maybe the lawmakers, they're in his pocket because they belong to the same party. That's the reason why they decided to pass that law. You can say that. But you know that government is not like, well, it can't be there forever. There will be another government that comes in. So if the new government feel like, oh, the last government, the law they passed is not good with them, he can bring it back to the floor if we have like his own people to favor him. So, but the point that you're making there is it looks as if the governor can just, it's not dictatorship, it's not authoritarian. They can't just say, oh, this is what I want. This is a law. It went through the legislation and they approve it. So that's the part that I want you to see. Like, they just didn't assign. Some people had to approve it. So if you can talk to that, but just so you know
Okay. I don't think you said anything different from what I just said. You didn't say anything different. I made mention of few things here when I started this statement. I said, number one, I said, you cannot wake up as a governor just because you are the sitting governor and you have the legislature around you. You can play back what I said. And you whoop in so amount to yourself while people are bleeding in your state. You'll be taking that money every month. And you still said what I said again. You said the legislator, another legislator will come and they will sign over it. So back to what I'm saying, there should be harmony. At what percentage of your monthly pay, not all the other gogore and shenanigans you get around. I mean, what percentage of your monthly pay should be, at least, I believe that should be in the Nigerian constitution. Somewhere there should be a percentage somebody should be taking from his pension. So why are they signing a particular amount to themselves? That's what we should be looking at. We should not be looking at whether it's legal or not legal. I believe somebody should earn pension and your social security. But what I am saying is, what is the percentage? And I believe that percentage, whether you are governor of Imo State, whether you're governor of Abia State, whether you're governor of Kano State, that percentage should be the same. Not autonomy. Nigerian constitution must have percentage of somebody's pension. I don't think Nigeria is a banana republic that they don't have. That's what I'm saying. Let them bring it back. How much is the percentage you are supposed to be taking?
Question: Did you think they didn't do that? Are you saying they didn't actually gauge the amount they get, and they didn't go through every single thing that you said?
One man maybe we send the URL to this guy about what Autumn is taking. At least so that we stop going in this door.
Sister, let me just share that. Woman, please permit me just to put a little bit light on what Zita is saying. Now, originally as it is today, it is the RM revenue mobilization that fix the salaries of governors and deputy governors at the federal level. Now, when they are, what the state governor, the state assembly does is they work out a percentage. All of their pension is dependent on the percentage of their basic salary as governors. Some of them give them 300% of their salary as their pension. They give them 250 as a maintenance allowance, 150 as servant allowance, 250 as medical allowance, 1,000%. It is all of them is still based on percentage of what they are earning as governors. Now, that percentage now varies. If Lagos State can afford to do 400%, maybe Kebbi State, Sambara can do 150%, but all of them is still based on percentage of what they were earning as governors. Now, the question is this, the inference you are trying to draw, that why can't they decide their on police something? There's a part of our constitution, there are two lists, in fact 3 lists. There is a what do they call it, exclusive list on things that state can legislate. I mean, only federal government can legislate on, like the army, like currency, CBN, and the rest. There are some that they call concurrent. These are things that
and
both
tax is one of them. Thank you for reminding me.
So like you were saying correctly, it is actually based on the percentage of their salary that the approved allowance is based on percentage of what they are earning as salary when they were governors.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Yes. So what she's saying is not correct, because just like you rightly said, they already work it out. It's not like they just take it out of their butt. It's something
what
that
I am saying is extremely correct. That's what he's telling you.
No,
it's not based on the percentage.
Not what but he said it's based on percentage.
Hello,
that's what he said.
How much you earn in a month as a governor? How much is it?
I don't know how much they earn, but
okay,
according to what he said,
out. And
he's saying something different from what you're saying.
I'm talking about Autumn because his own, we discuss it on this platform. So nobody is going to ask me, Zita, where is your evidence? That's why I'm talking about Autumn, because one man has this thing with him. So you bring out Autumn's own and you find out how much he earns in a month. I mean, he's basic as a governor. and then you check the percentage and look at what he's going home with, whether it's the same. I think I should end that topic here so that we'll be going this to and fro.
Hold on, Uriola. Just as a general rule of thumb, what the pension usually is to be concurrent with whatever the package is for the sitting governor. So that's what they usually do. So if the governor, for instance, is earning 100 naira and is getting 10 naira in allowances, the ex-governors will get the exact equivalent of that.
Right. Just like I believe the bishop already said exactly what you're saying. I'm just saying that this is not like they just randomly just choose any number. It's something that's well calculated. They work with the FIRS, they know the percentage of their salary, and they do that. And just like he said, depending on how they can afford it, depending on the state, what they can afford.
What you are telling me is that in Nigeria, a country you people said is so bad, that in Nigeria, pension includes 4 SUVs that should be replaced every 4 years. Is that what you're telling me?
Wait,
First of
all, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not because I know
what are we talking about now?
I know the point you're trying to make. I'm not saying it's right. It's not morally right what they're doing. But I'm saying that the legislators actually passed this. So that means we have to abide by it because it's a law. We have to accept it.
It's legal, is what you're saying.
Yes. I'm not saying it's
Nobody
right.
is saying it's...
Bring the tempo down. Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not legal. Of course it's legal. What I am saying is at what level, what are the yardsticks they use in whipping down sums of money to themselves?
It's arbitrary.
On the legislator now, they can't just wake up and take the money and walk away.
Is it a quick?
Get those people to sign it for them.
What about if the people vote on it, the citizens? Maybe that'd be better because left to the legislators, they're all in the same pocket.
Anyway, those people are lucky I'm no longer in Nigeria. By now, I should be suing somebody's sorry ass.
It's agreed by the state assembly, and that's just how it's done. But there is no uniformity to it essentially, because each state will just formulate according to their level of affordability. But I do agree that there should be some form of harmonization. But then if we're saying that our power should be decentralized, is that not going in the reverse direction of where we want the country to go?
I think so. Well, see, as long as we leave the decision to be made by the assembly or the politicians, why would they want to pay themselves less? I mean, it does just, sir. I mean, look, just like the CEOs all around the world. You know about the golden parachutes. Do you know how ridiculous the CEOs get paid? And I mean, they get paid a lot of money. Why? Because the board of directors.
That space is an ugliness. What those CEO get?
No, wait, but
exactly.
That's
so the board of directors.
Hold on, Oriola. Don't do.
Yeah. The board of directors that make up all these different companies, they also are CEOs, top C-level executives in all the big corporations. So why would they come and make decision in their own disfavor? They're not going to do that. So the same thing is happening in politics. Why should the legislators vote to get less when they can always get more? So it's a tough one. But usually it's, I guess, in some states in America, I'm not sure if it goes to people's pay, but if you want maybe close to fair assessment of a law, leave it to the people. Let the people decide or vote on it and see what comes about it. But left to these people.
Prince, let me tell you why it's a problem. And let's use Zamfara State as an example. So Zamfara State, they have barely any form of internally generated revenue, barely any. So now they've had 3 cycles of of ex-governors, because of course they've been in the democracy since 1999. So now the pension does not go to the immediate successor of the current governor. The package goes to every person that has ever governed that state. So that package goes to them. So, and that package often instances, as I said, concurrent with whoever is in situation. So with a state like Zamfara, they are getting to the point that about, and they have no internally generated revenue, as I said, barely any. So what they depend is the largest from the central space. So they're getting to that point where what is, and by the way, the package does not stop with the state governors. The deputy governors, they get a package slightly lower than the state governors as well. And then the ex-commission, so all of the ex-government, their package is cutting almost into about 30-35% of the resources of the state. With barely nothing, so it's just...
Yeah, I see your point. See, I think we all are kind of in agreement when it comes to the greediness, the largesse of these people. I'm not talking about that. I'm just trying to talk about the law, if what they do is illegal or not. But I totally agree. This is a really vital example that you gave. I know these people are decrepit. I know they're greedy. They're human beings. What's so special about them? They'll push the envelope as far as they can. But here's my question. Eventually, one of these states is going to go like belly up, bankrupt. Now, and when that happens, can Nigerian states step into a state and take it over? Is that possible? Is that a possibility? Because if they can't function, the center is not going to just be quiet and see people starve to death and everything go to ruin in a state like Zamfara. What do we do at that point in time? When do we step in as a people?
Question real quick, Prince. Who voted them?
Well, the people, right? The people.
Exactly. So why are we mad?
Well, we're not, but because they voted them, it happened. The political malfeasance, yeah, they voted them in, but guess what? They go in there and they do wrong, or they're not doing what they're supposed to do, or they're being greedy. Then people again will vote. That's what we do. We keep voting until we vote right. So
then the next time we take them out.
Yeah, you take them out. Yeah,
exactly.
Sure.
So I think we already have solutions to this. If they're not doing, they're filling up their own pocket with large money that we don't have. So the next time we take them out, the people that we put in there, then we let them know, this is, review this, change it. I think that's how democracy works.
I agree with you. Yeah.
I'm surprised that the moral outrage is not universal on this. I thought the moral outrage would be universal on this.
But quickly, the reason being because the reason being, well, again, if they're not doing something illegal, what can we say? I mean, left to morality when it comes to this issue is very it varies. It varies. It's to some people it may not be a big deal. To some people it's huge, but because of its variability, we can, it's tough to draw a conclusion. But again, let's go by what the law says. Because left to some people, quite frankly, they probably don't want these governors or these ex-governors to be paid. I'm telling you, how much more when they go to Senate and they get a double pay. So that's the thing. So if you want to use that emotions and morality that varies back and forth to determine something, it's never going to work. Let's just go by what the law says.
All right. Let's hear from Dewale, who we've not heard from yet. Dewale, are you there? Dewale?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everybody. I'm actually driving, but I've been listening to everyone.
All right. So Dewale, you might have to listen to us on a playback because I'm about to bail out, and Thomas is not available for work because of business of work commitments. So does anybody? Yeah, so does anybody else have anything to contribute to the conversation before I bring it to a close? All right. So there it is. It's been an awkward one then today. So it's been an awkward one today.
Hey, one real quick. I'm driving, but I'll say this. I hope Kulata can hear me. Kulata was one of those people celebrating Adeleke when he won the election.
Yes.
And I warned everyone there that this guy is just a fraud. He has nothing to offer the state.
I did not. I celebrated for my state. I did not celebrate him personally. My state wanted him.
It is part of the whole thing too. You celebrated for your state, but you didn't condemn it. This is a guy that I know for a fact does not even live in Nigeria. I think the reason why they brought him is just to recoup the money spent on his brother's elections and all this investment they've made over the years. So I would not be surprised if he's making all those despicable moves by appointing his own family into his cabinet. And it tells you the kind of person your governor is going to be. He lives in Atlanta, Georgia. He doesn't even live in Nigeria. So, but if that story is confirmed that he actually nominate his own biological daughters and his sister-in-law, now Oshu State has just enter one chance. They are under the bus. They are a corner. So congratulations, Kulata. Your grandfather.
Imole today.
Because they thought they would be thrown into decades of darkness. Still in our wallet. I was even Bishop
Adéwálé, ẹ jẹ́ ká máa gbàdúrà fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun.
Even Bishop dodged the bullet. He said, no, I dodged it. So it reminds me of Fayose when he was first elected to state house in Ekiti State. And everyone then were a little bit skeptical of his character. And it turns out to be a loud mouth with nothing to offer, just this so much infrastructure of a state that can boast of thousands of professors. Nothing concrete other than just building a bridge on the 5G road that serve no purpose. So, and today, Fayose remained the loudest mouth in the and throughout his tenure, there wasn't any concrete thing that you can point to other than so much infrastructure and the fraudulent way that the election was conducted. I hope that the people of Oshu will hold him accountable, because if he performed woefully, the APC will tell the Oshu State, the people of Oshu that, well, we told you there. I think they knew, they understand or they knew who he is, but they just wanted APC gone. But him being a life of the party, they think, the crooks were going to get their pocket line anyway. So, congratulations, Besha. I should say that enter not just one chance, they are under the bus completely. The more like the world father. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. So let me do the super chats and then we bring it to a close. So Prince comes in, a different Prince this time around, super chatting. He does that twice, and then he continues still the same Prince. And then Kulata, of course, often instances when not on the screen, super chatting before he decided to join us on the screen. He did that twice. So our own Prince, both man and boy, on the screen and in the super. So keep super stay card and Ayo, as you know, with regularity, there is Ayo rattling off as he often does. Alexander Gomez, he sets the pace as he often does, and Ayo opens up the session as he often does. So there it is. Thank you. I'm not able to say keep them coming this time around, because we keep them going is what I should say. So thank you everyone. It's been an unusual one. Thomas not here to do the after hours, but hopefully tomorrow we reconvene for the usually scheduled session. So I'll leave it here. Carry conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace. Thank you everyone.
Thanks.